Give me something to let go. 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 Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words. I won't let them take me. No, I won't let them break me. No one on this earth can bring me down. Now I'm standing tall. I will never fall. Concentrate on the tightrope. The hope that you'll make it through to the other side. Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Let them see your perfect imperfections. Don't hide from bad feeling, 'cause they just want your words, 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 Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? Be who you want to be. Who do you want to be? 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 Who do you want to be Who do you want to
after dark, in the starshine, silently. Purple unicorns line the streets of gold as we wait so patiently. As I walk to Tomorrowland, touch the light before we all fall down. We all fall down. We all fall down.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. I'm Matthew Stewart, and joining me for the cast tonight is none other than Raz Baranta Mohammed. Raz, welcome back. How are you feeling this week?
I'm feeling good. I just saw that opening, and just to kick off the second half of the LPL split, man, that looks gorgeous.
It certainly does. I mean, new opening, second half of the split, and Raz, it's been 6 weeks. This is week number 6. The teams have played some teams from across their groups. They played everyone in their group once. We're at the halfway point, as we've mentioned time and time again. What is the first story that we should be talking about here?
Oh, the first story, and of course the people you see on your screen, EDG, OMG, the top of the table, top of their groups. Of course, EDG, they have to share the same table. Hello, everybody, with WE. That is immediately what you have to talk about, because going into this split specifically, we knew that two of the teams being EDG and WE, the fact that they're even on the same bracket, Group A, was incredible, and we got to see where they rose. That was also a great story to see them. And of course, OMG, separated from that goal, they're in Group B, where you saw teams that had real problems like RNG, LGD, roster issues, them having to resolve it. And OMG was, honestly, they were unchallenged for a good portion of their group stages. They go into Rift Rivals, they have a tough time, and now they're still growing as well.
They certainly are. I mean, talking about these two teams, there's been a lot of changes. Not in terms of rosters, but in terms of how they've been playing.
Yeah.
Especially after Rift Rivals. I mean, LPL were able to pick up a massive victory over the LCK, and things definitely have changed and have looked up for the teams that are on top of the table, especially the two teams that we're going to see play today.
Yeah, EDG specifically, coming out of it, I remember when they first started Rift Rivals, it didn't look so good. Like, they were not so happy. Losing to Samsung, losing to J-Team in the fashion that they did, especially with the compositions that they had. And then they come out of it going in, having that run back versus Samsung, taking the win there. We even saw interviews where they're like, yeah, we actually have to focus on the early game. Legitimately, early game drafts, proper drafts at that. They come back, and then you can legitimately see the growth coming in the drafting phases. Now suddenly, like, Rek'Sai being a higher priority, which I'm surprised. That was something that Clearlove had to take some time to go back towards, and now essentially he's been playing it every game.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, they went from losing 3 games straight at Rift Rivals, comeback victory against Samsung, then they took down Newbie, then they were able to get the first defeat delivered to OMG, who were 6-0 at that point. Finally dropping a game, now 6-1. They're still top of the table. But man, that must feel good for them.
It does. But honestly, it was expected. It's one of those stories that we look towards OMG, and it was like, well, OMG, they were undefeated in their group. We talk about Group B being the weaker of the two, and the fact that they had to go into cross-conference, suddenly see that challenge in EDG, and we saw what happened in Rift Rivals. They were essentially the weakest of the 4 teams going in there, which is surprising to say because they were undefeated in their region. And so we finally see OMG crack, and it honestly looked towards the jungle position between World 6 and Jieko. World 6 came back on, and I thought that we would see an improvement when it came back to it because Jieko had a lot of cracks in there, but then he was just picked apart by Clearlove.
And we'll be able to talk about a little bit more about that jungle matchup later on today because we will see OMG play one of the matches here tonight. But they have 2 opponents here who are currently sitting on the bottom of the table. But before we get deeper into today's games, let's take a look at the standings. As we mentioned, W and EDG for Group A still standing on top 6-2, whereas OMG and RNG leading the pack 6-1. In fact, it's a 3-way tie almost, a 5-3, 5-3, 5-4 between RNG, LGD, and Newbie, with SNG and JDG at the bottom of the table. On the side of Group A, however, IG and Dan tied for 3rd and 4th, as well as 5th place Snake and IMA. We'll see Snake play later today, but their form recently it has not been looking good, Raz.
It hasn't been good for quite a bit this split. It's been questionable at best. And they can at least have competitive games, but then we saw what happened last week, Fish. We saw that moment. They could have taken the game 3. They could have done it. And then apparently Rakan has Baron stealing capabilities. I'm surprised myself. It happened. But they have like they have a very unlucky run, and that's one of those really heartbreaking moments for Snake because they very easily, with how many 3-game series that they've had, could have had a much better split than they are currently. They even have incredible, or at least in their early game, they have strong vision control, but it's what the decisions they make around their vision, fairly impulsive at that are really causing them a lot of losses here.
Yeah, because we look historically at Snake, 2016 Split 1, they were the king of lane swap, back when you could take down towers in the top lane, and then, Split 2, they picked up SOFM, a prodigy in the jungle, and things looked good for them. Second half of Split 2, Razzles, the second half of Split 2.
I know you remember that one.
They just went downhill from there. Like, they went into playoffs, they couldn't pick up a single victory there, it just looked abysmal. And then 2017 has just been an absolute curse for them. They've only picked up 1 victory in Split 2.
And it's the same tail of the tape. You talk about every individual, there's like, I guess immediately you start top lane with Flandre, who's been this consistent force throughout Snake. He has been there in the top lane throughout its entire history. But he's had slumps, but even with those slumps, you look towards Snake and say, well, all of them are incredible players individually. Why are they not picking wins? But that being said, we're going to have to talk about that, I guess, a little later on. They're going to be going up against OMG. But currently, first match is going to be Jingdong versus EDG.
That's right. Second match tonight will be OMG taking on Snake. But let's dive straight into the first match of today. It's going to be Jingdong Gaming taking on EDG. Again, it's top of the table against bottom of the ladder here. EDG from Group A looking dominant, 6-2. JD on the other hand, 2-7. Their only victories, however, have been in cross-conference against bottom of the table of Group A. Potentially, Raz, they could be the kryptonite here.
They could do it. And honestly, it's good for them through morale that they're taking these wins now. Snake, IME happened very recently. Sure, they just had last week, they lost to WE, but it was a skirmish heavy fight. It was one of those moments where you're like, hey, Jingdong could take this win. WE is looking fairly problematic this time around, but Jingdong lose it. Still, they're going to be pretty happy coming into this week. Their growth has come in the sense that they've gone back to their old style. But immediately, we're going to be looking towards EDG. Mouse in the top lane, Clear Love in the jungle, Scout in the mid lane, and of course, our bottom lane is going to be Zet and Mako.
EDG looking very dominant this tournament, only dropping 2 games, as we mentioned. That's to Team WE and Dan, who are currently 1st and 3rd on the ladder.
Yeah.
So we have to see how that one goes. And EDG, in fact, tied for first with WE after they dropped a unlucky game, we could call it, to one of the bottom of the ladder teams. However, their opponents, Jingdong Gaming, it's going to be Kabe in the top lane with Sing E in the jungle, Doinby in the mid lane, as well as Loken and LV Mao in the bottom lane.
And of course, this time around, talking about Jingdong Gaming, starting to take wins, and it's been based off them going back to their old style, which is not very meta currently. Like, for instance, immediately you look towards Kabe, who has been, I would say, top 3 top laner last split. Comes into this split, starts struggling, and you have to really take a second look at what the top of the top lane talent looks like. He's gone back to the Poppy picks, gone back towards the tank picks. He still plays Jarvan, so he still plays meta, but it's kind of going back to what works with the team, what works for their style. And their style is playing around Loken, which makes it a little bit sad for Clid in the jungle, because that means that if you're going to be putting Loken in, the Korean AD carry, you're going to have to be putting in a Chinese jungler, and it's going to be Xingyu, who's been growing, I would say, along the split, kind of been playing towards the team style. So it's been working well for him so far.
It certainly has, and I mean, for a team that only has 2 victories, that's been 2 out of their last 3 games. They have some momentum going for them. And I mean, after such a long losing spree, you'd have to be devastated. We saw Doinby crying. There was a lot of emotions for the team itself. But however, now they're up against the top dogs. EDG, one of the most famous teams in the LPL, currently top of their table. It's very rare that you see them not top of their group.
Yep.
This is going to be a hard fight for JD. What are the key strategies for them to pick up a victory here today?
I mean, thankfully for them, they already had a hard fight in WE, so they know what they're looking to expect. For me, it's going to be straight towards the bottom lane and Loken. They need to get out of the laning phase scot-free going up against EDG, which is already a tough task because their early game is pretty clean, pretty crisp, specifically in the bottom lane of Zet and Mako. Mako roams incredibly quickly. He's across the map, helping out Scout. Their laning phase, he doesn't even sacrifice the laning phase because Zet and Mako have just been the best laning phase duo this split, bar none. It's a hard call to go for it, but they would find themselves taking tower incredibly quickly, but that's because they prioritize strong lanes for themselves. So it is a tough task to ask for Loken to come out of this laning phase scot-free. But if they can do that, they have played a style, Jingdong playing around Loken's skill, be it the Caitlyn, be it the Kog'Maw. I mean, I guess the Twitch as well. They play around him. Even the Orianna pick coming out of Doinby to protect him as well. So if they can get to the team fight phase, they can come out all right.
We're going to have to see how they do that one. JD really got their backs against the wall in this game against EDG, who, as we mentioned time and time again, they're the Giants. And just like Jingdong Gaming, they're on a great win spree here, Raz. I mean,
true.
before Rift Rivals, they're able to pick up a win against RNG. And then after Rift Rivals, after LPL were crowned champions of that Rift Rival, they took down OMG. And then they took down Newbie. OMG, the top dogs of Jingdong's group.
And the way they took down OMG, for all of you people out there, you got to look at the VOD on that one. That was Match of the Week last week, and it was an incredible showing out of EDG.
Yep.
Because they picked apart World 6, who was a stellar jungler last split for them. And not only that, it was a low-kill game. It was one of those moments where if you're going up against OMG, they will be firing at you in all cylinders. Through team fights, through skirmishes, they couldn't get that opportunity because EDG shut down the map.
Certainly, Tin. I mean, we'll be able to talk a little bit more about World Seek and Tieko later on tonight, because OMG do have a game against Snake in the first day of week number 6. But enough of that. Let's get straight into the first match of today. It's going to be EDG taking on JDG. And already we have a couple of picks and bans flying through. On the side for EDG, they're banning out Karma as well as LeBlanc. Galio's the final ban. I know you're a big proponent of this, Raz, but there's been a ton of target Karma bans thrown Doinby's way this entire split.
Yeah, Doinby is a Karma master in a lot of cases, and it also helps their style of playing towards Loken. That being said, the Orianna is left open, and that is something that Doinby has gone towards 5 games in the last 3 sets.
Yep, and that also left Caitlyn open, which is instantly picked up by EDG, because Jingdong Gaming, a lot of respect towards Clearlove here. That's a Rek'Sai, Elise, and Zac ban being thrown their way. And right away, they pick up Rumble as well as Jarvan.
They're not even hiding it. They're not even saying, no, we're going to flex this. Not at all.
Woo.
Immediately picking up the Jarvan. Hey, technically, could be a Rumble jungle. So you know what? You still have to worry about where that's going if you're Mouse. But Mouse can immediately go towards Kled, for instance, a Renekton to see if he can match the lane.
And I mean, we have seen Sini play Jarvan twice already in the LPL. Jarvan was also picked up in Rift Rivals Purple by Mineski's jungler Kaigo. So we'll have to see how they use this one for JDG in this match. On the flip side of EDG, very quick with their draft phase, they picked up Sejuani as well as Talia. These are 2 very strong picks, and I'm pretty sure EDG will have to be very happy with their first 3 picks in this draft.
Yeah, Sejuani has definitely been rising in stock in the LPL. Funny enough, Rumble has as well with a incredible 69% win rate. So Rumble has just been that top laner that has been very comfortable for Mouse. So JD is just immediately going to take it away from them and putting it in Kabe's pockets. So I want to see what they can do to utilize them.
Final pick for JD is going to be the Kalista. And just touching on that Rumble, he's had some changes recently. Before the changes, he was just oppressive. No one could go toe-to-toe against him. He just shoved away. Since his changes, however, the meta has shifted so much that he still feels that way.
Yeah, still feels that way, and they just buffed his base. So he just does a lot more damage, a lot more shielding. That was a while back, but you kind of have to always touch back on that because it's just a strong pick, and it's not going away.
And the first ban coming out from EDG in their second ban phase is the Thresh, a pick that you commonly see being picked up first.
Yeah, but because it's the Kalista, suddenly you have to ban out the Rakan because that has just been a strong support recently. But if you ban out the Rakan, perhaps Malgs goes towards like a Braum or an Alistar. Braum just to take away from the strong Sejuani Braum lane. Alistar simply because it is a strong duo with the Kalista.
It certainly is, but the final ban from EDG is the Kassadin. So Rakan's still left up and available. Camille as well as Kled were the final bans from Jingdong Gaming, but they go for the Braum pick first.
Okay, Braum and Rakan immediately just picked out. Honestly, Jingdong wants to take away the Braum just because they don't want that strong disengaged front line coming in from Sejuani and Braum on EDG's side. So they kind of give away such a strong combination of Rakan and Kalista. So EDG, they're going to be happy to pick that one up as well because Mako is an incredible Rakan. He's an incredible engaging force for EDG.
And the final pick for EDG is going to be Renekton. They know that Rumble should be heading to the top lane already. Sad, good counter pick there for Mouse. With Jingdong Gaming hiding their mid lane pick for last. Talia was the pick from EDG nice and early. Scout's going to be very happy with that one. He's already picked up 6 Talia games to split. The most played champion he's had for EDG so far. But Jingdong Gaming, they go towards the Orianna for Doinby.
Yeah, so for people out there, Doinby has played 6 Orianna games recently. I guess now it's going to be 7.
Yeah, I mean, both the mid laners here paying the 7th game of their most played champion this split.
Yeah, and Doinby has picked up Orianna legitimately 5 of those games, 5 of those 6 games. Now apparently this Orianna game is going to add to that. In the last 3 sets, he has just been playing Orianna. He's been an Orianna bot, apparently, for this part of the split. So this is something EDG should have recognized coming into this game, and they're not going to be afraid of it.
And you take a look at Jingdong's team composition here, Raz. This is a big I want to fight you team comp coming out from them. And it's something that you like to talk about, how they're trying to go back to their playstyle of being very heavy team fighters, very heavy skirmishers.
Yep.
And that's exactly what their draft has led to in the past few weeks, including today.
And that's something, if you're EDG, you're going to recognize. Looking towards Jingdong's composition, it's going to be difficult for them to siege upon turrets first. They're going to be looking for those team fights immediately. In fact, Jingdong's one of their weaknesses has been being able to rotate from side lanes, keep control of their side lanes, and then look towards the mid lane to be able to take it down. So you're going to be seeing very skirmish-heavy gameplay, simply because even if Jingdong gets the early game lead, they're not going to be able to convert it into actual objectives, actual towers on the map. So that's going to be up to EDG to stop that. In fact, they already have a great early game based off the fact that they're going to be looking towards Scouts Talia.
Yep.
And I want to see how they're going to be able to utilize his lead if he does get one, into maybe spilling it across the bot lane.
And for EDG, a lot more siege potential with the Caitlyn being picked up. Talia, they give themselves a lot more map pressure, a lot more global pressure as well to split the side lanes. But still, very heavy team fighting comp from these two teams. A little bit less on EDG's side. We'll have to see how they clash against one another. But my goodness, Jingdong's wombo combo of a team composition here. The Cataclysm, the Equalizer, the Shockwaves, throwing a big old mustache man into the fight as well. Whew. It's going to be a big old brawl here, Raz.
I hope he enjoys that ride. I don't know. I'm just saying right now, if you're EDG, you have to be prepared for that. They have themselves the Caitlyn, all right, which Caitlyn, Rakan, they find themselves looking for these picks in sieges specifically. I want to see how they set it up and if they can deal with the flank wards, because Jingdong going to be looking for it.
Yeah, let's see if they can do just that. We're heading on to Summoner's Rift for the first match of this best of 3 series. EDG taking on Jingdong Gaming. For EDG, they want to stay top of the table. A victory in this best of 3 series will put them to 7-2 and force WE to pick up a win later on today. Not later on today, later on in this week. Which for the side of Jingdong Gaming, they want to try and catch up. Get closer to the ladder, currently sitting at 2-7. Ooh. But yeah, we're hearing sounds all across Summoners Rift, Raz. We've got ears everywhere. Not so much the eyes, just watching one's part of the map, but you can hear absolutely everything.
Hearing, oh, wait, they're going to be hearing this. Scout, relax, my friend.
Spots out Doinby as well as the rest of Jingdong Gaming very early on, but nothing too fancy coming out from either team. Seems like Sejuani's going to be starting on her red buff here today with a small leash coming out from Mako as well as Yep. However, there is an invade top side of the map from EDG. Mouse and Scout looking to take away some of these small raptors, and the jungler doesn't even start on this camp.
Oh, that's going to be pretty impactful. It's honestly really surprising because usually Jingdong usually, at least junglers usually want to start on their Raptor camp. The fact that they haven't, the fact that EDG have recognized that, stolen away 2 of the small Raptors means that if you just go towards that Raptor camp, you're not going to get that extra experience that you'd want to just up into level 2. They're going to be starting red buff. That just means that if they want to go towards that, they're not going to be getting a faster level 3. That's the only worry I have right now, but that just means that Jarvan's going to be going for, I would say, a low econ run where he just goes red buff, Wolf, and then the blue buff just to hit the level 3 mark.
On the top side of the map, Kabe already taking quite a bit of damage from Mouse here. Renekton trying to zone out the Rumble every time his Flame Splitter is down. Or Harpoon Strike in this case, as that was the first level ability from Kabe.
Oh, and Sinyi, they already recognized how he was pathing because they were messing up with his, with his Raptor, so he's going to have to get pushed off of this.
He's taking quite a bit of damage from blue buff. His bottom lane is rotating over, trying to cut off the opposition's mid laner here. Doinby going to go toe-to-toe against Scout. He's run straight through the Orianna here. Now, Mao looking to try and jump in. Flashes with the Winter's Bite. Forces Scout to flash away as well.
That was a great response from the bottom lane from Jingdong Gaming. It's going to be really difficult for them in the laning phase to be able to pull away their members just to be able to compete within the lane. But they do it just to help out Sinyi. Very necessary just to see that team play early on. I'm a big fan.
Getting all the help he needs after that small Raptor camp was taken away early on. Bottom side of the map, Caitlyn as well as Rakan taking on Kalista and Braum here. Fairly even for now. We shouldn't see anything change between these lanes.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting is the fact that both junglers started top side, went towards the bottom side of the map, which makes that bottom lane a little bit more iffy. You have to see if much pressure is going to be paid their way. But that just means it's great from Sinyi because all he really did was just place down wards, deep wards at that one at the Raptor camp, which meant that Clearlove think he got caught out while on the Raptor camp, so he should not really be able to pressure towards that bottom.
So just taking a look at the mid lane there, Doinby teleported back into the lane, picked up a Dark Seal for himself, and this is something we already talked about. Jindong Gaming, very heavy team fighting based team composition. Scout provides that extra bit of map pressure with the global abilities as well as split push potential on Taliyah. So, Doinby almost wanting to try and counter that with a teleport ability, but Orianna, not the best champion to send into a side lane.
Yeah, definitely not. So that's why it's just going to be Jingdong looking to group up as much as possible once they get towards the mid game. Meanwhile, EDG with Scout looking to play side lanes once towers do go down, just to look to rotate with his Weaver's Wall just to make fights happen. So if Jingdong can get any early priority, which might be a little bit difficult, especially with Clearlove being a nuisance here.
Yeah, helping Scout clear out his lane. Singy is going to do, or shadow, I should say, Doinby in this mid lane, making sure he can shove out just as effectively. Scout really wants to get this back off. Singy going to cancel that.
Oh, wow, scumbag.
Yeah, Clearlove going to charge on forward. Gets a stun, actually. Jarvan's incredibly low. Singy's forced to flash over this wall. Clearlove will put a ward down on top of that there, but just junglers training flashes in the mid lane.
Yeah, but that keeps Taliyah in the lane, so job's done even though it had to expend Singy's flash. So that's going to be making it a little bit more difficult for him.
It certainly is. But we have to keep tabs between these two junglers at the moment. Clearlove is farming slightly more than Singy, but both of them even level at the moment. And Clearlove going to continue to be a nuisance here. Spot Singy in the jungle again. Will take his blast cone just to jump back out.
That gives a lot of, I would say, safety for the side lane, specifically for Mouse, knowing that Singy is going to be on the top side of the map.
Ooh. He gets a fantastic trade here against Kabe. Will put up the scrap shield to reduce some of the damage taken by Mouse, but still, Mouse clearly understanding the trade windows of Renekton against Rumble in this game.
Yep. And just being able to do that, knowing that Sejuani, A, was healthier on the map and on the same side of the map as Singy as well. So he just knew that if Jarvan comes top lane and even tries to help Kabe out, either for a gank or just kind of give him a good push to back, then Sejuani will just come back right top lane again. So right now, Singy's life is a little bit difficult, just a tiny bit.
Clearlove still shadowing Singy's every move here. A level up over the Jarvan.
It was warded. Oh no.
Kabe even using his equalizer to try and stop this dive underneath the turret. Mouse has no minions to tank and will allow Clearlove to back out. So good use of the equalizer there by Kabe to stop himself from getting dove.
Yeah.
And Scout even roamed all the way up onto Leah.
So there we go. I mean, they recognized that Singy could just back to base with Rumble just looking to ult. And I think that was smart for them to recognize that. They get both the best of both worlds. Both Kabe is safe, gets the minion wave, and he can back. Meanwhile, Singy gets a good back timing because he was pretty far behind, I would say, in tempo. And so now that he's a little bit at ease now.
This Jarvan in the jungle, we've seen it sporadically, internationally, Raz. One game at Rift Rivals Purple, now we see it picked up for the third time by Jindong Gaming. Doesn't have the best clear, doesn't have the best dueling presence, brings a lot to team fights if he can get there, but it's still a very unorthodox pick.
Yeah, Jarvan, it's been I would say it's been kind of an LPL special. That being said, Mao
jumps straight on top of Scout. Even the shockwave being used there. Taliyah throws down the wall, trying to stop Doinby from getting further closer. But first blood's going to be picked up by Mao. Braum pops over his shield and gets that one for JD.
And it was a good timing because EDG's bottom lane had back to base both Rakan and Caitlyn. And he found that opportunity, recognizing that Loken could have just pushed out that wave. And for Mao to just kind of look for a nice roam towards the mid lane. You usually expect that from Mako, because he was that roaming support, or at least a playstyle for himself. But I guess Mao kind of matching him. Nice play from him.
Yep, bottom lane's doing fantastic for Jindong Gaming at the moment. Tied up with Zet as well as Mako. And as you mentioned, we've seen Mao roaming across the map multiple times now. And Jindong Gaming are going to initiate the lane swap to kick things off, sending Kalista as well as Braum to the top side of the map. Mouse is still up here on Renekton. So he will be thrown into a 2-on-1 shortly.
And they have vision of Sejuani here. The fact that they had the strong push bottom lane first so they can set this up means that Jingdong should have been able to get the push faster, or at least a faster push. That being said, they actually sent Rumble, who has his equalizer. So Jingdong should be in a good position to get this going.
We've already seen what Rumble's equalizer can bring in the laning phase. Normally we see Kabe use it to stop a dive top lane, but you'd have to expect it could delay one wave here from EDG pushing in towards this tower. Give the top laners, sorry, the bottom lane duo from Jindong Gaming enough time to pick up first turret.
Yeah, especially since Kabe was holding it, I would think, for the cannon wave. Mako!
Yeah, looking to dive. Kabe not even using his equalizer there. So EDG may still be able to pick up the first turret if Zet and Mako get enough damage down on towards it. Equalizer finally being used by Kabe incredibly late. And that gives first turret over to EDG.
Yeah, he was getting greedy. He wanted to use it on the cannon wave, but didn't find that opportunity to do so. That was the wave. He just held on to it. I think that was just a really bad mistake, especially since Jingdong were in a good position to get the push.
And Loken and Mao not getting any damage on this top lane out of turret at the moment. Mouse has been happily holding this lane with the help of Clear Love in the top lane.
And I would just look towards Xinyi and what he was doing in this instance, because in those moments when you actually swap the lanes out, Xinyi should have been playing towards top lane, but he didn't. He was farming up his own jungle at the time, and in fact, when it started, he was on the bottom side of the map. So for that fact that he wasn't there pressuring Renekton off and looking to get that skirmish with Duanbi is a miss.
And with first turret being picked up by EDG, they equalize the goal lead that JDG picked up for themselves, but now they're on the top side of the map. They can look to continue pushing against Jindong Gaming and keep the turret deficit as 1-0 in EDG's favor. Meanwhile, mid lane, Clear Love throwing out the Frozen Domain very early against Doinby, trying to lock him down. Shockwave comes out, stops Talia from advancing for a short amount of time, but he rolls over on the Weaver's Wall, looking to knock Doinby back. Even Mako's joining the fight as well, gets a knock up onto Oriana. Doinby gets taken down. Scout picks up that kill.
Yeah, there's no way for Doinby to be able to get out that way, especially since he flashed to start that one off. So once the wall came through from Talia, it was lights out.
Now EDG with a slight gold lead for themselves, but still very early into this match, Raz. Just 11 minutes into this game. JDG holding on nice and fine to kick things off. They do have a nice team fighting team composition. So when you're even against a team fighting team composition, not a place EDG really wants to be at the moment.
Yeah, but it's interesting now because EDG has set themselves up, with that being said, to look for the next play, and the next play is going to be important. The fact that that mid lane push happened means that EDG have their window of opportunity to look for that fight. Hopefully look towards top lane specifically, but you are correct that Jingdong haven't fallen over yet. The fact that they have a nice, I would say, scaling composition, and to keep in it 11 minutes into the game is a good step for them.
So priority for EDG after that play is moving towards the Elemental Dragons, Ocean Dragon. First dragon picked up in this game. Jindong Gaming, they were looking to try and dive the top side of the map. However, Jarvan working on Rift Herald by himself at the moment. Teleport is coming back into the mid lane for Doinby, but Mouse, he's already wrapped behind this turret. Doinby may just get sent back to base again. No flash, no teleport. Does have the shockwave, but there's three members of EDG on top of him. They even burned the teleport from Kabe in the top lane, and another kill goes down to EDG.
And of course, the TP is just going to take way too long. 3 members already on top of him, so really well played from Mouse. Recognized that he had nothing to do on the bottom side of the map anyways, so he just made it work. There's no vision, no defensive vision at all for Doinby. So of course, if he had lost his flash in the last gang, he doesn't have it for the next one. And JD, specifically Xinyi, needs to be prepared for that.
EDG don't look shaken at all here, Raz. I mean, Jindong Gaming initiated the lane swap with Rumble Equalizer up. They still lose first turret. Doinby has been ganked twice in a row as he returned to the mid lane. He's been shut down. Scout now has 2 kills over him as well as 10 CS. Looking to try and accelerate his lead on Talia here. And you'd have to expect, with Doinby picking up teleport, they're trying to send him against Scout in the side lane, and Oriana already hates doing that.
Yeah. Honestly, that's probably true. I think that they should keep Talia mid for the next play, though, because she does have her Weaver's Wall, with the top lane being a major target because bottom lane turret, outer turret was taken down, that they could look to dive the dual lane pretty easily. That being said, yeah, they are going for the same lane assignments. So I do want to see Sejuani's path. She's starting from the bottom side of the map, so it should be easy in, I would say, 50 seconds for that play to get going.
Let's see what the next move from both these teams are. For now, we still have EDG's bottom lane support top side of the map, mirroring Locken as well as Mal, who are still moving towards the top side. Both jungles clearing out their camps. Rumble and Renekton split pushing against each other in the bottom lane. Teleport is available for Mouse, but not for Kabe.
That's the thing too. Jingdong would have had a very safe composition early on in the game just because they have double TP. But Doinby always has to use TP. Oh, he's getting dove again.
Yeah, Doinby getting dove again. That's the third death for Jingdong Gaming's mid lane, and that starts a skirmish in the mid lane as well, as 4 members of EDG brawl it out against Mao and Singy, forcing them back. Kabe's even been drawn up to this, giving Mouse free pressure in the bottom lane to push this wave into the turret, and EDG moving now towards top side of the map.
It's not a good game for Doinby, that's for sure. He's just not having a good life. It's very easy to apparently just get ganks through with Sejuani coming through the lane with ulti, so at this point he's probably wondering what he can possibly do to keep alive until his flash is coming up. I mean, at least it's coming up soon. At the very least, he's got that going for him.
Scouts looking to try and take down this Rift Herald, but the rest of Jingdong Gaming are grouping up towards the river. Clearlove already backed up nice and early. And now it's going to be Jingdong Gaming looking to try and kick off this Rift Herald. They have Kalista, so she can chuck a lot of spears into the neutral objective and try and take it down. However, Mouse, he's just split pushing for free at the moment on Renekton.
Yeah, he's sitting there too. He's looking for a TP opportunity, so EDG wants to look for this.
Yeah, he's going to be able to get one as well if they want it. Jingdong Gaming are taking a bit of poke coming out from EDG. And Singy's stuck in the pit, incredibly low on Jarvan. And Kalista will take the Rift Herald, but let's see if they can even win the team fight first. Singy will kick it off with the Cataclysm. Shockwave being used, and Zek gets burned alive. Finally, Doinby will pick up a kill, and that's another one on the back end with Mako getting taken down. But they're stuck inside the Rift Herald pit. 4 members of JDG. They want to fight this one out. Mouse just dives on in. Mal will flash away with a sliver of health. The frozen boulder thrown out by Clearlove as well, locking down Kabe with only Scout trying to clean up these kills.
Oh,
3
no.
people just stuck in the pit.
Oh
the Scout
my
goes
God.
in. He gets the triple. He's going for another one here as Kabe is trying to pick up a kill. Goes towards the Scuttle Crab, and Scumbag Clearlove steals the Quadra away from Scout.
Scout, you beast! That was such a tough fight for EDG. They were falling fairly early, 3 members down. And you're like, wait a minute, I think Jingdong's coming back into this game. Not gonna happen. They were stuck into the pit. They had no way out, no flashes for them. And Scout was so healthy, he was gonna be able to clean that up for himself.
We take a look at this teamfight again, Raz. They delete Zet to kick things off, and immediately this teamfight looks good for JDG.
You're right, and Mouse had such a long TP, goes right through the mid lane because that's the only opportunity he had. So he comes in, thinks that he could maybe savor this fight. He's a big croc in a small world. Could get deleted. Has no opportunity. But then somehow, Mao finds himself, I guess, bad decision from him. Thinks he can help his friends out. Not gonna happen.
I mean, it's a small win for Mal there. He did jump in and picked up the Rift Herald buff while
That's
Scout
true.
was distracted. So Jingdong Gaming's kill on the Rift Herald doesn't go to waste, but they still drop a team fight against EDG. And now they're 2,000 gold behind the top of the Group A leaders.
Here's the thing, too. All of that was incredibly focused towards Scout. All of those kills, all that gold is in Scout's pocket. And he's getting to a point where he's very close to his 2-item point. He has himself the Morellos. He's going towards the Liandry's Foreman. That's something you don't want to see if you're Jingdong Gaming, because that's going to snowball in your face.
Jingdong Gaming are going to be able to use Rift Herald in the bottom lane, though. And they take down bottom lane out to Tara. Meanwhile, Scout has been able to do the exact same thing on the top side of the map all by himself. 3 members of JDG pushing on towards bottom lane outer.
We're going to see if they can push this one back. I don't know about it. There we go.
Yeah, so Rift Herald gets another charge on, but EDG are looking for the engage. Mako and Zed are making their way around, forcing this into a 4-on-5. Double teleports are available for JDG, and there goes Mako. Gets a single charm, will charm up both Singy and Mal, but he backs away immediately as the teleports get channeled. Kabe joins the fight. There goes Singy deep into the back lines. Incredibly low though, and no more abilities left to use. He'll be the first one to fall in just a second. Mal in the back lines, locking down Zet, but he's taking no damage at all. Clearlove will find it for big shove coming out for Scout, but an equally huge shockwave from Doinby will pull the fight back in JDD's favor. Currently 2-1.
See, that was really threatening coming from EDG. And that Weaver's Wall was perfect. It made it so difficult for Singy to get out. In fact, he didn't. He died for it. But that was it, because that shockwave saved the fight from Jingdong Gaming. I love to see it. Doinby had a very rough 18 minutes, but then he gets to this point and he's able to fire off. So really well done coming out of Doinby.
Yeah, he's 2-4-4, 30 CS behind Scout as well, who is 5-1-3 on the Tali at the moment. But let's take a look at that team fight again. EG started up, and Mako jumps in for this engage way too soon.
Yeah, way too early. He doesn't have any follow-up, and in fact, once the TP comes through, it makes it even harder for EDG to get out. Amazing engage coming out of Singy. But this looks really good from Scout. Able to just pull through Loken and Singy, but Loken is able to hop right back over the wall. And this shockwave makes it so much easier for Jingdong Game to come out of that one with a win.
Zet holding onto his flash in the team fight. Could have jumped away from the shockwave, and eventually he's the carry that gets taken down that changes the tide of that fight. However, EDG holding on to just under 2,000 gold of a lead against JDG. 9 kills to 6, 2 turrets to 1. And they've got the only elemental dragon of this game.
Pressured off here. It seems like EDG wants to go towards this mid lane turret.
Yeah, and they're looking to try and poke out Singing as well as Mao here, but neither of them taking any damage at the moment. Zet's still holding strong in the mid lane. He's picked up a static shift for himself with his single PF sword. However, Loken, he's got his Blade of the Ruin King as well as a Zeal item here, Raz. So big spike for the Kalista, and it might be this Mountain Dragon which these two teams fight over.
Yeah, it's going to be tough if you are EDG. I want to see where Oriana's ball placement is because that's going to be, actually it's going to be incredibly easy. In fact, they're getting shut out of mid.
They're cutting off the easy return path to mid lane turret, but JDG, they look like they want to poise for a team fight here. Doinby is going to stay behind the wall, speeds up Singing, who flashes for a Cataclysm. Straight on top of the Equalizer, he falls straight away. Mao trying to jump into the fight, gets a big knock up, and Mao's teleporting in. He's going to be able to dice his way in if he likes to, but locks down Mao to kick things off, and a big ultimate for Clear Love. That will kick off the fight against Doinby. Mako falls off of a nice knock up and takes the kill for himself. 3 members of JDG, 4, and they forced that team fight so hard, Raz.
Yeah, they tried, but Mako played that so well to be able to disengage off that. There was no follow-up for Jarvan because once he slam dunk in there, Mako just charmed 3 people.
Yep,
there was nothing EDG could do.
EDG trade the Mountain Dragon for a turret in the mid lane as well as a 1 team fight forced so hard by Jingdong Gaming. And now they're looking to try and pick up Baron buff for himself. Clear Love has Smite, no jungler available for JDG, means easy Baron 20 minutes into the game.
That one was a tilter if you're Jingdong Gaming. That was the team fight they were looking so much for. They honestly, they reached their hand way too far into the cookie bed. Like, they got the dragon, but they really wanted this team fight. Thought it was an option, but Mako played that so well. And then immediately the TP coming through from Renekton, and at this point, slice out. What is Jingdong going to do? They have to get out of there. But at this point, the follow-up comes through. They just stick around for far too long.
Just seemed like there was no way for Doinby, no way for Loken to get into that team fight after a flag and drag flash ultimate from Singing at all 3 abilities at max range. They had the Equalizer, but that's all the damage that was being laid down on top of the CC from Braum and Kalista. And EDG picking their windows nicely in this situation.
Yeah, right now they have to be thinking about what's the next step. How do they stop EDG from basically taking the game away? Or at least the turrets that are up and available. With Scout being in the top side of the map, they could actually look to just pressure a mid and then rotate top. And it doesn't seem like Jingdong are going to be in position to do that. Sure, they have double TP, but doing the TPing from the bot side of the map to the top lane is not very threatening.
Ooh, they're looking to dive Kave as well. He does have his flash. Scout's going to kick off this one, gets him down to half health, taking only a couple of turret shots. Mako and Clear Love were wrapped around the Rumble, but decided not to go for the risky engage. Instead, focusing on this top lane in a turret. They have Baron buff working on it as well as Scout and Clear Love auto-attacking away. Meanwhile, Zet is left all by himself in the mid lane on Caitlyn, pushing down mid lane outer with Renekton pressuring Doinby on Oriana.
They're legitimately taking every turret on the map, my friend. Top lane, rotating towards the mid lane, and with Renekton, how he's pressuring Doinby. Doinby can't do much. In fact, he's backing because he has no mana. They could just rotate towards the bottom lane inner turret.
I mean, it's really smart from EDG. You're up against a team-fighting team competition from JDG. They've shown how much they're willing to force these fights. I mean, the last fight was a good example of that, forcing it out of nowhere.
Yeah.
So they just split up the map. Every single lane getting pushed. 2 members topside, Zet in the middle with Mouse in the bottom lane pushing by himself. Every single inner turret falls, and they still have just under a third of Baron buff to work with.
Yeah, right now, no one wants to deal with Mouse 1v1. No one wants to deal with Scout with how much gold he has as well. They're starting to group up, but that's just because Scout is doing his work on the top side of the map. So Jingdong, they have to be, I mean, they are desperate, but they have to be desperate enough to pick a fight, because you're never going to get a fight that's on even footing. You have to look to outplay them.
That's a 9,000 gold lead for EDG at the moment, so it's not just an uneven footing, it's a massive advantage for EDG. They already got good damage on top lane and bottom lane turret, but they're already diving onto Loken, who's forced to flash away, but he's still being burnt, and Mako picks up that kill.
That guy was on fire. Not only the Rumble ulti, but also the Ignite coming out of Mako.
They're still looking for more here, Raz. I mean, mid lane, inhibitor turret's the next one. Zed and Mako whacking away at the inhibitor in the bottom lane. Even top lane inhibitor turret under fire. EDG might just try and push for the win here if JDG are not careful. There's
they're
an ultimate being
going.
thrown out. Big double shove back. Forces Doinby to flash away. First casualty will be the Braum. Scout gets that kill. Doinby throws out the shockwave, but it literally just tickles the rest of EDG.
It's legitimately just CC at this point. That's all it is. The damage is not there. No one on Jingdong can actually have, or at least any bit of DPS. So currently, EDG, they're going to probably start playing with their foot a little bit.
Whereas if you're on the side of Jingdong Gaming, you're up against Scout, who is almost one-shotting everyone on their team at the moment. Banshee's Velvet, Morel, Nomicon, and Haunting Guys picked up. Goes back, picks up a full Rylai's Crystal Scepter on Taliyah.
He's that strong, where he's just going straight into the defensive items that he can just look to tank a little bit. Turrets, that's the scare. I thought he was going to be going towards the Liandry, but that's a little bit too squishy for him. He's going to build everything else.
I mean, Zet 2, 2, and 5. He's already got his Infinity Edge and double Zemo lineup complete with the Rapid Fire Cannon as well as Static Shiv and a 6,000 gold Baron power play for EDG. They're currently 11,000 gold in the lead. And it's what we expected, Raz. Yes, we know JDG, they picked up 2 wins of their last 3, but that's the only 2 wins they picked up in Split 2. Whereas EDG, they've looked on fire recently, and they're top 2 in Group A at the moment.
Yeah, they have been on a tear. And I think that this game was a major question as to what was the growth for Jingdong Gaming? Like, how much did they grow? Was it just because they were facing the bottom of the pack teams and they were just simply better than them? Sure, they've made improvements, or at least they have focused towards a composition or an identity, but it's not looking good enough to deal with EDG.
I mean, Kabe looked fine very early into the learning phase, so did their bottom lane, but as soon as any macro play was thrown their way, everything just fell apart. EDG came out on top. So many forced team fights from JDG, and now EDG are the ones that have the luxury of forcing against JDG if they want to. Top lane inhibitor, the last inhibitor turret to stand, and Clearlove already going in. Singy's going to be the first one to fall. Zet takes him down the back lines as Mako charms everyone up. Doinby's gone as well. Only 3 members left. Locker's trying to kite his way out of this one, but he just can't. A double kill picked up by Caitlyn. Taliyah gets 1-2, and they will kill the Braum, making an ace clearly in EDG's favor, and they march towards the Nexus.
Yeah, it's just too easy of a game for EDG. Absolutely ridiculous. 19-6 in terms of kills. That's it.
It's a absolutely one-sided affair here, and I don't think we expected anything else. EDG take game 1 over Jingdong Gaming in very decisive fashion. And again, Jingdong Gaming, they tried. They picked that team fighting, team composition rounds, and they forced it. First couple of times, you know, maybe give it to them as a 50-50. That last fight, though, just completely swung it in EDG's favor.
Yeah, that's just because the gold lead was way too far in EDG's favor. And if we're going to be starting to look at what really happened to them, and you have to understand that definitely Jingdong have been thinking about this for the past, let's say, 10 minutes, recognizing that the game felt too far done, that they needed to look towards, like, well, what was the game-ending play? And I think it was towards the Dragon. They got themselves the Earth Dragon. They tried to look towards pushing it and trying to get that fight mid lane when Scout had an amazing wall to wall them off from that. Take the trade. Honestly, take the trade. Because they're in a position where they could just keep fighting for Dragons, keep fighting for Barons with the composition that they had with Kalista, and that would have been a win. Didn't work out well for them.
No, it did not, and EDG, wow. 24 minutes in. We call 28 minutes a very quick victory for a team. Anything below that is impressive.
Yeah, EDG have been styling on people. That's a major, I guess, a major win from them because remember, Jingdong Gaming went up against WE, and it wasn't that clean for WE. For EDG to come up with this performance is a little ridiculous, a tiny bit.
It certainly is. I mean, sends a message to Team WE almost about the form that EDG are currently in, but Jingdong Gaming, moving into the next game of this best of 3 series, they have to change something because the battering ram style of play they've been throwing towards EDG is just not working at the moment.
Yeah, and I think that it comes down to teamfight execution in a lot of cases. Maybe take Sinyi off the Jarvan because his primary jungle have honestly just been towards, I would say, the least.
I mean, he did 1,600 damage in that game. We already mentioned he was forcing teamfights, diving into the back line with his EQ flash.
Yeah.
Into his ultimate. He did less damage than the Braum on his own team, who also lost the game in 24 minutes.
I mean, that's fair.
Oof.
It looks bad for him. Sure, game 1, you know, clear the play. That's it. That's honestly go into game 2, and they have to be thinking about what should they do next. And I think the composition they had is technically, it was not a bad composition. I thought that it was a fair one. They got out of laning phase okay. It just comes down to what fights are you going to be picking for yourselves? Which fight is a proper fight? And I think they obviously had some good fights. especially going towards the Rift Herald. The Rift Herald fight was okay. They came out with a winning end. They just didn't know how to move away from it, how to get out of the pit. I think it's just proper communication that needs to be addressed. Maybe it's a difficult ask for them to address it in like the 5-10 minutes that they have in between games, but it's a start.
I mean, for the start of EDG, though, I don't even think there's anything they really need to clean up. Maybe bits and pieces of the first 15 minutes, but from their perspective, that must have looked like a completely one-sided affair, and they should be very happy with that victory.
Yeah, from the beginning of the game to the end of the game. Like, level 1 was really smart coming from EDG. They were able to track Sunyi incredibly well, being able to steal out his Raptor, a few of his Raptor camp, recognizing that he's just going to go for red, wolf camp, and then blue buff, was a very easy task for them because suddenly you bully Sunyi, you're always on the same map, or at least the same side of the map as him, and then it just made it difficult because Sunyi honestly was not going to be on any lanes, not going to be looking to help at all because the first time he did it mid lane, he got punished for it. And so that just left the lanes in an island in which Clearlove was going to be able to just help them at any time, I suppose.
I mean, the big thing for me was Jindong Gaming were the first team to make the proactive macro movements in that match. To take a look at the MVP for that game, it's going to be Scout.
Yeah.
9-1-7. Don't blame him whatsoever. I don't blame him. Huge credit to him as he's able to pick up a massive victory. It was a huge impact in that game. But again, Jindong Gaming, they were the first team to make the first proactive movement in that match. They were the ones that not only were trying to help out Singing in the jungle, we saw a big collapse from their bottom lane duo, and they picked up first blood. They were also the ones that initiated lane swap. They sent Kalista Braum top lane with Rumble having equalizer, and still they lost first brick.
That's true. And honestly, it's very easy to look towards the negatives if you're Jingdong, because obviously you just got wiped there. But they made some great movements, specifically from Mao, because Jingdong have been always wondering, having problems of, let's say, supports. Which support are they going to be fielding? Is it Deceit? Is it Mao? Is it Cloud? This time around, Mao made proper movements early on in the game, saved Sunyi out really early on. It didn't really work out for them. And then you look towards Kabi on the Rumble, you obviously wasn't really too comfortable on it. And then in that one movement when they were lane swapping, that's a beneficial lane swap to Jingdong Gaming, but unfortunately he didn't use his ulti, and they didn't have Sunyi in the top side of the map to look to pressure turrets. So that was just a few steps that they were missing in Jingdong.
Yeah, so it almost feels like that Jindong Gaming in that situation, you know, they had the right idea, just not the right execution of teams, and hopefully be able to see them do better in game number 2. It's still best of 3 series. We're going to a very quick break. We'll be back shortly to see who will pick up game 2.
Up in the clouds, no coming down. I am absent-minded, only minding how. You take me and immerse me in your stare, till I'm almost there. Shine ashes, call me to explore. Every minute never seen before. I don't know what to tell you. I don't know if I should. Everything's burning like firewood. My little secret. You're my little secret. And I can't hold on to the other side, 'cause it's been gone for days and I won't wait. La, 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 la. You're my little secret. My little secret. La, 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 la. One finger on your lips. Shine ashes, call me to explore.
EDG went towards, it felt like Clearlove had a very clear focus. I can't believe I went for that, but I did, my friends.
Disappointing.
Yeah, unfortunately.
That's my job. don't you steal my job?
Oh,
I know you've been dabbling in the play recently.
Yep. So you
Well,
better watch yourself.
No, I'm back here for one night only, Raz. You don't do this to me. It's not nice.
All right, we're gonna. I might be in the OPL broadcast very soon. That being said, yeah, Jingdong are not having a good time. So like going into the game too, what I want to see them actually change immediately take Taliyah away from Scout. If EDG are going to be on blue side, then it's a very safe pick for them, and I want to empower Doonbi. I'm not going to expect that he gets a Karma because that's just going to be perma-banned away from him. But immediately, Taliyah has way too much early lane pressure. And we saw what EDG is looking to do. Once, of course, flashes down on Doonbi, that it's so easy to be able to cut Doonbi off a mid lane turret. And I think that taking it away from him, if Jingdong are going to be on purple side again, is definitely the right goal.
I mean, something we've already talked about, as we just did then, was Karma being permanently banned away against Doinbi. We know this is going to happen. Why is Taliyah not banned out against Scout in the mid lane? He had such a dominant performance. It's his most played champion. And honestly, if you're going to put Doinbi onto Orianna, you don't want him to play against it.
Yeah, and most of the reason for it is because A, Jingdong were on red side, so they had to ban away Zac. That's fair. What isn't fair is the rest of the bans that went straight towards Clearlove. Clearlove is a very versatile jungler. He can play quite a bit. Rek'Sai is one of them. Sejuani is another one that's coming into the meta, and it fits his facilitating style. So they have to recognize that you cannot ban out Clearlove. Look to ban out Scout, specifically just the Taliyah ban. Maybe even Rakan if that's something you have to be afraid of Mako. We said it before the game even started. But you can't ban away everything if you're Jingdong, but those are two very strong bans that you should go towards. And just fix the early game style, and empowering Doonbi is the way to go.
I mean, they went for a second pick Jarvan with Rumble. Not two of the strongest picks in the current meta. And Jarvan in the jungle, we saw already. Singy had 1,600 damage dealt. That was more than half of what Braum did in that game. And quite frankly, just not a very strong jungler in the current meta.
I mean, here's the thing about that. A lot of it just comes down to the decisions that the Jarvan makes, because we've seen Jarvan jungles have some success in the LPL, and the decisions Sinyi had was improper, and we're going to hope that that changes as he gets into Game 2.
Well, let's see if they can change things up heading into game number 2 of this best of 3 series. And right away, Jingdong Gaming go, all right, well, we saw you, Taliyah. Let's ban it out this time. We're on blue side, so we can try and take the Rek'Sai if you don't ban it out as your last ban. And in fact, it's not going to be the last ban from EDG. So Taliyah, Elise as well as Zac, the bans from JDG, Caitlyn, Galio, and Kalista from EDG. That gives the first pick of Rek'Sai over to CD.
Yeah, it makes it very easy for Jingdong now that they are on blue side, that they can immediately still focus towards the jungle bans. I'm still surprised that Zac was the ban away. It looks like they just really don't want Clearlove to have his champions. I mean, he still has a new champion. We talked about it at the last game. His Sejuani performance was stellar. So we're going to have to see if Sinyi has a stronger performance on the Rek'Sai.
And we've seen Sejuani pop up internationally everywhere. Started in the LCK, now it's in the LPL. We saw it playing in a few smaller leagues as well. And it's just so strong, especially with the Cinderhulk buffs. You can go straight Cinderhulk to Warmogs, and the passive that Sejuani has gives us so much armor to start off a team fight.
Exactly. And that's the major focus here, is that Warmogs on the Sejuani, that's the name. Warmogs and Sejuani is just very easy simply because we talked about the major changes towards Cinderhulk, not only just being the increased burn damage to camps, but also the increased HP, the bonus HP you get towards the 20% mark. And so, yeah, there's going to be a very healthy pig rolling around the map.
Yeah. Great AoE zone control for ultimate. She has a knock-up on a basic ability, as well as she can stun the target twice and plenty of slows, as well as damage from out of nowhere, it seems. Great pick at the moment, and it's good to see a lot of junglers picking it up. However, we have Doinbi. He's got his signature champion here, as Karma's been locked in for JDG. They pick up Rumble again, but EDG respond with a Camille pick in the top lane as we head into the second ban phase.
And the only losses that EDG have suffered 4 games have been on red side. And this is one of the reasons for that happening. EDG, afraid of the Caitlyn going off on first pick, afraid of the Kalista going off on first pick, afraid of the Galio going around on first pick. So that means that Doonbi suddenly gets the champion that he is known for on the Karma. So if you are EDG, that is something you definitely kind of have to be afraid of. I wonder what Scout is willing to pick up against it, but going into second phase, he hasn't picked that just yet, means that Jingdong can actually continue to fire bans towards the mid lane.
Yeah, we're actually going to see a Xayah and a Kog'Maw ban coming out from EDG, so that's 4 80 carry bans as well as Varus being picked up already. Look, I mean, where do you go to from here? Twitch? Ashe?
Legitimately Twitch, legitimately Tristana even. Sure,
Tristana.
there one game from Loken playing that Twitch. He lost that game, but to be quite honest, Jingdong lose quite a bit of games. So I think he should go towards the Twitch because having a Twitch Karma running around the map, pretty scary.
I mean, he's only played 5 champions in this split of the LPL so far. Caitlyn, Kalista, Ashe, Kog'Maw, and Twitch. So only Ashe and Twitch left up. Let's see which one he decides to pick, or if he goes towards Tristana, which we've seen a lot internationally. However, Orianna as well as Castellan banned up by JDG, and EDG get a second rotation pick of Thresh.
And that is the Mako special. So the fact that he gets the Thresh, we saw what he could do on the Rakan this time around. It's going to be Varus Thresh, a lot of pick potential in the bottom side of the map. So Jingdong going to have to watch out.
Yeah. And we will see Loken go back towards the Ashe, so more utility-based.
Yeah, well, I'm a little surprised because the Karma pick allows them to play more of a hyper carry, but they also have another problem of not having a primary form of engage on Jingdong Gaming, with the Rumble being top lane, with Rek'Sai being in the jungle. So Ashe is going to be able to solve that just a little bit. Adding the Braum as well means that they have good kite back, so their team fight control should be a little better.
They get the Mustache lane in the bottom lane for Jingdong Gaming. They go up against the Varus and Thresh. Final pick for EDG should be their mid lane pick for Scout.
Oh, I gotta wonder if it's going to be, yeah, there we go. Lock it in.
We have Cassiopeia being picked up for Scout in the mid lane, going up against Doinby's Karma.
They want to match the pressure in the mid lane. That's going to be a big focus. I want to see what happens here with the Karma versus Cassiopeia. Whether Karma can get a little bit of poke off, but won't really have immediate pressure in the lane to be able to push waves. That's going to be where I'm focused towards, because with the top lane pick being Mouse being on top of the Camille, you have to expect EDG to be playing a lot of pressure towards the top lane, or Rumble is going to have push against push against push. He's going to be pushing quite a bit in the matchup. So if EDG can take control of mid lane, use it to bleed it towards the top lane, it seems like a strategy that might find them getting a win here.
Yeah, does that mean we'll see both junglers kind of shadow topping? Because Rumble, as you mentioned, gets the push in. Camille wants to duel as much as possible as well. Strani and Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai definitely a lot faster in the clear to jungle, has a little bit more damage early on, but can afford to be topside and shadow. This Rumble being pushed in. Can Clearlove afford to do the same thing?
Yeah, I think he can. And I think that it's going to be a major focus towards the mid lane first, because they want to gain control of mid lane before they actually look to push towards top lane. If they can't do the first step, then you would expect a collapse to be imminent, and you don't want Cassio being able to get that early few kills. We saw what Scout can do in game 1 when he had the early kills in his favor. So we saw what happened game 1. Xingyi burning Flash early on in the mid lane just because of the mistake that he made that was punished by Clearlove. Xingyi has to be ready for that, or else he loses control of mid lane, and you'd see how that game went from that point forward.
He's on a much healthier jungler this time around of the Rek'Sai. So it's a much more meta-focused jungler.
That's true.
It's curious to see how he's going to be able to pick this one up. But again, talking about that Karma against Cassiopeia. Cassiopeia, already a very high-pressure lane. However, Karma in the mid lane as well can match that pressure, but does move towards more of a utility-based champion as the game goes on.
Yeah, and I think the Cassiopeia is probably the best champion EDG can go for, not only because it works well for the lane matchup, but also because there's a lot of engaging force coming from EDG as well. So she's going to be feeling safe, recognizing that they don't rely on her to start the fights off.
And I mean, when you throw 2 final bans out towards Scout, he's like, well, you know what? I've played so many champions in this league. I can pick up Cassiopeia again.
On the red side, can go towards the Zed. Not in this matchup, but
there's the potential.
Yeah, no.
Well, we'll have to see how this one kicks off. Already into game number 2 between JDG and EDG. EDG currently up 1-0 after a 24-minute victory in game number 1. They're currently 6-2, top of Group A, tied up with Team WE. JDG sitting at the bottom of Group B, 2-7. I mean, SNG are just above them, but they're 3-4. They've played 2 games left, and they're already a win ahead.
Yeah, it's so close. Right now, Jingdong, even if they just take this one, it's funny because being on Group B, even though Jingdong feels like they're so out of it within their own group, being just 2-7, you already mentioned it, 1 game away from being able to get towards Sinin Gaming. few games, I would say 3 games from getting to newbie. So their playoff potential is still real for this team.
So we see no cheeky invades coming out from EDG this time around. Last match, we saw Clearlove as well as Mouse move into the opposition's Raptor pit, take away all the small Raptors and split them between the two. Sorry, it was Doinby. Oh no, Scout and Mouse, sorry, that did that.
Yeah.
This time round, we have Sejuani starting at blue buff with some help coming out from Zet and Mako. Whereas Singy started on the Raptor camp with a small leash from Doinby.
Yeah, I wonder where Rek'Sai is going to be pathing. A lot of Rek'Sais as of late going towards the Experienced Quints, going towards Raptors, Red, and then Scuttle Crab when it gets is up, just to go towards the level 3. That might be exactly what Shinji's doing. Only problem being, you can't look to invade because Sejuani has already passed towards from bottom lane towards top side, so he's going to see absolutely nothing. He's going for an early gank bottom lane.
That could be. Could tunnel over the wall here and get straight behind Zed and Mako. JDG, again, being very aggressive and proactive as early as possible.
This is going to be tough.
Let's see if they go for it. I mean, as you mentioned, it's a Thresh in the bottom lane. They've got to be careful. Hook lands on towards the Ashe. Good play back. Here comes Singy over the wall. Flash very early from Mako. He gets stun locked by the Braum.
Dead.
Heal being used by Zed as well. And First Blood is going to be picked up by Singy.
That was actually really played from Loken. I was wondering what avenues Jingdong were going to have to start the fight off. And I legitimately believe he took that hook on purpose because that was his way in and a confidence point for Mako and Zet to start the fight. They get killed. Immediately, First Blood over to Jingdong.
And Singy's looking to try and wrap around here. Clearlove was looking for an aggressive invade, but Kabe will roam down and spot out that the blue buff is A-OK. Singy makes his way over towards that side, so JDG don't even lose too much for that.
Yeah, they don't. I really like the fact that the lanes from Jingdong look to just secure his buffs. And what this does mean is that, yeah, Shingy gets his buffs on the blue side of the map. He can start to play it a little bit, I would say, lamer now. He can just look to farm as much as possible, knowing that his lanes are in a good spot. That being said, EDD have recognized that Rek'Sai has started top, or at least is in top side, so it can be a lot easier for Clearlove to map his next movements, knowing that taking Krugs and go towards the Wolf camp and maybe gank towards mid lane is all an option.
Top side of the map, you can already see Mouse not having a good time against Kabe, who is playing this matchup quite well. Singy's made his way up again. Ward was placed down, spots out Rek'Sai. I don't think he can when he's in tunnel vision. Oh, sorry, when he's under the ground, I should say.
Good
So
flash.
he's going to flash away there after the stun comes out from the Sejuani.
It's actually really weird. Yeah, he was in tunnel vision, so I don't know exactly, I suppose.
Borrowed, I should say, not in tunnel vision.
That's true.
Meanwhile,
Yeah.
Kabe going to get jumped on again on the top side of the map. Stun available for Clearlove. Will lock down the Rumble. It's going to be 2-on-2 skirmish. Mouse wants to flash, but Kabe follows. Jindong Gaming get another one top side of the map. Even forced Clearlove to flash away.
Yeah, I think that EGG were trying to get a push off so he can back safely. Not going to happen, so immediately smart decision coming out of Shinji to just stick by the lane.
And again, Jindong Gaming, they're the ones being very proactive in the early game. We saw this from the last match. They just weren't able to capitalize from it. They were the ones that got first blood. They initiated the lane swap. They protected Singy in the jungle, but EG fought back. This time round, though, they picked up a 1,000 gold lead for themselves, and they're looking to continue that pressure.
And it's all on Rek'Sai. He has 2 early kills. Immediately, he could probably just go towards the Warriors build just because he knows that he can look towards pressuring onto Clearlove. So I want to see what his first item is. Could just even be a double longsword, control ward even. I remember in Rift Rivals there was a bit of a meme about 4 kills on Rek'Sai losing the game because you'd see teams having that large of an early lead just playing a little bit too aggressively. But right now this is an advantage Jingdong can really push forward with.
Let's see if they can continue to do just that. Rek'Sai is going to get his first back soon. In fact, still clearing out a couple of camps. He's still just sitting on that Hunter's Machete. Meanwhile, Doinby has gone back to base, picked up a Chalice of Harmony, heading back into lane against Scout, who is pushing out aggressively here. Hits level 6 first and will deny some minions away from Doinby.
I wonder what he's building. Okay, he's actually just going towards the lame tank build. Sad face. He's going to be pretty beefy. It's okay.
I mean, how do you say no to Cinderhawk at the moment, Raz?
Yeah,
Teach me.
Too good.
Doinby, that was not good.
Not good at all.
Stop. Doinby, stop!
You know what?
Oh my goodness.
I just blame the fact that we're putting that much pressure on the man.
He can't hear us, Raz!
He can feel it.
We're in different countries!
He can feel it. It's not our observer on him. All right.
Oh boy, but still, it's a 1,000 gold lead for JDG as we mentioned. Curious to see what the next move is going to be for them. They've got to kill bottom lane, they've got to kill top side map, blown all the flashes, but going for a fight onto Kabe here. Both top laners are level 6. Kabe throws down the equalizer, gets good damage on towards Mouse. He's overheating, but good double stun comes out from EDG, and Mouse will pick up a kill top side. However, 4-man dive bottom lane, Raz looking for more. Mako gets a hook on towards the Rex side, but JDG standing strong, still just pincering them in at the moment.
Oh, Mao is so low. They just didn't have the wave ready yet.
But they can't get out. They do have flash available. No, they don't. I don't think it's just coming back off of cooldown. They're
Let's
going
go.
for the fight. Mako going to get locked down first. Zet, though, trying to get a return kill. Siggy drops aggro from the turret, but jumps onto the ADK.
Oh.
Scout with big petrify will lock down Mao. He's taking turret shots, but flashes out just in time. It's still, however, just a 1-for-1 trade.
That was unfortunate for Scout because that started off amazing for him. Amazing petrifying gaze. He used his Q to proc on towards Braum, but he missed them and hit a minion
He's stuck
instead.
against the wall, though, still trying to go for a fight. 2-on-3. Mao taking a lot of damage, puts up the shield, and he is okay. Scout, though, can't get the Qs connecting, and it will be Loken that picks up a kill.
Scout is officially tilted. It's done. It's over with. He started that all amazing, and the fact that he used his Twin Fang on a minion when Braum was stunned, he's going to be feeling that one when he goes tonight. That was actually really sad.
Over top side of the map, Kabe again in some trouble. Clearlove jumping straight back on towards the Rumble, but can't get the stun to be laid down.
All right, now Kabe is just getting absolutely camped. So
Let's
let's take a look at this because, yeah, this is tough. Immediately, Sidney getting hooked out. Braum getting completely demolished. That was really well played from Zet to recognize that that was free damage for him to take on. And so they just wait for the wave. They actually should have been a lot more patient when this happened. And the fact that Shinyi started that one off was a bad decision because remember, he's melee, my friend. You can start it off with Mao, but oh, when he gets killed. Yeah, take a look at this. This was well played from EDG. They tried to follow it up. They could have just stopped right there. They didn't. And then, of course, Scout dies shortly afterwards.
Yeah, he took the greedy route back towards the mid lane through the river, which JDG took advantage of, so well played to them. However, EDG, off the back of that big defense, they've clawed back some of that gold. It's now only 500 gold in JDG's favor. But still, JDG are the ones that are the aggressors here. Clearlove has made his first proactive play. Top side of the map, got a kill for Mouse. But again, JDG, they forced the turret dive bottom lane. They forced the lane swap top side of the map. They're the proactive team. They're making the right calls here. Just the execution, it's not looking good, Raz.
Yeah, and that's why we have to look towards this in a microscopic vision. You look towards Jingdong Gaming. What are they doing with the swap that they've had? Because they pushed this massive wave into the turret. At this point in the game, they should look towards pressuring into the red side jungle just to get kill the wards out and get vision of their own. They haven't done that. In fact, Sinyi is in the bottom side of the map just farming it up.
Kabe now being forced to use the equalizer to push this wave against Mouse. Still going slightly in Mouse's favor in terms of CS, and he's got a kill picked up as well.
Ooh, look at Karma actually making the movements, recognizing that the blue buff was being taken from EDG.
Ooh, gonna look for a dive here. Hook lands, Mako in some trouble. Ash throws out the arrow, but Zet lands a great ultimate. Braum gonna put up the shield. He gets locked down by the Varusol, and now Mouse teleporting to the fight. Knock-up coming out from Mao. Not gonna be enough to save his life, forcing a flash from Dombey as well. EDG still chasing at the moment, but they repel the dive topside.
And it was a very easy dive to repel. We talked about the steps Jingdong needed to take. It was a smart decision to rotate the lane's top lane. We already mentioned that. But then what was their decision afterwards? What was the purpose of the swap? It was to get vision into red side jungle so you can look to dive with Sinyi. But Sinyi went towards his bottom side camp, and he didn't move with Doinby to get any sort of vision. And so he wasn't there for the dive. Might look to rectify this, but he's immediately caught off in the ward.
He stands straight on top of the control ward. Zet's gonna have a dark passage, get him back to safety. Singy can't quite gank that lane, and again, I mean, you're diving on towards a Thresh as well as a Varus. Your only damage deals are going to be Karma and Ash. Braum's not going to add too much in that fight.
So you have to get it right. If you don't have any bit of like a real damage dealer in that setting, you need to be able to get the fight across, kill at least one member before the TP comes down. EDG are just in position of repelling these dives time and time again.
Capitalizing on the fact that Kabe's teleport was down as well, so good execution coming out from EDG. They now make their way towards the first elemental dragon of this game. Again, it's going to be an ocean dragon that spawns. And they still have Mouse going up against Kabe, bottom side of the map. Both top lane teleports are down, but Rumbles is coming up shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be sad for Kabe, the fact that he was on the winning side of this matchup. That he was doing quite well for himself, especially after that early gank that happened in the favor of Singy. And then what ended up happening from that point, immediately Mouse hits 6, and then he's just getting dived time and time again. Where Kabe now can't really look to push any bit of pressure because he recognizes that there's no vision in the red side, or at least any bit of the jungle onto Clear Love. They don't know where Clear Love is, and he could just be constantly looking to dive into this bottom lane.
And Clearlove's gone back to base, picked up the Cinderhawk for himself, seeing he has the same items at the moment. Athene's Unholy Grail, complete for Doinby, whereas for the side of Scout, double mana items. Catalyst as well as Tear picks up. Petrifying Gaze being thrown there. Scout getting good damage down. Power Q from Doinby deters Scout from pushing any further forward. As well as Mako flays out Singy. Forces to unburrow, but Mako not going to get hit by the arrow. Throws down the box. Zet's going to come through as well. Now they're looking for a fight on towards Singy. Ultimate thrown out by Zet. Mao will throw up the door to keep him safe. A bit over-aggressive there from JDG, and Clearlove is bottom side of the map.
Yeah, we talked about the dive being imminent. He doesn't have... Okay, now the next wave is coming.
See what they can do. Mouse going to go for the dive first. Clearlove taking up turret. Kabe just can't do anything. Perfect execution
Oh
in mid lane
my
as well.
God.
Scout just styles on Doinby.
Everything is going wrong at the same time for Jingdong Gaming. EDG just making their presence known. Dive in the bottom side of the map. They didn't even need to wait for the wave to come in so they could dive the turret. And then they go straight mid, and now Scout's just 1v1ing Doinby.
How the mighty have fallen from the prowess when Doinby was on Chaogu Reapers, now to Jingdong Gaming getting demolished by Scout one-on-one in the mid lane.
And we were talking about who deserved to be MVP of last split. Who had the most seasoned MVPs? It was between Rookie, Scout, Doinby, these stellar mid laners. Doinby was the one who picked up the MVP. So it means so much to Scout be in this position and just outright ball on him.
And with that, EDG are able to pick up the first turret of the game. It's going to be on bottom side of the map after the dive onto Kabe. Top side of the map, Zet and Mako are being pushed in slightly by Loken and Mao, but their turret is still standing. And they're happy to continue farming this one out. Eventually it should fall, but still rather healthy at the moment. And Doinby making a return gank towards top side of the map.
Yeah, hopefully this one goes well for Jingdong, but you see where Sejuani and Cassio are going. This is going to be a tough one too.
Rek'Sai not there again, so he decides not to go for the gank. Instead, pinging out towards the Rift Herald. There is a ward in the back of this pit, so they will still wait. They will see it getting aggroed if they were lucky enough.
Yeah, I think they had a bit of an idea.
However, JDG are able to take down top lane out of turret. EDG still have 1,000 gold lead for themselves. Rift Herald has been started by Jingdong Gaming. They know, or EDG has to say, know that this has been started.
Yeah, it's going to be tough for EDG though. Their bottom lane did look to back to base.
Doinby has used some power Q though, and Clearlove is right next to the Rift Herald. He's going to get it. No, taken away by Singy, but a fight erupts. Scout in trouble, taken out straight away. Good equalizer being thrown down by Kabe. Mouse trying to start off this fight in the front, and the rest of Jingdong Gaming trying to collapse. Good ultimate Zet gets them safe for a while. Box thrown down. EDG backs against the walls, trying to retreat. Look at that. Mouse jumps in straight away, looking for the ultimate. Zet cut off the rest of the team. It's going to be Mako that goes back in, but he's going to get taken down eventually. Jingdong Gaming looking for this one, but look at Zet on the back lines. Triple kill picked up by Mouse, and it's going to be Zet that cleans up this fight. Kabe tried to retreat, and somehow EDG, they turned that around 3-on-4.
That was so well played by EDG. Starts out well from Jingdong Gaming, but Mouse was just looking for a target, preying onto Doinby, gets a proper flank, and just disengages the rest of Jingdong Gaming. And we'll see it on a replay at some point, but that was just really well played from EDG to recognize what fight they could take.
And that was without Scout. Scout got taken out straight away.
Yeah, they recognize how low the targets were of both Singy and Doinby in that fight, and just kind of demolished them. That was so well played from Mouse, just eyeing his target in that one.
Huge credit to Kabe though. You'll see it in this replay. He got the perfect equalizer to kick off this fight.
Yeah, this was tough for EDG. They kind of greeted a little bit too much, recognizing that Zet and Mako won't be there for the start of the fight. And then just look at Mouse at this point. He's on a control ward, so Jingdong Gaming don't recognize that he's looking for this play. EDG just kind of slow them to infinity. Look at this. Immediately, right onto Doinby, right onto Singy. They both get kind of pushed out here. So this point in time, if you're EDG, you recognize this fight's very winnable for you because Zet is untouched in this entire fight.
Mouse picks up a triple kill off the back of that one. Zet was not able to pick up the final kill on towards Rumble, but did burn the flash of the top laner.
Yeah, and so if you ask yourself, what does this mean? It really does mean a lot for EDG's strategy. Knowing that Mouse has that much gold, Trinity Force, and now he's going to be going towards his Titanic, it was already a tough lane for Kabe. It was already a tough side lane, that is. Now he's going to be having to deal with both the Cassiopeia and Mouse on both sides. EDG should never look for a fight at this point because they recognize that their side lanes can do all the work for them.
As much as that looked good for EDG, Jindong Gaming was still able to pick up the Rift Herald off the back of that fight. Singy got that objective for himself. That equalizer, not as good there, coming out from Kabe. A couple of minions will still survive, giving EDG some time to auto-attack away at this turret.
That's it. It looks like Jingdong Gaming are going to be trying to look towards mid. They're trying to get something out of it.
Love is going to chip away at this turret. Clear Love tries to dash his way on further forward. Mao will stop Sejuani from getting any further closer to the AD carry. However, during this time, Mouse able to split push top side of the map. Kabe has teleport, Mouse does not, but Mouse is still being allowed to split push freely.
This is what you have to deal with if you're Jingdong for the rest of this game. Both Scout and Mouse are incredibly oppressive on side lanes.
Yep.
All EDG are going to be looking to do is just rotate the CC pressure of Thresh and Varus with Sejuani on any lane that's being met with Rumble.
Mouse has Trinity Force as well as Tiamat. He's going to take down these outer turrets incredibly quick, and it's going to be difficult for Kabe to force a fight. However, Jindong Gaming do have the teleport advantage. Mouses is not up yet, so they make their way towards the Infernal Dragon and start that. EDG, however, looking for a collapse.
Ooh, that's a sad roll of the dice. It looks like they're going for the fight, though.
They're going to get a hook landing on towards Ash. They lock down Thresh. He's the first target for Jindong Gaming, but the rest of their carries are being obliterated. Scout in the back lines takes down the AD carry of Ash. Zet will fall as we see Singy jump straight back on towards the AD carry of EDG. It's going to be a 2-for-1 trade going in favor of Jindong Gaming.
EDG will not let them back to base because Mouse is doing so much work here. He's going to back, regardless. He had the opportunity.
Yufto gets thrown down in mid lane by JDG,
There
but
he
look
is.
at Mouse. As we mentioned, no teleport available for Camille earlier. Kabe got to that fight, turned it into a 5-on-4, but Mouse takes down top lane inner. He's looking for the top lane inhibitor as well. And EDG are repelling Jindong Gaming in the mid lane.
Yeah, Jingdong Gaming tried their hardest to look to trade pressure with Rift Herald. That was not even an option. They're going to be very sad because of that, because the amount of time they took, they lost the inhib tower.
Oof. 2 turrets for an Infernal Dragon and an extra kill in a team fight.
And EDG are just going to be playing this game time and time again. Suddenly, you have an open inhibitor. So at this point in time, if you're Jingdong Gaming, you can't send the rest of your team towards dragons at this point in time. The next dragon being Ocean is not going to be that bad. Suddenly they don't have to play towards dragons. But if they do, they're going to recognize that Mouse is going to be on the top side of the map, and the only person you can send is going to be that Rumble. And Rumble is not going to have a good time. Because in fact, Mouse did not go towards the Titanic Hydra. He went towards the Ravenous Hydra. He's sticking to that side lane. You can't push him out.
However, it's 19 minutes into the match and EDG only 2,000 gold ahead. It's a much closer game than it was last match at the same stage. Jindong Gaming is still doing the good things that we said they were doing in game 1, which is they're being proactive, they're very aggressive against EDG, they're not afraid to stand up to them. However, still the same flaws. They're not able to execute as well as they'd like, and EDG are capitalizing on these very small mistakes fantastically.
You're right about the execution points. Another positive is that they're just picking the fights that are proper. Last time they were just any fight that was in front of them, they were going to go for it. This time around, they're a lot more patient, and they're picking the right fights. That's why it's so close. So this time around, I honestly don't even think that they have the option, if EDG plays it well, they're going to have to play towards Baron more often, and I think that's the Jingdong special. They love themselves a Baron dance.
I mean, Doinby is having a much better game. Yes, he got solo kill by Scout, had a poor early game performance, and he's still 40 CS down, but 3, 2, and 4 on Karma. He's got 2 items picked up. We'll be able to buff up Loken during these fights. In fact, we're going to lock down the Thresh here. Again, Jindong Gaming initiating on towards Mako. Mao dives into the back lines. He'll take some damage in return, but great ultimate being thrown out. They lock down Ash. Loka gets destroyed before he can return a single auto attack. And Mouse dives onto Doinby in the back lines. He can't escape the pit. And 4 members of Jindong Gaming fall just like that.
And as I compliment them for picking proper fights, they forced way too hard because before that fight even started, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow from Loken missed. It whiffed. It was gone and gone. So I was like, okay, well, Jingdong, what are you going to do with that situation? You have a tower in front of you. Are you going to look to force the fight? They did just that, and it was so hard to kill a tank in Mako. They just spent way too long, and Mouse made the right decision in rotating towards this.
Oh, that's a flash forward coming out from the Rumble, looking to steal Baron. Not even close.
Yep, not going to happen.
EDG able to take him down as well as pick up the Baron buff. And again, Raz, I mean, they've got Asher, they've got Karma, they've got Braum, great pick potential. But they're trying to take down Mako 2 fights in a row with his teammates behind him to back him up.
Yeah, and it's going to take a long time. This is the Enchanted Crystal arrow that did miss from Loken. And the moment that whipped, Jingdong Gaming are like, I think we can still take this fight. I think this is still possible. The only problem was, here we go, you're reaching far too deep. Like the pick potential of Karma, not going to be able to do damage. This one as well. They suddenly are starting to take so much damage near this turret. Ooh. You could see Mouse coming in from behind. Amazing petrifying gaze from Scout. And at this point, it's disaster mode if you're Jingdong.
Just picking 4 fights again. Exactly what we were complimenting them for doing right this game. They get it absolutely wrong. And just like game number 1, a single massive teamfight error from Jingdong Gaming swings the game in EDG's favor. They are now from 2,000 gold up to 8,000 gold in the lead over Jingdong Gaming, increasing that lead further as Mouse takes down even more turrets in the side lane.
Yeah, and what's sad is that they had the right idea. They recognized that Cassio is going to be on top lane, the Camille is going to be on the bottom lane. You look to pick fights when you have the windows available for you. The problem was they didn't keep track of where Cassio was. They didn't keep track of where Mouse was. Mouse rotating, Scout rotating, they missed that, and they paid pretty decently for that.
EDG again, they fell slightly behind very early on into this match. Seemed like they were a little bit clueless to the aggression from JDG, but again, as always in style, coming back into the game nice and strong, brushing off the early game deficit. Jingdong Gaming looking for a collapse on towards Mouse in the bottom lane there as we, you know, travel through time, Raz. Camille has fallen. Turrets in the mid lane have fallen.
Okay.
We just jumped through the waterfall, and we're here now.
Mouse is going to be pretty sad about that, but I'm pretty happy that we didn't get to see the reaction on that front. So that was just a good look, good pick from Jingdong. They're in desperation mode because they lost the Baron. They're getting pressured every lane. You have to make a pick now or you just start bleeding in every lane. We saw what happened in game 1 with that was going through. Jingdong are not going to let that happen.
They keep their base alive at least, so even though they are about 8,000 to 9,000 gold behind EDG at the moment, they can still put up one final last stand if they need to underneath the turrets of their inhibitor or next to the top lane inhibitor if they need to. Elemental Dragon is up again, another Ocean Dragon available for EDG to take.
Yeah, suddenly you're looking towards the team composition of EDG just being able to stay on the map for as long as possible. I mean, I understand that Ocean Dragon is not the dragon you want for yourself, but it's one of those moments where suddenly you don't have to back in these moments of pressure. Specifically Cassiopeia, who's going to be using his Twin Fangs quite a bit. Yeah, he suddenly can stick to it because he has the sustain of the Ocean Dragon. Double Ocean Dragon.
He's got plenty of items at the moment as well, Scout. He's got his Banshee's Veil as well as Rod of Ages and Saracen base fully stacked. Yeah. He's going to be good to go. And speaking of Scout, getting good damage onto a Singing, forcing him to burrow back towards his base. That was Petrifying Gaze being used by Scout as well. EDG look to continue sieging. The sieging mid lane inhibitor as well as top lane. Mouse trying to shove in this mini wave in towards the inhibitor turret. Scout takes some damage, gets locked down by Doinby, forced to take Dark Passage away, and they can't get the engage. Great hook lands on towards Locker, but he QSS out of every single piece of crowd control. However, this frees up Mouse to do just this, take down top lane inhibitor.
Yeah, during all that time, Mouse is playing the long con, the long game, just pressuring the top side inhib. And what's sad if you're Jingdong is that EDG are playing so well in terms of crashing the waves at the same time, or at least playing towards the cannon waves every time, that you have to answer towards the mid lane at the same time as top. If you answer towards the top lane, you don't have the manpower in the mid lane, and you lose the team fight. So this time they played towards the mid lane, and they almost won something. They almost got a kill in there for themselves. Scout almost died, but then EDG disengaged, and they lose their top lane inhib.
But again, even with that 4-on-5 engage, yes, they almost killed Scout, but Lock-in comes out the worst end of that, forcing the flash, forcing the burn heal, and his QSS at the same time. This next team fight is going to be a lot easier for EDG to take down the ass, and JDG are already grasping at straws here. Yeah, Raz, they don't have many ways to get out of this game.
And Mako's hooks have been on point this game. I think it's a safe thing to say. So recognizing that your target is going to be Loken, Loken is going to play that much farther back in these team fights. And if he's going to be the primary form of DPS, if you don't count the Rumble, then suddenly you're going to be pretty scared if you're Jingdong Gaming of how much damage coming through in these fights. Loken is not going to feel safe walking up.
I mean, it's 1,000 gold deficit for supports, 2,000 in the jungle. And and about 2,000 in the mid lane, but top lane is a 4,000 gold lead for Mouse here, Raz. Nobody can really split push against the Camille at the moment. If you leave him for a moment with Kabe underneath the inhibitor turret, Kabe is going to fall very quickly. Arrow lands, but hits Clear Love. They won't want to force that fight. Meanwhile, Mouse, he's locked down Singy, back against the wall, stuck inside the ultimate of Mouse. However, it's going to be Equalizer coming out, splitting EDG. They still lose the Rek'Sai as Clear Love throws out the ultimate to deter JDG from pushing any further forward. Zet throwing out his own ultimate as well, locking them down with Mako's box doing the same thing, and they go straight back to this. Split pushing with Mouse, 4 members mid lane with Super Minions crashing on the Nexus.
Yeah, they don't even have to do anything in the mid lane. They just have to wait for people to answer to Mouse and the Super Minion, as you mentioned, the top side of the map.
No one answers to Raz. Nobody at the moment. Nobody can.
Yeah, they have no answers here.
The fountain. They've got to move the fountain over towards Mouse somehow, Raz. It's the only hope for JDG at the moment. You can see Mao trying to support Kabe here. Mouse just waits again. As soon as Braum backs off, moves straight back towards the inhibitor.
Yeah, they had the technology to be moving a fountain. They could have used it a little bit earlier back. A few weeks back. Oh, no.
Kabe's going to fall. Mouse was able to get the one-on-one fight with him. Good shield from Doinby keeps him alive, but this inhibitor is going to fall shortly. Doinby and Singy trying to chase down this Camille. Gets the hook shot to jump back out again. The rest of the mid lane squad, though, will take down mid lane inhibitor turret as well as inhibitor. It was a trap, Raz. Chasing Mouse was just a trap.
Yep. Never chase the Mouse. Never chase the Mouse.
Somehow he's the Mouse, but he has the Mouse trap as well for JDG. They're going to fall even further behind, 46,000 gold to 57,000 gold. Their base is in shambles. They've got 1 turret left, Raz. They've held out much longer than the first match, making it 28 minutes. But again, EDG, very decisive in game number 2.
Yeah. There were some proper moments from Jingdong, which is, if you're Jingdong, sure, you're going to be sad that you lost out in some points this week, if you're thinking about this as another loss, right? But Jingdong had made proper moves in the early parts of the game. They can look towards this VOD and look towards Sinyi not being on the right side of the map. Doinby looking for these dives without his jungle partner. That's one of the few criticisms that you can make towards how Jingdong played this early game out. That being said, maybe they can rectify that error. Just kidding. Mako's found you.
What is Singy trying to do all the way inside of EDG's jungle? 3 members piled on in. They get a free pick onto the jungle of JDG, and that could potentially be game if they just run straight towards the Nexus.
I mean, if you're Sinyi, you're sad there because you tried to steal that Baron. You're like, all right, I'm in position. They don't know I'm here. I'm just going to wait for that one opportunity.
Oh, but they do.
Yeah, they knew that. They all knew. He ain't tricking nobody.
If he wanted to be a ninja, he should have picked Shen. Rek'Sai a little bit more clumsy in this situation. EDG used that pick to take down a free Baron for themselves. 12,000 gold on the lead.
Just look how large that wave is in the bottom lane. It's one of those. Actually, no, it was tagged onto a control ward. That's not that large of a wave at all. That was such a large red dot in that minimap, and I was like, whoa, how did he do that? He didn't. Not at all.
Play some control wards for us. That's all you have to do. EDG now marching towards the Nexus. It's going to be the final stand for JDG. They do have Singy back up, but Baron buff and 3 waves coming in. Not going to look good. Arrow does land. Zet going to be able to kite back away from this one. EDG starts the fight.
Dead.
Look at that. Straight away, Doimi's going to go down.
Oh,
he gets a double.
Wait a minute.
Where did Ash go? Look, I just got deleted from Summoner's Rift. 3 kills picked up. Zet gets another one. Only Mal left standing. And EDG march towards the Nexus. Mako still chasing Mal somewhere across the map. But that's all she wrote as it's a 2-0 picked up by EDG.
And what a set that was from EDG. Legitimately blew them out of the waters. How do you come into this set as Jingdong Gaming, morale high, you're taking wins off teams, and then you come out of the game that kind of game?
I mean, you have to remember as well, EDG came into that with huge morale as well. Yeah, JDG, they picked up 2 wins. Snake, Aimei, sure, they're bottom of the ladder teams from Group A. EDG, off of victories against Samsung Galaxy, able to pick up a win at Rift Rivals for the LPL, and then taking down Newbie and OMG. They must be feeling confident, and they were definitely confident coming into this game.
That's true. That's true. They're definitely gonna be confident after this one. I wasn't even technically looking for wins here for Jingdong. I was looking for competition. Yeah. That was not competition for EDG.
And that's what we spoke about. Their game against Team WE, they put up some form of a fight. Yeah, it still wasn't pretty. Team WE still looked very decisive, but the fight was there. We saw bits of that from Jingdong Gaming. Good good decision making from them. They were aggressive. They took it to EDG. They held an early lead. The execution though, Raz, oof,
yeah,
that needs to be brushed up quite heavily for JDG.
Yeah. Play as a team, my friends. Play as a team. It's one of those moments that you look towards who had the gold on the map. It was Xin Yi. He had proper ganks. That's great. The bottom lane gank was fantastic. The top lane gank worked out well. So where does he use that lead? Didn't work out well for him because suddenly he was just looking towards his own CS advantage, and ClearLove was able to outpace him, recognizing that a lot of his ganks were actually just unmatched. And at that point, Rek'Sai, you want to look to match the Sejuani ganks, especially just look to at least track her in the jungle. That's something that Xingyi failed at.
And seeing again, first game on the Jarvan, 1,600 damage, less than the Braum, going for these incredibly crazy ultimates, trying to dive deep into the backline without his team support. Not able to do too much. Yeah, you looked good on the Rek'Sai to kick things off for game number 2. As you mentioned, not able to snowball that lead, whereas EDG, they made sure they got Mouse ahead. They made sure that Scout was fine in the mid lane, and even though the bottom lane fell behind so early on, they caught back up nice and easy.
Yeah, speaking of catching up, the fact that the Camille in the top side of the map fell so early, then comes out with such a monstrous score, such a monstrous bit of damage. We're about to see the damage in a little bit. Was ridiculous.
Yeah.
Mouse played his role so well this game.
I mean, we talked about it. 19 minutes in, it's about 2,000 gold in favor of EDG. Still looked reasonable for JDG. However, going into that team fight, 20 minutes in, next to Baron, completely changed. There was a 1,000 gold lead for EDG, and there's the damage dealt during that entire game. Scout leading the pack, but Kobbe looking fine on the Rumble. He did okay, again, very early on, but later on, as soon as Mouse could take over, there was just no hope for him. He couldn't do anything.
Yeah, because Rumble can't do much on his own. And that's where a lot of my worries lie, because at that point, ClearLove is just playing the 2v1 game. Had a lot of control towards where Mouse was. So Mouse had constant pressure, vision control, was looking in, just kind of peering into the enemy jungle at times to see if camps were down, so he recognized that Rek'Sai was going to be on the top side of the map. And with that bit of knowledge, Sejuani was constantly playing to him. So what is Rumble going to be doing with the early lead that he had? So Kobbe is going to be pretty frustrated after that one.
And I mean, it doesn't exactly get easier for Jingdong Gaming as well, moving into the next match. They're up against Dan later on in the week. And Dan currently sitting third in Group A, 4-5, and Group A is looking like a very stacked group at the moment. Not going to be easy for them to claw a win out of that one either.
That's fair, and I think that if you are Jingdong Gaming, you have to look towards Dan a little bit more confident because they've already gone past the WEs and the EDGs. They've already gone past the IMAs and the Snakes. They need to be able to take this win because Dan is currently not in an upward trajectory. Their early split, the early parts of their split were fantastic, but then Dan going into the second later half, they started fielding in different rosters. And so for me, Jingdong have to look towards the next set and maybe at least hope to take a game.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see that one later on in the week, whereas EDG, they go up against Sunning Gaming next. They should feel very confident going up against this. As we mentioned, they've had an impressive run since Rift Rivals. They want to definitely try and continue doing just that.
Yeah, and it's all about discipline if you're EDG, because at this point, coming back from Rift Rivals, they played a really high tempo game. They learned quite a bit going up against Samsung Galaxy.
Yep.
And so the lessons they've learned, they don't want to squander it coming back into the LPL split, because remember, their focus is going to be going towards regionals, playoffs, worlds. They want to get to the international stage once again and perform. So for them to be facing these teams like Jingdong Gaming, who are in the bottom half of Group B, they need to keep in form because they don't want to create some bad habits.
Well, the MVP for that last match is going to be Mouse in the top lane, 10-3-3. Massive split pushing potential, had great team fight presence as well on the split pushing champion. It was fun to watch all that.
We're talking about international events. Mouse wants to make a name for himself in international events. Last time we saw him, wasn't much of a carry, would put himself in a deficit constantly. But domestically in the region, he's played quite a lot of carries, and he's done really well for the team. In fact, if you look towards Audi, who's known and touted as the carry player, and of course Mouse, he's performed so well, so much better than Audi. So for him to come out with this performance is definitely a plus for him, and we want to see this as, I guess, as a consistent point for the team.
Yeah, because it was an emotional roller coaster for Mouse, especially after what happened at Worlds and then coming back into the LPL. He's been performing a lot better later for EDG and EG as a whole, looking strong in Group Number A, currently tied up with Team WE. In fact, now they'll be first place for a little while longer.
Yeah.
Unless Team WE eventually drop their games later on this week, but we'll have to find out now in days 2, 3, and 4.
And it's always a race between EDG and WE. They just can't get away from each other. It's one of those moments where you're like, wait a minute, okay, we're going into the summer split. Can we get away from WE? Is this a possibility? I don't want to be in the same bracket as them. Nah, it's not going to happen. So it's one of those. If you are with those two teams, like Dan Gaming is, you're going to have a sad face on yourself. But right now, EDG are just trying to solidify themselves as first place.
Whereas if it's NW, it's like, oh, yeah, we're ahead of the pack. You know, undefeated. Oh, wait, we ran into the snake. Oh, now we're 6-2 and tied up with EDG. Not quite exactly what they would have
that
wanted.
No one wants to remember that one. No one wants to remember the snake versus... W has found themselves losing to quite a few of those teams. Just the two of them, just the newbies, just the snakes. It's sad, but they're still showcasing that they could beat the top teams, not so much the bottom teams.
Yeah, but we're also looking at EDG's AD carry coming to the game. Zed, he's playing a lot of utility-based AD carries, and again, we saw that from him today. He picked up Kalista in game number 1, very nice and early against the Caitlyn, picked up, and then immediately, he picked up the Caitlyn going into game number 1, immediately switched back towards the Varus, and had a great game on Varus.
Yeah, Varus is a very comfortable pick simply because you see instances where you see the Thresh, the Varus lanes. If you have yourself a lead, you can look for the picks immediately. Yep. He started off in a poor set in the laning phase, but once you got into these team fight settings, we saw the triple kill. He got in the mid lane team fight where he was able to pop off and do some great damage. His positioning was stellar, and that's something that we criticize him quite a bit on is his team fight positioning. His laning phase is usually stellar. It's usually incredibly well played with Mako. Then once you get into the team fight setting, his positioning is usually off. But that's one of the adaptations he's made in the second half of the split, that he's doing quite well in how he's positioning on the map.
I mean, they repelled a 4-man dive bottom lane. He had a great outplay in the team fight that started the swing of the goal lead for EDG. On the flip side, though, Jindong Gaming, their AD carry Locken, didn't have a good game. He kept getting caught out of position, kept getting hit by wild skill shots, and was just, quite frankly, over-aggressive.
That's true. And if Jingdong want to see themselves as team-fighting teams, or at least play around that fight, it comes down to who is going to be the front line. And it's kind of difficult in this setting because a lot of the times Kabe was on that rumble. And so if he's not looking to play front line, you have to look towards Sinyu to play front line. And a lot of that's really difficult to coordinate. And they found that difficulty. It definitely was hard on Loken to walk up because he would immediately just get stunned out and blown up.
Yeah, and that's exactly what happened pretty much EDG. I mean, 2 decisive victories doing just that. And again, it's from one single fight. Is this something that Jindong Gaming have to be cautious of? Because it's not very often that one mistake costs you a game, but for Jindong Gaming, it was that one mistake again. 8,000 gold lead swing in both matches. They have to be very cautious making these aggressive plays.
Yes, if you're going to be playing mid-card teams, low-card teams, you can make one mistake and it can be all right. You can just come back onto the map and you haven't lost too much. But going up against EDG, going up against WE, a lot of the times you can still do very well early on in the game, but if you make one error, it turns into Baron or it turns into a tower, it turns into a few kills for one mid laner, and then that can snowball because they know how to play around their lead. And I think that's something that Jingdong Gaming have to play around. Remember, in the spring split, they were doing quite well. And they could play around their leads fairly all right. And a lot of that came off the fact that they had a structured lineup with Alone in the bottom lane and as well the jungler being Clid. And it feels like having to make those adjustments, having to change it up a lot, including Ahri as the support, and they've now gone towards Mao. Mao is starting to play well, but a lot of it is just coming down to team fight roles, who's actually going to be the front liner. And a lot of that comes down to something that they have to fix up. And it's just sad that they have to make those adjustments in the split.
I mean, we saw Kabe picking up the picks like Poppy in the top lane. We knew that they were going back towards this team fight based style. The Rumble pick in the first game kind of makes sense because they had such a big wombo combo coming into that. They didn't really execute on it well, but I still thought Kabe played all right. Game number 2, though, still going towards the Rumble. Didn't quite see the same style that we saw in game 1, which we kind of expected from going into this series.
Yeah, that's true. And I think game 1, a lot of it was just tactical mistakes coming out of on that one, including missed team fights or using his ulti in those lane swaps. And then in game 2, it's honestly just a case of they cannot pick any more fights because their side laners are just legitimately too far behind.
Yeah, there was definitely that. I mean, again, if you're just tuning in, it was a 2-0 being picked up by EDG in game number 1. But don't go anywhere. We're going to go to a very quick break. We'll be back with game number 2 of the night. It's going to be OMG taking on Snake.
all in my head. Cause darling, I know you're the one for me. These voices that taunt me as I lay in bed won't let you in out, they're no good for me. I roll by my heart in this ground for you. Won't let these doubts drown out the beat I'm falling Are you ready? Are you ready for love? I'm here to warn ya that it's coming. And my
Ladies and gentlemen, we're about to get into the second series of the first day of week number 6 of the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Raz already witnessed the first game here. We're about to go into game number 2. It's going to be OMG taking on Snake. But that first game, it was an absolute shellacking going in EDG's favor over Jingdong Gaming. What do you want to talk about that last game for us, Raz?
There's way too much. I actually just felt like it was one of those moments where Jingdong made proper movements, and it just didn't matter because EDG were looking stellar.
They were. EDG just looked absolutely on form, and we were able to speak to Clearlove after those games, and he had some pretty interesting takes on Rek'Sai being banned out against him. He was very happy by that one, it seems.
Pretty happy that he's not going to be looking to play the Rek'Sai, the Zac, the Elise. They were all banned out. He wanted to play new junglers. He's like, I just wanted to play something new. Please get me off the picks.
I mean, when you make him play Rek'Sai 5 games in a row, he's going to be like, Coach, please stop.
Please stop
I don't want to play Rek'Sai anymore. He's
Can we ban it?
boring little thing. I don't want to do it.
Don't want to do it anymore. It's funny because they legitimately, it was a Jingdong strategy to just ban out Clearlove, and he wanted it all along. He just didn't want to pick. So that was fun. He also mentioned that, of course, that it feels like EDG coming after Rift Rivals, they feel renewed, reborn.
Yeah.
And so that kind of statement is really refreshing because for EDG to come into this, they learned a lot. And it seems like the teams that they're facing are definitely recognizing that.
I mean, you have to think that if LPL weren't able to win Rift Rivals, it would have been a completely different story because EDG came into Rift Rivals after a loss, and then they lost to Samsung Galaxy, J-Team, HQ, and their rematch against Samsung Galaxy. We're like, oh, it's not going to be good for the morale of EDG going into this one. Then they pick up the rematch victory. LPL wins Rift Rivals, and they go on to take down Newbie, they take down OMG, and just continuing that momentum.
And it's a mental-based thing. Remember, this is like, if this had been a loss, you would have been hearing it from the fans. Weibos would have been lit up. So the fact that they can come into this knowing that they have the fans behind them, especially W, feels so good for these teams, especially WE, OMG. They come into these sets on a high, I would say, high stature.
I mean, you'd have to think that EDG, after that win, their Wave Boys lit again here, Rads, but we're going straight into game number 2 of tonight. It's going to be OMG taking on Snake in a best-of-3 series. And again, just like game number 1 of today, it's another David versus Goliath situation where top of the ladder, OMG 6-1 in Group B, take on bottom of the table Group A Snake, who are currently 1-6.
It's one of those moments that it's actually both teams trying to prove something here today because match of the week last week was OMG versus EDG, and it was a disastrous setting for OMG. But we're going to be taking a look at the lineups. It's Xiang in the top lane, Jieko coming out in the jungle, Icon in the mid lane, and in the bottom lane, we know them way too well, SMLZ and 5.
OMG, unfortunately, unlike their EDG counterparts, not so impressive since the Rift Rivals, but let's take a look at their opponents here today. It's going to be Snake up at the top lane, Flandre, SOFM as their jungler of choice. They have Guo as their mid laner, and OHQ and Hoodie as their AD carry and support.
And so Snake definitely looking to throw a few more people out there to see if they can change anything in their lineup. They're really desperate to get any momentum in their favor. Because remember, they are in a position where they've lost to IMA, lost to Jingdong, 2 teams who legitimately are in the bottom table. So they're even worse than them. And then they went up against Newbie, and they could have actually taken it in Game 3, lost the Baron. So they are feeling incredibly down, and they need any bit of change to really get things going. So we don't know who Guo is. We don't know who Hoodie is. They've been with the organization a little bit. Hopefully, they can get the experience, but at the same time, offer something different for Snake.
Yeah, let's see if we can change things up for them. They're up against OMG, who are a little bit wounded at the moment. They had a good run in the LPL leading up to Rift Rivals, but then they only picked up a single victory during Rift Rivals, and they lost to some of the 3rd seed teams as well. LPL eventually won, but didn't look good for them.
OMG was the team that also lost, so there's no winning situation for OMG. And that's the thing. OMG had a lot to prove because even going into their own group, sure, they were I guess, supposedly the best team within their group, coming out with win after win after win. And they still didn't get the recognition that they feel like they've earned, being undefeated in the LPL. But now they're recognizing their faults, and that's the major point. Going into Rift Rivals was a humbling bit of exposure for them. They recognized what their faults were. They're coming back into the LPL, losing to EDG. They still need to show something to us to showcase that they're in the top tier of the league.
Certainly do, and curious to see how that's going to take place here, because OMG, again, we've already talked about how going into Rift Rivals, lost to Machi, picked up a win against MVP, then Flashwood and KT also took them down. Coming back to the LPL, lost undefeated spree against EDG. Of course, now they're against a more bottom of the table team, but they need to bounce back from this. They don't want to be ending up after today 6-2.
And here's the thing about this. Snake may be bottom of the table, but you still have to fear Snake. Snake is one of those teams that could really swipe the carpet underneath you. W recognizes that, and OMG should recognize that.
I mean, they slithered the victory away from Team WE. They're looking to try and do it again against another one of the top of the table teams. Snake, they only have one victory so far, as we mentioned. Team WE, top of the table. OMG, top of the table. They could be the David that needs to take down the Goliath here, as.
And they always get themselves towards that game 3, and they're going to be hoping to kind of take that win versus OMG.
They just need to start turning these game 3s into actual victories.
That's the thing, because looking towards Snake, you ask, what is the problem with this team? The problem so far has been towards their team play. That has always been something we've always criticized them for, because they have stellar players in Crystal when he was their support. We've had OQ coming up with proper performances within the laning phase. We've had Zatai, SOFM, Flandre. Other than Flandre, who's been slumping, we haven't really had any bit of criticism towards the individual play of these players. It's just that when they find themselves in lane advantages, because they always find themselves with early game leads, they fumble it. And so I have to look towards SOFM to play a much more reserved game going up against OMG.
Whereas we have the same criticism against OMG, though. They, as, you know, individuals, looking good. Sion's having a good performance in the top lane. Icon's looking fine. Yes, there's some discussion between Dieko as well as World 6, which jungler's kind of better. They kind of do the same thing, although their coaches think differently. But being a little bit disrespectful in how they pick fights, going for these kills, a little bit disrespectful in their draft phase. And speaking of which, we get to see what these two teams get to draft as we head into Champion Select. Rek'Sai, Thresh, Elise banned out by OMG. Snake, on the flip side, they go for a Caitlyn and Galio ban. Final ban is going to be that Zac.
And in the past 8 games for Dieko, he's gone towards Elise or Kha'Zix. The fact that Elise is getting banned out by OMG probably showcases that OMG is willing to play something different or play towards that Kha'Zix once again. They're not going to look towards first picking it because, of course, Kalista is left open.
Rek'Sai, as well as Lee Sin, the two other champions that we've seen Dieko pick up a couple of times here. And as you mentioned, Kalista locked in straight away for OMG, picking up that 80 carry nice and early. With Caitlyn being banned out, a lot of teams internationally going to be going back towards the Kalista. That's going to be a Kog'Maw locked in here for OHQ for Snake.
Yeah, Kog'Maw has had that large win rate in the LPL. It was kind of muddied by a few losses in the last week.
The LPL special.
Exactly. You get yourself that first rotation Kog'Maw. They know they're going up against the Kalista. I like the Kalista pick a lot more for OMG because they have to empower SMLZ in 5. We saw the graphic a little earlier about SMLZ as a player. We rate him highly as the best AD carry so far in the LPL. And if that's going to be the case, we need to see OMG look to play around that once again.
And a much better draft coming up from OMG from what we've seen in them in recent weeks. A lot more respect for the Kalista and Gragas being picked up nice and early. Wouldn't be too surprised if this is a Braum pick, but instead, hovering over a mid lane for Icon very early into the match.
Yeah, it's going to actually force Snake in a position where if this isn't a Braum, where Snake would want to pick themselves that up because, of course, that would mean Kog'Maw is having such a strong front line, of course, and disengage with the Sejuani Braum situation. So I wonder if Snake's going to pick that one early up or leave it to the second phase where OMG can ban it away.
Instead, OMG go for the Jarvan pick. And they have not played Jarvan in the jungle, so this kind of shows their hand. It's going to be a Gragas jungle, Jarvan top side of the map. And Braum is going to be picked up by Snake.
Feels like a bit of an feels like a bit of an oversight if you are OMG to go towards the Jarvan. I mean, they recognize that they want to have that bit of utility, and they recognize that Flandre would want to go towards that pick as well. It's been a major pick for Flandre. But, of course, OMG have had the Renekton to fall back on, so it would still be stronger matchups for them.
I mean, potentially they want to force Snake to pick up the Braum here, make it a slightly weaker lane for them, knowing they have to take it into the Gragas. Great front line for the Kog'Maw, and they want to deny that Kalista pick. Now curious to see what OMG can get away with as their supportive choice in the bottom lane. However, Rakan has been banned out by Snake. Camille is the first ban and second ban phase by OMG.
This probably showcases that, oh, there we go, I was about to talk about it too, because OMG being so confident that they don't have to pick up their support in the first phase means that they have something else they can dig into. Recognizing that they can go towards the Kalista Alistar, the Kalista Kennen, which has been coming up a little bit more often too. Whenever Kalista is in the meta, some support picks come back up. the utility of Kennen. Sure, Kennen gets that nerf in the top side of the map, so you can't go AAD unless if you have a completely different build, and you don't have that early game strength as you would used to because you're changing the W values from total AD to bonus AD makes it so much harder in the lane. So in fact, they just go toward, they wanted to go towards a support pick, gets banned out by Snake.
We still have seen a couple of Kennens since the changes around the world, but very few and far between. A couple of them still going AD as well, and they've shown that it still is an effective split pusher and still does the same job as before, just not as efficient. Fiora, however, locked in for Snake, and one of the big counters to her was that Kennen pick. Curious to see how she's going to do against the Jarvan top side of the map. And again, they've already shown that they've got a Jarvan as well as a Gragas. Curious to think where they thought this Kennen would go if they picked it up on the side of OMG. However, Bard gets locked in for 5 at the bottom lane.
Yeah, so it was honestly it was going to be the Kennen support we hit on, but I don't know what OMG are going to be looking to do with the composition that they have, because they have the Bard, Kalista for that deep engage onto the Kog'Maw, so they want to have a bit of dive in that composition, but that means that they have to all in on the team fighting, because that top lane matchup for Flandre is incredibly good for him, and recognizing that Wogo has that mid lane matchup, being able to counterpick it to Syndra means that he's going to have something proper as well.
So Snake seems like they want to pick up Karma as their mid lane champion of choice for Guok. However, with this being rounded out, Syndra was in the mid lane for Icon. I really want to touch on this bottom lane, Raz, and get your opinion, because Bard, we know he's good into melee matchups. He's not as lane dominant as he was when he was first released.
Yep.
And a lot of the analysts that I've talked to on the OPL don't think he's a very worthwhile pick. And I think that there's a lot of other mage champions that do well into melee support matchups like Braum. What is your take on this? What were OMG trying to get away? Because it seems like they've just really missed out with the Braum being taken away and forced into a Bard almost.
Yeah. So the lane matchup for me is not going to be, because it looks like it's going to be an uninteractive bottom lane for the most part. That they recognize the Braum pick being the okay to pick something that can get out of the laning phase. That you can use the Kalista Bard just to look for those mid-game, late-game deep dives onto the Kog'Maw. So it's how they play around that that's the real question, because they have such strong, deep engage with their composition, and recognizing how much disengage is currently on the lineup in favor of Kog'Maw, that I think that Bard makes sense. Some supports have gone towards it, specifically Cloud, but we haven't seen Cloud in some time. So in this case, I actually want to see how he utilizes it, because it is a big risk to pick the Bard up, that you're saying that the laning phase doesn't matter. And once you get towards the mid game, Bard's interaction is more towards team coordination, because if the coordination is not there, if the follow-up isn't there once the Bard ulti comes through, then if the Bard pick feels useless.
And when you're saying the laning phase doesn't matter against a Kog'Maw, that is very scary, and it's a big criticism we had of OMG. Are they respectful enough in game? Because we know they're talented players. They've got a talented roster, and they're sitting top of Group B for a reason. But is this lack of respect, so to speak, going to be costing them games? They've already dropped one to EDG. They definitely don't want to drop one back-to-back, especially against a bottom-of-the-table team like Snake.
Yeah, it's a big question. I think so far the draft has been good in the sense that they can play towards their all-in 5v5 strategy. They still have to worry about the laning phase, as you mentioned, because the big disrespect that I'm seeing here is the fact that they just haven't picked towards their laning phases.
I mean, Karma against Syndra. Syndra should be able to win that one, but Karma does fine as well. Can stay back and play it up. Fiora against Jarvan, though. That's going to be a difficult lane.
Here's the hardest part about the Karma versus Syndra, because we've seen this when Doomby immediately came out with it in the spring split, that immediately people didn't want to go towards a blind pick Syndra because Karma did so well into it. Is essentially you push the lane out. When Syndra tries to all in you, you have the magic resist from your Athene's Unholy Grail. You are just going to survive a lot of these fights specifically, and you can threaten Syndra's position in the mid lane with the tether coming through, with jungle pressure as well. So Syndra, I would say, is going to have a tough time in the mid lane. You look towards top lane, Fiora is going to have a better time. Jarvan's going to have a tough time there. And I think the bottom lane is honestly the only winning point of the map for the side of OMG. And I wonder if that's even the case, because with the Braum being in the side of Snake, they should just play towards that lane, and that 3v3 interaction should be in favor of Snake.
And we know that OMG have a good 5v5 team fight, but Snake, with their Fiora on Flandre, split push is going to be a breeze. Up against the Jarvan, should be an easy lane matchup for her. We'll have to see how much jungle pressure gets involved from these two teams top side of the map. So, fortunately we're going to have a remake of Champion Select here. So, whatever we said about Karma, throw it out the window.
Out of there.
It's garbage.
I don't even remember it.
Yep.
Men in Black came in here.
Yeah. Hot trash. It's Orianna that's going to be picked up here by Guokguo as their pick of choice. So that changed a lot of things. Karma into the mid lane matchup, we expected that to be good. And then they had two really strong solo lanes. Now it's Orianna.
Yeah.
What is your thoughts on this matchup instead, Ras?
All right, this is one of those moments where I looked to her. I was like, I actually favored the Karma. It's actually one of the sad moments where I'm like, all right, actually, you know what? You should have kept to that draft, my friends, because I like the idea. The problem here, it's not so much of a problem now, but it's the fact that the Syndra is going to be a lot more comfortable within the mid lane. So her early laning phase is something that OMG can rely on, play towards that, and hopefully use that mid lane pressure to then look towards the dive in the bottom side, or alleviate pressure in the top lane. I like Syndra versus Orianna. It's the Karma lane that would have been a lot more harder for OMG to deal with.
I mean, I liked it a lot. I like the Karma pick a lot because you take a look at the four from Snake. Karma, Kog'Maw, Braum, Sejuani. That's a decent enough team composition to last a brief fight against the 5 members from OMG, disengage and allow Fiora to do her job. Orianna kind of does the same thing, but if Snake get ahead, Orianna's going to help them get even further ahead in these fights.
Yeah, so I do love the team fighting coming out of Orianna. That's the big, I guess, asterisk that we're going into this one, is that Orianna, her ball placement in these team fights, if they're going towards the Dragons, the Barons, right, with the compositions that they have, the ball placement is going to be so important to zone the Kalista away. How is she going to deal with the Orianna? The answer, quite honestly, is that she isn't. She's going to be relying on the Bard. She's going to be relying on Gragas to do just that.
Yep.
So it's better for Snake in the team fight. I like the Orianna in team fighting scenarios. It's just the early laning phase that I was focusing on.
I'm very curious to see how OMG execute these team fights. Because again, we said they got a good team fight, but Bard, not as dominant as he was before.
Yep.
His Q is still alright, but you're really looking for creative uses of his Tempered Fate, his ultimate, as well as Magical Journey, which allows him to pass through terrain and give the same option to his teammates. That's what separates the good and the okay Bard players at the moment, because those creative uses of those abilities can change the game completely.
It definitely does. And Five is a creative player. I remember when he came into the LPL with OMG, showcased a lot of skill out of the Tahm Kench at the time when it wasn't necessarily in meta, but he was able to do a lot of smart things, create a lot of smart fights, be on the side of the map that the enemy team wasn't necessarily expecting. I hope to see that with the Bard pick that he's picked up for himself, but that's a lot of ownership. That's a lot of OMG trusting in Five to play this one out well, and Five has played the split thus far phenomenally. I expect something. I expect something good, all right?
Well, let's see what he's able to bring to the table.
Big fan of the keyboard. Give me 5. I'm a high five this one right now.
I think she's talking about the player, Raz.
She's getting any 5 she can get. She probably got a lot of high fives going into the season. Hopefully she didn't showcase
So everyone from the crowd sees her with the sign, gives her a high five. It's like, no, that's not what this banner is for. I'm supporting somebody here.
Yep. Better hold your own hand out, or else people are just going to be slapping you.
But speaking of Five, he's been fantastic support in the LPL for quite a few splits now, known for his big engages, big initiations from the team. Loves to pick up champions like Braum, like Alistar, so he can brawl as early as possible and set up things for his team. Let's see if he can do the same thing for OMG heading into this game.
That's the thing about Five. Big fan of him, because you have to really, I would say, ban out some of his champions, as we saw with the Kennen and the Thresh. Major pick for him.
Kennen support.
I love it. I'm a big fan of it.
Yeah, I used to get flamed for playing Kennen support.
That's true, but you know what? Going to solo queue here, you get flamed for just about everything. So I don't really blame the Kennen support specifically.
Oh boy. Well, for now in this match, kicking things off on Summoner's Rift for game number 2 of tonight. First game between OMG as well as Snake. Nothing too fancy happening at level 1. Everyone just splitting out across the map, scanning out for vision very early between the two teams.
I wonder what Orianna did, because she's coming back with the wave pretty early on. I wonder if she's holding the wave. Please, observer, please, I want to see this. No, I'm not going to see it. That being said, it's one of those small points where I was like, maybe she's coming with the wave to hold it. I know it's been happening a little bit in the bottom lane just to get control of the wave. But maybe we'll have to see if that's the case.
Yeah, we're kicking things off. We get an extended leash coming out from OMG. Jericho messes it up slightly, doesn't get all the small raptors to kick things off. And like, look at that guy. They're both just coming back for a little bit of a bite.
Giving him a bite.
Yep. Jekko will pick up level 2 very early off the extended leash coming out from SLZ as well as Fire, but Fire took a lot of damage. SMLZ as well. A little bit low coming into this lane. Gives OHQ as well as Hootie some time to push this one back in.
Yeah, it's one of those really, I would say it's a difficult leash to go for because a lot of times if he sticks to the Raptors a little bit too long, then you lose the red buff because it's kind of just bouncing between two targets, and you don't want to lose too much HP if you're 5 in SMLZ. I mean, he lost a lot of HP anyways, but he was going to lose a little bit more.
And I mean, that's at least you normally see with a Braum because gives you the stun level 1. He doesn't take as much damage as someone like Bard. And again, not being taken away by OMG to deny the counter pick against the Braum and the good pick into Kog'Maw, denying his auto attacks from your team. So curious to see how they're going to play this one out. However, Jekko has picked up level 3 very early, going red buff to Raptors, which he started early, straight to blue, now invading against SOFM.
Yeah, so that whole buff scenario, it wasn't botched in the sense that he still can look for early pressure. I wonder what it's going to turn into because Jekko, he gets warded out, so he knows. SOFM, kind of annoying for him.
I mean, Sejuani at this stage, not as strong. You can already see a little bit low. Jekko is now going to spot him out. SOFM does not know that there's a ward there, and instead, he's going to path around.
Jekko's going to be pretty sad because he wanted to use the blast plant to get over the wall, but that just left a lot of time for SOFM to farm up the camp.
Instead, SOFM dives back on in, has no backup at the moment. They go toe-to-toe. Good stuns coming out from Sejuani, using her passive very well as well, but Jekko does have red buffs, so can stay here a little bit longer.
Jarvan and Icon just giving him backup in the sense that he knows that side lanes won't look to collapse on him.
And this is very aggressive with Jekko. SOFM is known as one of those aggressive junglers who you don't necessarily want to go toe-to-toe against.
SOFM, don't pick that fight.
He's going for it. Gets the stun against Java, and Flandre's going to collapse as well. Instead, fighting between the turrets, he's going to flash away. Flandre now joins in. SOFM in a lot of trouble. Barrel gets thrown out. Good stun, though. Stops SOFM taking any further damage. Flandre looking for that kill. Riposte the knocker. He'll get knocked back, though. Jekko wants to stop this from going down. Xiang returns good damage, and Snake are the ones that have to retreat.
Snake wanted to double down in that scenario. They didn't want SOFM coming out of that jungle without his buff, without his top lane camp. So the fact that they looked for that engage looked pretty greedy because he came out of that really low in HP, but Flandre could have saved that entire moment. He played that really well.
He certainly did. I mean, everyone in that fight played it incredibly well. Jekko couldn't get any of his future Qs off because of the stuns that came out from everyone.
Yep.
However, taking stock of what happened, SOFM lost some of his Krugs. On top of that, Jekko burnt his Flash, but Flash as well as Teleport burnt in the top lane for Flandre, and there was a big minion wave pushing back towards Xiang, so he still has Flash, he still has Teleport, and he's walking straight back to this lane. Yeah.
So that's pretty devastating in the top side of the map for Flandre in the long game, because right now he's going to keep up in CS, and right now I guess he went for a call, because he couldn't really get much of a purchase for himself.
And good buy coming out from Xiang, double longsword with crafting potion.
And that's the thing, because in the long game, Xiang can look to play as aggressively as he wants. If he loses a trade, he can just TP back into the lane and make it even harder for Flandre.
Yep. And Jarvan, if he does get ahead, can snowball slightly. Fiora will be able to pick back up as soon as she picks up a couple of items. Bottom side of the map, we haven't checked in just yet. It's going fairly well for OMG so far, despite the early health advantage that Snake had.
Yeah, and it's mostly because of the range advantage 2 and 5 in SMLZ, so that they can at least look to pressure and push the wave in on OQ and Hootie.
Let's see what they can do. OHK looking for a trade here. 5's able to back off nice and early. Flandre puts a ward down just inside of the river as Jekko will head back to base on Gragas. Did another full clear. Still, actually just didn't even leave the jungle Raz. Didn't even go back to base after the initial engage top side of the map. Instead, just clears out. Go straight back to base, and now we'll get a nice and early recall.
Yeah, and if you look towards where the vision currently is for Snake, they're all defensive. I always love to see where the wards are coming from Snake. Sure, they don't have Crystal right now, but Crystal has pretty insane numbers on wards placed, especially in the early game. This time around, it's nice to see where they're placing them. And currently, they're just defensive wards to help SOFM out, so he isn't going to be looked to, I guess, invaded on. And if he is, they at least have the heads up. So SOFM can farm safely, and that they can have Guoguo and Flandre look to converge as Flandre did last time.
So there was no big trade-offs in that. We'll have to see if any of the flash burnt get capitalized on, or the teleport advantage that OMG have. If Xiang doesn't pull the trigger soon, that OMG advantage is going to disappear. We'll be back to square one for these two top laners.
Yeah, so I guess this is pretty good for Flandre that he's going for that long con game, and the fact that Jieko and Xiang is not really looking to abuse that as they should be.
But OMG, make a proactive play. They send Jieko in towards Snake's side of the jungle. Take blue buff away.
A few things you can do if you're OMG to look to abuse that. If you're not going to be playing topside, to look to dive onto Flandre. Ooh, as Xiang's taking a hurting.
SOFM's done a good job though. He's level 6 on Sejuani. Jieko's still level 4.
That's ridiculous. So that's why I was kind of looking towards Jieko, because he needs to make that TP advantage known. Either go towards top lane, either farm out and then play towards bot for a dive because you have that TP advantage, but he's not doing much. In fact, he's not really farming it up. So, okay.
Ooh, that's a big ultimate being whiffed there. Stun comes out from Icon and casually sidesteps a gank coming out from Snake.
Icon really needed to outplay that just because of the level deficit that Gragas wasn't going to even be there to really provide much support. So SOFM's not going to be feeling happy about that.
Let's see if he's able to catch up. There's always a situation where Jieko's able to take his own blue, but should save that to then nade it over to Icon to continue pressuring this mid lane. Ultimate being used by Gorgor there. Icon going to take quite a bit of damage. In fact, Gorgor might look for this trade. Cleanse being burnt. Flash, he gets him in the one-on-one. Big outplay by Snake's mid laner.
Welcome to Snake, Gorgor. That was so well played. And he recognized that even though he was taking a lot of hurt, a stun in there as well, his ulti, he didn't have mana. That was all he had for it. Just put him in a proper placement in just for the tower shot as well as the Thunderlord's proc. So well played from Gorgor that he could just get the lethal damage out of it.
Definitely was. Now OMG on the back foot. It looked like it was going good for Icon. Gorgor was like, all right, thanks for the extended leash and my own blue buff. I will take that. And I don't even think Icon got the second one. In fact, it was Jieko that picked it up for himself.
Yeah, so now suddenly, you look towards the mid lane matchup, and I guess we're going to take a second look at this because he gets the stun. If you look towards Icon, he wants a little bit of damage, but he gets caught up in that. He gets the Thunderlord's proc, he gets the tower damage. Icon should have immediately looked to just use his ulti and flash away, and he would have had a better shot. But Gorgor just plays it out patiently and takes the kill.
Just very, very greedy coming out from Icon in that situation. Doesn't pay off. Now the shoe's on the other foot. As soon as the Orianna take control of this, Jieko is waiting inside a brush here to see if he can make an impact on the mid lane.
Such patient play from Snake there. They didn't look to chase the Syndra out of lane, recognizing that she had a proper position there. Had they done that, would have gotten demolished by Mr. Gragas.
Dive top though. Flandre not going to get all the vital procs as Xiang hugs the wall. Finally, he tries to slide his way out. Will get taken out. Flandre flashed out in time. Can SOFM get the final auto attack here? Waiting for the charge to come back up. Will be able to slap him with his flame. Gets that kill. Meanwhile, Magical Journey mid lane. Temper Fey locks down Gorgor. JK, sorry, going to look for the knockback. Knocks him into the team. Ultimate thrown out by Icon. OMG get a return kill mid lane.
And just on the edge of his ulti, 5 is able to just net themselves the kill. So at least they answer back. This game is definitely looking a lot more competitive than you would have expected.
Still, however, very curious to the micro mechanics from Xiang in the top lane, flagging and dragging away. Proc the Vital, gave a big burst of healing to Flandre.
Yeah, that was definitely not so well played.
And Flandre decides, I'm going to teleport middle.
Okay, just to pick up the wave.
Just to get a wave, like a couple of minions.
You better get there while this wave is about to crash.
Probably not. Xiang teleports straight to the top side of Max. Like, all right, if you're going to teleport, I will too.
Oh no! At least it's a cannon wave, so it doesn't lose too much. Just loses those 2 minions.
You just lose the front line. Xiang's going to stay up here.
Oh. Okay, at least, okay, here's the thing. Jarvan stopped his back because he wanted to fully push the wave in, so Fiora can't freeze it. Only problem is Fiora can't freeze much anyways because she has TMF. So he should have just backed. Should have just left it. Should have been gone a long time ago.
However, this game's still very even between OMG as well as Snake. Currently 6,500 to 17,200 gold. Slight lead for Snake. And as we predicted, kind of, top side of Matt Flandre is doing perfectly fine against Xiang. He's a level up, 20 CS in the lead. Jieko's finally caught up in terms of levels. Jungle catch-up mechanics working quite strongly. And mid lane's been back and forth between Icon and Gorgor. Gorgor had a good outplay to kick things off. And return ganks coming out from 5, showing that what we said about the Bard, he has to make interesting plays and creative plays. Shows that already in the mid lane.
Yeah. And if Orianna is going to be dealing with that kind of pressure consistently, even though she does have the cleanse, you can't cleanse out of a Bard ulti. So something that
Unlucky.
Snake have to play towards. They actually have to look to defend Oriana whenever they can.
You can use Zoni's Hourglass to dodge it, though.
Oh.
And then
yourself
you're in
into golden.
stasis anyway.
Yeah. Oh, no. You don't even know what turned you golden. What? Which one actually hit me?
Meanwhile, OMG, bottom side of the map, almost able to naturally take down the outer turret for themselves. And Snake not having a good time there. Magical Journey gets 5 back to safety. They do have Gragas down here, not detected by wards just yet, looking for a dive. OHQ and Hoodie backing off.
Yeah, this is looking to be a trade. TP is not on Xiang. He does not have that. It's like they're both down on TP. He has to back away because he recognizes that SOFM is going to be looking for that play if he sticks to that tower. He plays it patiently. That's very good out of Xiang, but that means he's going to lose a lot of out of the experience.
Now SMLZ will be able to pick up first turret here. Races Flandre, who has to tank up quite a few auto attacks there. And OMG moves straight towards the Elemental Dragon. Whereas SOFM says, all right, I'll take a Rift Tower for themselves. The Snake seems like they got the better end of that trade despite first turret falling for OMG.
Yeah, maybe a little bit happier getting that one because they could make a play of their own. That being said, now that the Dragon is down, yeah, this is actually really unfortunate. Well,
Xiang and Icon just putting enough pressure onto SOFM to stop them from taking that objective. So Snake do come out ahead. Sorry, OMG come out ahead with a Elemental Dragon, albeit just a Cloud Dragon as well as first turret. Goal lead's only about 400 to 500 in Snake's favor.
And here's the thing, if you're leading in tempo, currently OMG technically isn't. They're a little bit behind in gold, but they have enough pressure in mid lane that they can actually make the first movement across the map. So they are ahead in the tempo game. Getting rid of these dragons are definitely important because if they can get the first Cloud Dragon down, it's essentially that they're rolling the dice into the next dragon, which could be Earth, Infernal. Unlucky that it's another Cloud Dragon, but basically they're using their time to solidify a lead for themselves.
Really like this move out of OMG. Send Kalista as well as Bard top side of the map. Snake will match that play. OMG have already been able to take a turret naturally in this 2v2. We don't expect OHQ to come online anytime soon, so we're looking to chip away at turrets again, get that trade going for themselves.
And honestly, what can Snake do to stop OMG? Because Snake, they have their own answer, and that's to play their own game and get Xiang down. Xiang is playing very smart and recognizing that he doesn't need to die for these plays. That OMG have a firm control of mid lane and a firm control in top.
This might be a 1-for-0 turret train. OMG send Dirko to the top side of the map. That forces OHQ and Hoodie away from top lane out of turret. Meanwhile, Icon shoves out mid lane, moves towards bottom side of the map, and stops the dive going towards Xiang.
And that's how smart it is for OMG, because they could have just sent Syndra to the top lane, right, to make the play happen, but they know that they have the necessary numbers and force to back Snake away from that turret. So they're just making it that suddenly Xiang doesn't have to play too far back.
And again, Xiang playing this one nicely, standing behind his turret. He's like, okay, I can pick up whatever experience I can when SOFM's not in vision. As soon as he comes close, back off. Now contesting for a couple of Krugs, gets 10, 20 gold there, but his team is like, all right, we're going to take Rift Tower while you're doing this. So even though they trade turrets, they get 2 for 2. OMG now have a Rift Tower in their back pocket.
Yeah, it's just a game of opportunity cost, and Snake is losing out.
And they throw him straight mid lane. OMG trying to keep up the tempo. SOFM's bottom lane, he can't react to this.
Yeah, they need to at least react to the second turret. This one's going to be going down pretty easily.
Oof, good damage there.
Maybe they don't have a wave here.
I mean, turret set up to be taken down, and SOFM as well as Flandre. Sorry, SOFM as well as Squawk can't quite defend that by themselves. A couple more auto attacks will take down that mid lane turret. And this is something that Spawn talks about a lot on the OPL, how Oriana, yes, currently in the meta, but it's been not as oppressive in the mid lane because of Rift Herald. She can't wave clear as effective when that objective's been thrown down, which was quite clearly shown there.
Yep, I think that Oriana's proving at this point in the game, she is definitely not a positive for Snake, right? You get into this moment where Syndra is playing so well, or at least smart around the map, where Oriana is just going to be taking waves while Syndra is denying the play on the bot side of the map, or it could just be further improving the tempo for OMG on the top side of the map. That Wogo's role here is just to get items, just to ramp up, because right now he can't do too much. So it's a tough role for Wogo currently, just trying to get as many waves as he possibly can.
So OMG not able to take down that mid lane out of turret, but just like a game of pool, they set it up to be knocked down later. Oh, very close fight. Almost steals the Grump away from Flandre. But now we're going to see both AD carries potentially move towards mid lane. And if SLC is fast enough here, might be able to push that into the turret against SOFM. Meanwhile, Icon picks up blue buff, thrown away by Dieko. Where can we really see the next play coming out from them? Because we can expect Flandre to split push against Siang. The lanes are now extended on the sideways, and it's not good for the Jarvan.
Yep. Honestly, it's just going to be towards the duo lane at all times. Right? Duo lane right now, they swap towards the mid lane, so they want this mid lane turret down. And if Snake are going to try to defend it as they currently are, they're trying to max. The problem with that is that tower is not really there to defend you. It has no HP. In fact, right now, they can just walk up to it and smack it. Look at this guy. Easy job. Wait, okay, maybe a few more. Oh, get it. Get it down. All right, there we go.
Took a little bit more than you expected, Raz.
It has no HP. But
There's no minions, Raz.
I understand that. It's a tough one. It's a tough.
Fortunately, turrets get a big
egg.
defense when there are no enemy minions around to stop people from doing just that, Raz.
Okay, where did Snake go? They actually could have defended that. They probably got surprised at how hard it was for OMG. Oh my God.
Dieko steals the blue buff away while Flandre is trying to pick that up. Not quite sure why Flandre is the man trying to take blue buff away for himself.
Yeah, I actually don't understand what he was trying to do there.
But still big play there. Icon will have his own. No blue buff for Orianna, who has fallen about 50 CS behind Syndra at the moment. Flandre's picked up a lead for himself. He's 20 CS up and a single assist over Siang. But remember, OMG playing for these team fights, not the split push presence.
Yeah, and you can see how hard it is for Guoko right now because he went towards the Wisp for the Luden's Echo.
Yes.
Because he didn't get the massive amount of the AP that he wanted. He's just trying to get any recipe that he could possibly get to that end goal. The recipe isn't that good. So he's just hoping that there's no fight happening till he can get to that point.
Dieko has picked up the AP jungling item here. So looking for a little bit more clear early, a bit more damage instead of going for Cinderhulk, more tanky.
Yeah, that's interesting. I know a lot of Graguses have done that before. The whole Cinderhulk buff.
Yep.
Because of course you had stronger clear, you had stronger skirmish. Here, a lot of people, quite a few Graguses have gone towards the Cinderhulk. A lot of people have gone towards Cinderhulk just because it gives you so much. Now it's going to be looking towards OMG's composition, especially since Jericho is doing quite well for himself. He can just dip into a little bit of AP. Makes it a little harder for OQ in these fights, especially if he has a cask flying at him.
There's an elephant in the room, and OMG have to remember that, which is OHQ picked up Kog'Maw in this game. He's already got his Blade of the Ruined King. However, picked up the Hurricane very early. OHQ sitting on a couple of daggers, so you expect him to have a lot of gold in his back pocket at the moment. Not yet gone back for a shot.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I'm going to ask you a question, though. Are you a gambling man?
Don't like to think I am. What's the gamble that you're thinking of here, Raz?
I'm just saying, because Jericho's been losing so hard in all of these gambling ventures, because he's been trying to roll that dice and get another dragon for himself, but now he's just locked himself to triple cloud dragon. Can this man get an infernal? That's my question.
Oh boy, I thought he was actually gambling for a second, Raz. No, it's just Summoner's Rift throwing him a curveball.
Yep.
A little bit unlucky here. Snake have gotten the good elemental dragons if they're not going to be able to take them.
Yeah, at least he's going to be running around like a madman. It could help 5 out, because he's going to be looking for these fights, and with the vision control in their favor, they can look for fights a little bit easier.
I mean, regardless, it always creates pressure later on in the match. When Elder Dragon finally spawns, a team with
true.
more elemental dragons always has that priority of, if we get the Elder Dragon, it's lights out for you.
Yep.
And it's not as devastating with no dragons picked up earlier for Snake. All right, let's see if it does end up getting that late. Currently, OMG have taken back the gold lead, but it's only about 500 gold, which is nothing 20 minutes into this game.
Yeah. And I guess the big question is essentially, sure, the gold lead just is basically non-existent, but OMG have such a pressure lead currently in the top side of the map because Syndra's answering to Orianna. Right now, Kalista and Gragas, they're just putting down so much vision for the inevitable Baron dance that will happen. They're putting themselves in a proper position for a team fight that they want to look for. That being said, Snake, they're trying to play towards that as well, because if you look towards Orianna, she's been relentlessly farming up top side of the map, and Flandre has just been trying to make it harder and harder for the Sion.
Which is good for them, because Orianna, not known for going to sideways, often gets punished very heavily for doing just that.
Yep.
And even there, 5 throwing out the Temper Fate, trying to lock down Hoodie. He flashes away from it, so he gets a flash out of it.
It's a risky move for the Orianna to do just that. It's just happening just so OQ can have a safe wave to farm in the mid lane. It's currently, he's close. He wants to get to that Renown Circle. We talked about how SMLZ has it for himself. If he can get to his item break point, then he can be that mid-game Kog'Maw that they can look to protect.
Well, let's see. They still have Xion go up against Flandre. Flandre's not at that break point where he can just outright dive Xion underneath the turret. And Xion's doing the right thing, which is holding the minions just off the turret. So Flandre pushes forward, he can clear it out. OMG have that teleport team fight. Flandre really looking to find an opportunity to get that split push going, take down these outer turrets before a team fight can erupt. So it seems like Snake holding on. They've got a scaling AD carry. They can wait. They can wait this one out against OMG. OMG might start to get frustrated sooner or later.
Yeah, they should at some point. If you look towards Snake, my question would be, where is SOFM currently pathing? Right now, he's just trying to he's trying to just stick towards the top side of the map because he doesn't want to leave that Baron unattended for even a second. If he did play towards the bottom side, which is his winning side of the map towards Flandre, perhaps he could have looked to either a dive or create a vision so he can look to dive on mid, right? Going towards the bottom side of the map gives him so many avenues towards that mid lane turret. The problem with that is essentially exactly what I said, where you cannot leave the Baron unattended for that long because right now OMG have the composition to burn it down.
I mean, SOFM is just out-farming Dieko as much as possible. He's 30 CS up here. Flandre again takes another blue buff for himself. Seems like he just wants to push himself further ahead. Very difficult for Guoguo to move down towards the bottom side of the map. And I like this. At least Flandre's on the flip side where there's no objective for him to take. Whereas Guoguo about to teleport closer to the Baron buff, which OMG have been eyeing. They have Kalista, so if they started sneaky like
Going
this,
for it.
and Snake don't figure it out, the spears just deal so much damage to it.
Yeah, but then you have to look towards how many blue... Oh, you know what?
They're trying to lock out Hootie. There's that creative use of the Bard ultimate there. Good damage onto Braum. They force a teleport out of Flandre as well. He cancels it. Xion held onto his own teleport.
We've got ourselves a race here. Flandre wants to play this race game. Maybe he actually wants to join on this inevitable Baron fight.
Big heads-up play by Xion. Groups up to the team without use of teleport, so he can teleport to the bottom lane, forcing Flandre to come up. This is currently a 3-on-5 as Snake tried to pick this fight against the Baron buff. So many Kalista spears straight into it. Ultimate thrown out by SOFM very early.
He's
Hits
here.
5. There's going to be a big brawl here. Xion trying to get to the back line, take a lot of damage from OHQ. He drags his way out. Baron very low. They take it away. Ripped away by SMLZ, but Shockwave not going to connect. Gets to the Magical Dirty. Jekko, very low. We'll take the Magical Journey back out as well. Snake trying to find a single pick in this fight. They might get the consolation prize of this Jarvan. Or will they? Flandre trying to fight his way into this one. Xion finally going to take some damage. He tries to flash out, but Flandre flies on forward, gets a kill. Still wants more on top of 5 now. Good riposte. We'll stop it for now, but does get knocked back by the Syndra. At the end of the day, it's still Baron picked up by OMG, only losing their top laner.
Yeah, there we go. And honestly, I thought they were going to miss out on the top laner too. SOFM went to the right thinking that he can get Jarvan. Used flash for it, so that was a little embarrassing. SOFM, yeah, hopefully we don't, take the camera away from him. I don't want to see him no more. But yeah, OMG, they take the Baron, they move away from it. Sure, they probably could have lost that fight too, especially with Jarvan taking so much damage in the initial portions of that fight, but they set themselves up to win.
And is this what we were looking for from the Bard pick? 5, first time round throughout the Temper Fate, blew the flash coming out from Hootie. Second time round, gets him, uses the Magic Journey to make sure his team can get a pick, which otherwise would not be able to do so.
And that's what makes the Bard pick so good into the mid to late game, because even if he had missed that out, remember, they had baited out the first blue trinket coming out of Snake. They don't have a second blue trinket. They actually have Guoguo, who's picked himself up the red trinket, which meant that they can stick towards that Baron play that Baron dance, look for those fights constantly. If you miss the Bard ulti, he has a pretty low cooldown, but you can also just wait for SMLZ to throw you in there with his Kalista ulti. They have way too many engage options on this team.
Well, now OMG have 4 members in the bottom lane with Baron buff pushing. Xion starts teleport to happily split pushing top side of the map. SOFM looking for a flank here. We'll get spotted out by Dieko.
Yeah, these are going to be hard fights for Snake. A little bit far behind.
I mean, if they want to go for it, they have to pull the trigger sooner or later. As Xion starts to teleport down, here they go. Flandre looking for the fight. SOFM throws out the ultimate. Dodged out by Icon, who flashes away. Flandre gets some good damage there.
What are
you doing, Hootie? That's not your Magical Journey. Somehow gets knocked out of it, thankfully.
Yes. Actually,
he would have died.
He definitely would have. Don't take that public transportation. Don't do it.
And,
grimy.
Consolation prize for Snake as Xion dying after Baron buff was taken means that he can't use it to split push effectively. They still get top lane inner, and OMG chase for the bottom lane in at the same time.
So my takeaway from that is I think it's a good win for Snake because they were in a losing position and they somehow were able to get Icon and SMLZ to both burn flash. So if they can reset this fight once Baron is off of OMG, they can look for a fight. Can't be towards the Baron. Unfortunately, the Dragon's pretty useless, so even if they take that, OMG can concede it. But if OMG look for another fight, they have another flank opportunity, and it's going to be that much easier to get on top of Icon and SMLG.
The only thing now, though, is OMG. They're taking down so many inner turrets with this Baron buff. Looking for their third one here, but Hootie gets separated from the team. Knocked up, dragged as well. Temper Fate's going to lock down Gorgor, and OMG might just continue this fight. They go for Orianna. They get 2 kills off the back of that as well as the turret. Double kill for Icon. Healed up by the Redemption. They're into the base raz. Snake might be at their final stand here.
Yeah, only positives for OMG. That's all they see. Now the fact that they're going to get the inhib, I wonder if they even stop.
Nope, it's probably not going to be so long of the death timers for Gorgor as well as Hootie at the moment. 15 seconds and 30 working on the first inhibitor turret. Big ultimate coming up by SOFM. Deco, double body pop. OHQ's left free to auto attack. Forces 5 to flash away. They're trying to go for it. OMG can't quite get the game here, but still big tempo play there.
Yeah, at the very least, Snake can hold on to this game. The fact that OQ was able to get that many autos off, pretty sad if you're Bard, but there we go. OMG making the picks, making the plays happen. They back away. He's going to be looking to take this Cloud Dragon away as well.
Everyone's favorite combination. Rance, Cloud, Cloud, Cloud.
Yeah, that's what I like to see. I love it. Big fan of it.
Final Elemental Dragon to spawn in this match is going to be a Notion Drake. And with that play, OMG now 7,000 gold in the lead against Snake. Baron buff will drop off. But with mid lane inhibitor down, as well as the Nexus turret incredibly low, OMG have a lot of options to try and finish this game.
Yeah, that's the thing. You don't even have to look towards any neutral objectives to further a lead that you have here. Super minions are going to do the job for you. Just go towards the bottom lane, have your top laner in the opposite side of the map, and then you can make it a lot easier. In fact, if the Jarvan's going to be on the opposite side of the map, you can just rotate towards mid, push in the wave, shepherd it in, and then look for a dive bottom lane. It feels far too easy for OMG to mess it up. I wonder how Snake is going to be looking to upset that tempo because they understand what that blueprint looks like.
And you know, coming into this match, I mentioned how it felt like OMG, again, being a bit disrespectful towards the lane presence Vanjay will have with the bottom lane as well. OHQ having a much easier time against what we thought was going to be a weak lane presence from Bard, but no, they're playing it well. They got natural turret in the bottom lane, switched to top lane, got that as well. And Five's been playing this pick fantastic. We finally see why teams are really going towards this Bard. The pick potential is amazing.
Yeah, it is. In fact, he's so confident of his long-range pick potential. He hasn't gone towards any tanky items. He's going towards the Block of the Iron Solari now. So it's one of those picks where now suddenly you have to really be afraid of the depth of Five's champion pool. The fact, yeah, sure, you can ban away certain picks, but he's just going to play as well on towards the Bard.
Yeah. And huge props to Sian as well. We haven't seen too much from him this game, but he has not been overzealous against Flandre. He's been playing this one safe, dropping CS where he has to, and he's actually caught up against Flandre so far. Now has the double health stacking items into Gargoyle's Stone Place. He's going to do fine in these team fights, and most importantly, he has not being selfish with his teleports. Yeah. Holding teleport level 1, making sure he's only having it in team fights. In fact, hasn't used it even when Baron buff was picked up.
And even just linking this to the last set we saw when Jingdong were in this position, top laner was getting dived because he was trying to find himself underneath that tower and was just having a bad time. Wasn't playing as well as he could, as efficient as he could. Meanwhile, you see the jungle position. In this game, he's playing so well with Icon. They're coordinating their dives properly. In fact, they've gone so far as to move Syndra towards bot side. That being said, TP.
Yeah, it's going to be SOFM trying to lock him down. Good use of the Orianna ultimate to try and lock down Icon, but is he going to return kill Gorgor? Forced to flash away. Vanjay will eventually pick up a kill onto Icon. They throw 3 members to the top side of the map. Gorgor is forced to go back to base, so it's still a 4-on-4 if OMG look to try and pick up this cheeky Baron buff.
Yeah, that's the thing. Commentate, or at least you talk about how well they've been coordinating across the map, and then Syndra just dies as Baron is coming up.
And SOFM can't spot this one out. Yeah, there's a magical journey there, so he's kind of got a feeling this is being started. SOMZ will throw spears into it. OMG do back off, though. So heads up play from Snake. They burn Flash, as well as Cleanse in the mid laner. Flash and teleport on their top laner, but they get a pick onto Icon.
This is just very tough for Snake, actually. They need to burn the Baron now because Orianna is not holding the mid wave.
They need to force this 4-on-5 here at least. OMG are looking to try and go for this one. Sion on the back lines can look for a big Cataclysm. But Flandre jumps over the wall, forces a flash out of the jar, but Sion still looking for it.
In hit.
Nexus turret, yep, taking a lot of damage. OMG looking for this fight. Hootie taking so much as well. Redemption comes out. SMLZ getting spears into the back lines. Crucially though, Flandre's already got a pick. That's 2 kills being picked up by Snake. Sion comes into it. Double kill picked up by the top laner. They peel off the Baron and immediately go back towards it.
Really well played coming out of Snake. They're taking that gambit because they recognize they need to make the play happen now. They need to make the fight happen now. But Icon is here now.
Snake are low. They've got to be careful here. Sion with a big Cataclysm. SMLZ says, I'm going into the backline, boys. Icon deletes Gorko at the start of the fight. Big kiting coming out from SMLZ. Sion will fall to all the damage. And Barabot picks it up. But a triple kill for Icon. He got 4. That's a big quadra and a big turnaround for OMG.
They just had to play the patient game. Wait for Icon. You mentioned it. He demolishes Guok Wall.
Is he going to end the game? Icon's running towards the Nexus here, Raz.
He has a few minions to help him out, and he only has to worry about OQ.
Unfortunately, Inhibitor respawns for Snake, so Icon forced to deal with this first. Respawn times are fairly long, 15 seconds on Hootie, then Guok Wall as well as SFM will come up with Flandre next. He will be at least able to take down this Inhibitor as the rest of OMG move straight back towards that big purple worm.
All right, there we go. Play the patient game. I understand you now. Icon should back because he got a lot of gold out of that fight.
He did.
He was banking on that one.
7-2 in 1 res.
Yeah. I wonder if he's actually just going to go back to the Baron. They need the numbers, and SOFM still not on the map.
And again, we see the patient play from Sion, flashing early away from Flandre. Doesn't dive in with 5 and Jericho, who got obliterated at the start of the fight. Popped the Cataclysm at the perfect time while they were taking Baron damage at the back of the pit. Now only Hootie's here to try and defend this one. Let's see if that's going to go for the smite. Temper Fate will get knocked back there, but SFM stays alive. Will he go over? No, he doesn't. Smite comes out from Jericho, and OMG will pick up the second Baron for themselves of this game.
Tried to zone SOFM off, but they still had a few auto attacks from Fliss that actually came in pretty late for that Ren proc. So this is Icon coming in. Guoguo thinks he can do something. No, you can't. You can't actually do anything. Absolutely nothing. You see how low these 3 targets are of Snake in the pit? So OQ just opted out of that entire fight. It's funny to see Baron actually get the kill off of Jarvan, but who cares about that? He has a quadra kill for Syndra.
Yeah, big pickup by Flandre, though, was able to go toe-to-toe against SMLZ while kiting him very well. And that stops OMG from ending the game right there and then. But now, 8,000 gold in OMG's favor. They've got Baron buff. They're going to be able to pick up the final Elemental Dragon. And there's only 1 Nexus turret left, Raz, and it's at half health.
And it's the same kind of pressure that we see coming out of OMG, right? Because with that inhib down mid lane, they can take as long as they want towards these neutral objectives. Of course, you give away the Ocean Dragon. You mentioned the next one's going to be an Elder. So even if they mess up here, they still have time for the next Dragon once it does come up. The next Baron, once it does come up. It's going to take a lot for Snake to finally kick them off this pedestal.
OMG marched away towards bottom lane Inhibitor turret. Flandre does have teleport coming up shortly, I believe. Still on cooldown with his flash. He's going to have to teleport back to base. OMG just marched down. He did do a good job of pushing out top side of the map, because we did move OMG to push for top lane Inhibitor.
And the problem is that even if he's got that push, which is fair, there are 2 inhibs down right now on the both mid and bottom side of the map.
OMG play the patient game. They're like, all right, Flandre's done a good job. We respect that. Let's move slowly through red side jungle towards top side.
And that's just a short-term thought coming out of Flandre, thinking that he could push up top and it would matter in the long run. Does not. Because suddenly OMG don't have to pay attention to the bottom wave, don't have to pay attention to the mid wave with that inhib down in the bottom lane. Means that send 5 people top. Suddenly, that is should be the 3rd inhibitor down for OMG.
Oh, mate, Flandre is up 2,000 gold in the top lane, 5, 1, and 2. He's got an Iceborne Gauntlet for himself, Raz.
Does he really?
He's got a, interesting item for
Does he actually have an Iceborne Gauntlet?
Yes.
This man is trolling. I don't care how much gold he has. Don't invest it into an Iceborne Gauntlet.
Look, I mean, he sees the Sejuani and Braum on his team. He's like, I want to be part of the Freylord as well.
There's another Sheen item named Trinity Force.
He just wants to slow his Raz. He knows that this is going to be a big team fight at the end of the game. He wants to get in there.
You know what?
It scales on armor, so I'm also quite confused as to why Flandre's picked it up. But OMG marks towards the final Inhibitor turret. Looking for damage. It's already taken down so low. A couple more orders will be able to kill this final Inhibitor turret. None left standing for Snake after this one.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Remember, they can play this one slow. They recognize the bot lane wave. It's going to be a massive wave in the bot lane because you see 2 waves are about to merge with one another. Same is about to happen in about 30 seconds mid lane, so OMG should just stall out. There's no
Okay.
reason for them to force anything.
Very patient. Andre tries to go over and force a fight for himself. Jumps on top of Xiang, slows him down with the Iceborne Gauntlet. Right?
Oh, beautiful. I love that item.
Temper Fate gonna whiff. Big flash coming out from Hoodie as well as SFM looking for the engage. Turret does fall, and the shockwave comes through. Callista dies at the start of this fight, and suddenly Snake looking to turn things around. Icon's dead. That's all the carry's gone. How have Snake done this, Raz? How have they just reversed the team fight cleanly against OMG?
Patient play means nothing to OMG. That's why. And look at this wave. That was such a massive wave they could have rode. Waited a little bit. But they went for the tower. Sure, you got the tower for yourself. What does that mean in the grand scheme of things? Kog'Maw demolished them.
My goodness, for a second I thought, wow, OMG, all the criticism we gave them, not respecting their opponents, not being respectful in draft phase, they cleaned it up. Looked like they were doing the same respectful thing topside. One more wave, Res. That's all they had to wait for.
Just don't say good things about OMG anymore, because every single time we do, when we doubt them, they do great things. When we're talking about what they're doing, suddenly they get into this position. And look at Kog'Maw free fire. OQ is in such a prime position. The Gragas ulti hits absolutely nobody. Xiang understands the problem that they're currently in and tries to get on top of the carry. But it's far too late. The damage has been done. Snake is still in the game.
They certainly are, but their base is in shambles. 6,000 gold behind is not that relevant. Elder Dragon is coming up soon, though, and OMG have all the elementals of this game.
Here's how much work OMG has to do now. The mid lane inhib is back up. Bottom lane should come back up in about 2 more waves. It's so much easier to deal with that because Fiora is just going to play to that one lane that's getting pushed in by Superman.
And suddenly Flandre's items, look at it. Guardian Angel, Iceborne Gauntlet, now it's a Spectre's Cowl. That's 2 half-tank items being picked up for him. He's side lane pressure, he's still be able to take down Xiang. Can join the team fight, as we just saw there.
So you can do best of both worlds, you mentioned. So that's where OMG really has to focus on.
Kog'Maw, though, still sitting on 3 offensive items. Yes, he has the QSS, but is that going to be enough damage for him right now?
Yeah, I believe so. He's getting towards, I would like to think it's the Frozen Mallet. So he's going to be doing a lot of, I guess, I think he's going to be, a little tankier, so when they do jump onto him, he should be able to deal with it and kite back a little bit more, I would say, efficiently. That being said, he's a major monster right here.
So, next objective, Raz. Elder and Baron coming up at the exact same time, 10 seconds apart. If you're OMG, who probably have the map pressure at the moment, what objective is their focus?
Elder Dragon always gets the second thought, second fiddle, because Baron right now is all too important. It lasts longer, and it either empowers your push or empowers your defense. Right now, Snake, they're going to be feeling confident about their team fight. They're not going to be too worried about that. What they do need are the waves in their favor, especially with the split pusher of Flandre. If he's sitting in that side lane and has Baron minions around him, you already heard that's an inhib respawning. That means that Flandre is going to be joining the fight as well. This is suddenly looking into like a very hard game for OMG.
Yeah, it certainly is. One wave, Raz. That's how close OMG were to a pretty much clinical victory.
They could have won this game out pretty cleanly, pretty easily. We would have sung their praises, Fish. We would have talked about how good this team is.
However, huge props to Snake. There's not a lot of teams which go, okay, if we don't fight here, we've lost. We have to force something. And they did it. Yes, capitalizing on a small mistake by OMG, but still, Snake were the ones that took the initiative to do just that. Xiang's in trouble, though. He might get jumped on by Flandre, who's beelining towards top side of the map. We'll back up. Elder Dragon has spawn. SMLZ and Deco are going to try and duo this one out, whereas the rest of Snake march towards Baron Pit. The AD carry and jungler for OMG, they have to be quick. Deco's already smited it.
Yeah, this is turning into a fast trade here. It's not even looking to turn into a trade. They left Callista behind to do this. This is looking like OMG wants to fight, and they don't need Callista to do it.
Teleport from Flandre, 5, throws out Temper Fate. This delays it a little bit longer. Elder Dragon has not been taken down yet. Finally gets taken up. Deco goes to the pit. He doesn't get it. Baron buff picked up by OMG, and they've killed Gragas. They take down Deco. Icon trying to fight with his back as well.
Down.
Big shockwave stops him from getting into the Magadok journey. CL's trying to run away, but look at Kog'Maw rapid firing his ultimates down. We'll pick him up. OHQ gets another one. That's 3 members of OMG dead.
Snake won the fight, and they get the Baron. Actually got everything on the map, and it just felt like OMG were way too cute with the plan. They could have went towards the Baron objective with the vision control they had. They could have actually went towards Elder Dragon if that was what Snake was playing towards, but we mentioned it. Baron was the game. Baron is where you should fight, where you should place your wards. They didn't do that.
Zero setup from OMG. Xiang teleport up, not in the bottom lane, not top side of the map. Flandre is able to teleport straight into the Baron pit. Snake have been gifted this game almost, and now it feels like they're the ones going to be charging on towards the Nexus. Elder Dragon's up, but that is such a short buff duration, Raz. They won't be able to break the base, but at least gold lead, 2,000 gold apart, 42 minutes in, that means absolutely nothing.
We talked about how Snake are a competitive team. Even though they are very low in the rankings within their own group, they will still make it a hard fight, and they're doing that today, of course. Snake, literally far behind the entirety of this game. They were still looking for flanks. Time and time again, didn't turn into anything, but SOFM had it in the back of his mind to do just that. They go towards the top lane, the major fight that we always, we have to focus towards, that OMG could have played a second more patiently, and they lose that fight. And suddenly, we talked about this. Snake are in a position now to win this game. In fact, it's in their favor.
Now again, still, OMG have a decent goalie. They've got the 5-on-5 fight. But Flandre is 7-1-8 Raz. And this Cogmore, he's got the Frozen Mallet. He's got a QSS. Almost at 6 items. Closer is all her items complete.
Fiora has an Iron Elixir. She is a tank at this point. She actually just is cosplaying a tank.
Well, let's see if this deceptively tanky Fiora can do much for her team. At the moment, OMG looking to try to put up a fight. Their Elder Dragon is going to wear off very soon. Baron buff still about a third remaining for Snake.
Yeah, this is a problem for Snake. The problem is that they don't have the wave pushing in both mid and top, but they have Fiora with the team. So if they think they can brute force this, well, they're not doing it very well. Have Fiora in the mid lane. In fact, they've decided that it's going to be Sejuani. I guess so.
I mean, Flandre doesn't have teleports. Snake playing it safe almost?
Yeah.
Could you say that?
No! Put the Sejuani with the team. That's your true tank. That's your actual tank. That can stop any fight that OMG is looking to go for. All right.
Well, just trying, Raz. One Nexus turret remains for Snake, and they're looking for the comeback. OMG still in this game. They're not out yet, but they're definitely falling behind.
Yeah, they can use this next wave coming through. Unfortunately, the timing is not in Snake's favor because Syndra had already pushed out that mid lane and she could rejoin her team, but it gives them a little bit of time. There we go. They still had a small window.
Yep, they march on towards the inner turret. Baron buff still up for Snake. OMG have to push back a couple more waves before they can rise again. Temper Fate will deny this a bit longer. That's what it says. Let's go. We're going for this fight. Shockwave only hits Xiang. That's a big whiff coming out from Kwok.
Yeah, it's enough of a whiff that Snake do not want to continue with this fight. That could have been a major opportunity for Snake, but they're taking that and they're just relaxing, pushing back a little bit.
And now we take a deep breath. We breathe. We reset the map. And we wait for Baron to come back up, it seems.
That's favorite objective of the game. I've had a lot of favorites, if you can tell.
Oh, how are Raptors not your favorite, Raz?
Raptors are definitely, they're my favorite NBA team. They're my favorite camp. Legitimately, Raptors are just a
They are an objective, Raz. You kill Raptors before you kill the Nexus. It's a common solo queue fact.
The Toronto Raptors have died too many times in the NBA, I'll tell you right now. They are now a good team.
See, OHQ listens to me.
There we go.
He kills the Raptors.
Everybody loves the Raptors.
I mean, that's really, speaking of Cogmore, he's almost at 6 items. He's got his Frozen Mallet. He's got the Hurricane picked up as well, now looking for that Mercurial Scimitar. Whereas SMLZ, he's picked up 6 already, has his Swifty boots to move faster.
Yeah, I wonder how patient Snake are going to be looking to go for, because right now Gwoko is really close towards his Rabadon's Death Cap. Could be just the major item to finish here if you want to secure your teamfight victory. What can secure it, of course, is landing Shockwaves. But getting that extra item can do a lot.
Sure can. Jericho is an item behind at the moment, so it's mid lane for Snake. That's down, as well as jungler for OMG. Jericho 0-3 and 4. Haven't had much involvement in this game. Whereas Flandre 7-1-8.
Yeah. Jericho has been, in the early game at least, playing with the team, so his team play has been there. He found himself a little bit behind in terms of early game experience. That would just be the only criticism I would have of him. But he's been playing better, especially with how World 6 played in his last set. I think that so far this is the first time I could say Jericho has been playing the best of the two. So with this improvement that he's had on, I guess, on stage, in competitive, think it's you actually can see it, that he's getting better as a player.
So, a minute 20 rest. That's when Baron comes back up.
Of course. Everybody loves their Baron timers.
Kog'Maw's at 6 items. So the hyper carry is well and truly online for Snake.
That's a lot of swords. I guess there's a hammer in there as well.
Fandre's got his Mercurial Scimitar as well.
Here's the thing about this team fight, because it's looking so much more in Snake's favor. The reason for that is that, yeah, Fiora has turned into a glorified frontliner. The reason for that, if she can take a lot of damage, or at least a lot of the focus, and if that's the case, you're going to have to be focusing on towards what OQ is doing on the back line. Because if he is there, trading damage at the same time as Fiora, then they are instantly winning that fight. That is too much damage in the back line of Guoguo and OQ for OMG to be taking the gentleman's approach of a pure 5-on-5.
OMG are blind here as well. Snake, going for the engage. They tag Xiang.
Baron's up, so they have positioning.
They do.
It's going to be taking a little bit, 20
seconds. And as you mentioned, no wards on that side of the map for OMG. They do have a big wave stacked bottom, and top lane is pushing in OMG's favor. So they just have to wait this one out, Raz. The question is, will they be able to? They're trading sides of the map. Do they just run mid lane?
Yeah, OMG should just run mid. Sure, you lose Baron, but those are 3 inhibs that are open. They can play it cute. This is the one time that I'd say, actually, now they can't. They actually have to fight this Baron.
Let's see, they go for it. Flandre just jumped over the wall, pops his ultimate to Jericho, gets stunned up as well. Now SOFM looking for the engage. SMLZ kinding backwards, will pull 5 away from the ultimate. Sejuani ultimate down. Xiang cancels SOFM's dash as well. OMG are trying to kite away from this one. Big stun, throws the ultimate to Guoguo. Is he going to die? No, lives with just under 400 health. Temper Fate locks down the combo. Xiang's on top of it. OQ has to flash away. Now OMG turn the fight around. Very patient play from this team. Rudy's the first to fall. OMG looking for this fight. SOFM's next. He's stuck between the entire team. Shockwave does absolutely nothing. And OMG can now look towards the Nexus.
Yeah, this can be the game for Snake. Snake needs to back away. The fact that OMG played that one out so well, really surprising because that was such a chaotic fight.
It certainly was. And now look at this. Jericho's like, come back here, Orianna. I've got a present for you, and you're not going to like us. I'm not Santa Gragas today. Meanwhile, Flandre looking to try and keep Snake alive. He's in trouble. Going to take down one. Nexus turrets are gone. SMLZ, though, almost has HQ. Good old Bardo, though. He gets a kill. Will kill the Kog'Maw. SMLZ's on the Nexus, dancing around. It will be Flandre flashing top of his head, but here comes Xiang trying to help him out, and that's all she wrote. OMG able to take down this game.
That was such a chaotic team fight, Fish. And it was all on the Bard ulti. That legitimately won Snake, or at least won OMG the game.
But still, Snake put up a really good fight there. That final team fight, beautiful to watch from OMG. Disengaging perfectly, baiting out key ultimates, keeping SMLZ and Icon alive. Aggressive play from Icon kicked it off, but why were OMG in that situation? That game should have been done at 35 minutes.
There are so many layers to this, because even in that position, Snake they had the track towards Baron. They had the team fight positioning. They had started Baron and forced the team of OMG to answer to them. That was such a good position for Snake, and it was up to OMG to outplay that scenario completely. So yeah, let's take a look at this. Sure, goal lead was still in OMG's favor, but I didn't feel it. I didn't feel that goal lead at all. I actually thought Snake was going to win that one.
Snake had more kills, I think, at the end of that game.
They always have more kills. I mean, no, that seems to be their focus.
Just really, we gave so many compliments to OMG. Xiang, so patient. Their draft was paying off. We criticized the lack of respect with the Bard pick, but Five played it well, and we said he needs to make these creative plays with Temper Fate and Magical Journey. Did just that. However, that one push top side of the map, one final wave, and I think, you know, we are giving OMG a lot of flack. That's one mistake. The rest of the game was played very well by them. Snake did capitalize phenomenally on that one mistake.
And here's the thing about this, because remember, today we have EDG versus Jingdong Gaming. Yep. We have OMG versus Snake. These are the top of the table teams going up against the bottom of the table teams. We're expecting not so much stomps, but we're expecting clean play. OMG could have had that clean play. And the fact that they made that mistake that hits onto their weaknesses throughout the split of being a patient team, playing, I would say, a lamer game because they recognize the minions are going to do all the work for them. They didn't do that. And so that's a criticism that we have for them, to play it out cleanly. And Snake, at least they're fighting, right? Snake is a fighting team. and you gave them an opportunity to do just that.
And fair play to Snake, as we mentioned. Fair play to OMG, as we mentioned. It's very harsh criticism. We're going to hear that. We want them to play the perfect game. We want them to show that they are a bit more patient, but they didn't show it there in one situation. The rest of the match, though, Sion very patient with his teleports. The final team fight was great to watch. They played laning phase really well, and they used Bard exactly how we wanted Five to play it. Hats off to them. Snake, though, what went wrong for them? Because most of the game, they were on the back foot in that match.
Yeah, and I think you look towards specifically the mid lane. You need to support the mid lane a little bit more. You need to support a little bit more your duo lane as well, because you're getting into an issue where SOFM was playing towards the top lane, and that's fair. But if you play it perfectly on both sides, where SOFM is playing towards the Fiora, J4 is just backing away from the wave. Sure, he's losing out in experience, but in the opposite side of the map, you're still losing towers. You could be getting killed, but even if the dual lane backs away, that is so much of a gain in favor of OMG that you kind of have to play their game. You have to look to TP, make fights. You have to look to try and push OMG away from their, I would say, their tempo, their pressure that they were outputting. So I think that Snake were naturally in a disadvantage based off of how they were playing. And ultimately, when they found that small window, that small opportunity, they showcased what they can do with a lead. It's just a little unfortunate that that final execution, the final play, I would say, that they've lost out on that.
I mean, a very curious thought here as well is the fact they picked up Kog'Maw, which at the end of the day worked out for them because they did try to stall out a massive advantage from OMG.
That was a good Kog'Maw play.
But it's still weird picking a Kog'Maw with a 114 composition. I mean, Fiora went towards a tanky build there. As we take a look at MVP Icon, rightfully so. He had a massive play at that last fight. But again, Kog'Maw with a Fiora pick, we saw how it kind of faltered in that final team fight.
That's the LPL special. Like, honestly, it feels like that because if you pick Kog'Maw, you're like, okay, play to protect the Kog'Maw. Maybe a Shen going up against J4, it makes some sense. But the Fiora is a pick where you're like, okay, Kog'Maw should be fine in the back line. I will be playing towards split push pressure. We're kind of cutting a lot of what our composition does, but we should be able to achieve both. They even had the Fiora go as tanky as you possibly. At this point, pick a tank. Like, honestly, pick a tank. Maokai got buffed? Play Maokai. I don't even care. Anything. The Fiora was doing well in that game, so it's like, how do you criticize someone who's doing well? But it's partly because the composition makes like little sense. So if Fiora's playing well, if you're confident in Flandre as a Fiora player, which I am, then don't pick the Kog'Maw. But you get into that position where it's like you can't even criticize anybody because it's Kog'Maw that somehow opened up the game with the damage, and it's somehow the Fiora who is doing well throughout the entirety of the game. Yeah. I mean, who am I?
I mean, even when they were pushing for the bottom lane in Atari, it was like, why are you guys over there? Like, Fiora, you're not meant to bottom lane. You're meant to be over there in the top lane. Why are you not over there?
You're throwing your pen because you have to be like
there. Yes. That's top lane. Why are you bottom lane? Just didn't really make sense.
So that's the criticism you have to put on towards Snake because, like, when they actually want to look towards pushing their lead, when they have the Baron, for instance, right? When they can push towards mid, why is you mentioned it? Why is Sejuani mid lane? Because it's so much better to have your Sejuani look to walk up with the wave with your team. Meanwhile, Fiora just splits push the mid lane. Those are steps that you can do that they are just not. So honestly, Snake, they have a little bit of ways to go.
They certainly do. And with that, OMG were able to pick up game #1 over Snake. It was a long-fought battle. Eventually able to take down the game off a big play from Icon, but Snake were very close from that victory. That was only game 1 of this best-of-3 series, though, so we're going to do a quick break. We're back with game 2 in just a minute. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the English broadcast of the Chinese LPL. Raz, we had an absolute fantastic game. Back and forth.
Yep.
One Nexus turret left. All inhibitors down. Snake almost took it back. OMG looked really good, but, you know, before we break down that game, that weightlifting, Raz.
Oh.
Tatai against Crystal. The two players watching this game at the moment. I mean, the girls got the girls. They made Rusty jealous. Tatai coming out on top. It's unfortunate he's not playing today.
Yeah, well, it's unfortunate that both of them are not playing. Crystal, of course, subbed out by Hoodie. And then you see Zatai getting subbed out by Guoguo. Maybe the performance that we saw from Zatai can actually come in, and maybe the coach looks at it and they're like, whoa, we made the wrong decision.
Yeah.
Put this man back out there.
Yeah, 31 reps. That guy's an absolute beast, Raz.
Yeah.
I mean, they got to take on the rest of the team next. I mean, Flandre did some heavy lifting in that game. Probably be able to do some in the gym as well.
I will say that in the beginning of the split that he was lifting his team with that Thresh performance. I want to see some Thresh back. I want to see Crystal coming back onto the roster. Maybe that's going to be the adaptation they make. Maybe. But it looks like Guoguo and Hoodie had some good performances. I think that specifically it felt like Snake could play a little slower once they were getting to the late game portions, especially once they were gifted that fight. So I think that Snake, they're seeing gains with Guoguo. They're seeing gains with Hoodie. But I do like Crystal. I thought that Crystal played really well as support when he was on the roster. I want to see a little bit of that charm back.
Yeah, hopefully we'll be able to see more coming out from Snake, because that game, it was almost a one-sided affair.
Yes.
It was so close. It was literally one minion wave res. That's all it was.
Actually,
One minion wave
yeah.
res was all it was. Almost a perfect performance coming out from OMG, but that single force coming out from Hoodie, the rest of the team piled on in. They're like, this is our last stand. They put up a good fight, brought the goal back to even. Like, well, we're on even footing. We might actually win this game.
Yep.
And they almost did.
Almost. And that's been the tale of Snake. Almost doesn't get you wins. You have to finish it off. And somehow, every time Snake are gifted found themselves in a position of power, they throw the weights away. They throw it on the ground. Pick it up and put it on the table properly.
Oh.
They don't do it.
Crystal and Satai picked it up.
They did.
They picked up the heavy weights and they put it back down, Raz.
That's not clean. That's not clean play right there. Someone's gonna have to pick up those weights, and so that's the main game for Snake here, is that they have to play it cleanly, pick up the pressure once they have the power, pushing them to waves.
Again though, Raz, like
What?
we are being really nitpicky.
That's not nitpicking. That's a basic.
So not for Snake, sorry,
Okay.
for OMG.
Yes.
Because we came into this and we said OMG recently very disrespectful in their draft phase, which we're about to get into the second one of today. Disrespectful with their scaling team compositions. They didn't run one, and we're like, okay,
That's
but
fair.
they picked Bard. We've only seen a bit of Bard coming back, and a lot of analysts have been questioning the pick. And we know that the way to win with it is be creative with your ultimates and magical journeys. They did that. They got picked, took Baron, and snowballed a lead from there.
Yep.
Great, no criticism. Patient play from Sion, patient play from the team. It looked almost perfect, one play. And we criticized the hell out of it.
Everything
like,
is a
OMG,
problem
you
then.
guys suck.
Wait a minute.
Because you didn't wait for one minion wave.
Yeah.
And then, you know, we have to take a step back and be like, that's one mistake from them. Snake capitalized on it really well, so hats off to them, but they really need to shake things up because it looked like it was going to be all over very quick from OMG.
That's true. Remember there was that little Baron versus Elder Dragon fade, but I'm just going to forget about that. No, that didn't happen.
What? There was an Elder Dragon?
Yep. I didn't see it.
Well, we're into Champions League for game number 2 here, as the bans have gone through. Snake take away Thresh, Cogmore, and Galio, so big respect for the Cogmore ban towards SMLZ. Elise, Caitlyn, Zach, the man from OMG, that left Kalista for first pick, taken away by Snake straight away. Rek'Sai immediately picked up by OMG, and Tristana, who's been rising in popularity due to Kalista's rise in popularity, has been picked up.
And so that kind of rains a few questions into what the support picks are going to be. It feels very natural that SFM will go back towards this Sejuani. Stop going to be the Akali. Don't do that to me. But the Sejuani would make a lot of sense. Gragas is also something that SOFM has gone towards, where you can play a tankier, engage heavy, because that's just his role, is to engage for his team. Makes a lot of sense. My question is, it's going to be in the supports. What is the support picks coming out of Snake? Because once you have a Kalista, a lot of times you can actually go into the second phase for supports. Because sure, you can ban out a few supports if you're OMG in this case, but then there's always going to be a support that works very well for Kalista, be it a melee tank like Alistar that generally hasn't been in the meta, or just a ranged, nonsensical champion like Kennen.
Well, this is a blue side top lane pick, blind, into OMG. OMG have the potential to pick a counter here, or do something completely different like Lock-in. Don't do this to me. Instead,
they're just trying
they're
to
probably going to take away Braum, which makes sense.
And here's the thing, there's a lot of picks that do well into Camille. We always question RNG picking up the Camille blind and getting punished in a lot of cases, especially since they cannot ensure a 2v2.
There we go.
And with the Sejuani pick, there we go. We already, yeah, that's going to be the Jax.
I mean-
Jax does so well up against the Camille.
You have to think Snake have a plan coming to this because they have to know. We pick Camille here. OMG can see the top lane pick. They get a free counter. And now they've got last pick as well. They can counter out whatever they want. They can save mid pick for last.
Yep. Red
Snake
side
have to have a
icon.
plan.
Exactly. So like, what's going to happen here? Because you have to now, if you are Snake, secure a pushing mid lane. Because if you have conceded a pushing mid lane while having a weaker top lane, that's just OMG being able to clean up essentially the early game incredibly easy while still having a scaling portion in your top lane with the Jax. So right now, Xiang gonna be on Jax. I'm gonna question the only thing I'll question is whether he can play it or not. But if he can, then that's suddenly gonna be a major thorn to Snake.
Well, we saw it picked up. Rift Rivals purple. We're going to go back to that because that's the Rift Rivals I casted.
Yeah, go for it.
By Gigabyte Marine's top laner Archie.
Okay.
Played it into the Direwolves.
Yep.
And he literally went into an interview and said, I know Jax was a counter into Camille. I have not played it in a year.
What did he do? Did
And
he smash it?
absolutely smashed that Camille. Put her into the dirt, Raz.
Yep.
It was an absolute one-sided affair. And now that Jax has resurged in the meta, now that we know internationally it's been showing up in major tournaments as well, he has to have some practice of it. He has to know how that matchup goes.
Yeah.
But still, very curious to see what Snake have planned because that's disrespectful and there's no way they're doing this without something in mind. Their next two bans were Syndra as well as Talia, hitting Icon quite heavily. Rakan and Braum, the two bans coming out from OMG, and they lock in Tahm Kench for themselves.
There we go. And so OMG banning out both the Braum and the Rakan. We've talked about Kalista always having a second partner, and it could very easily be that Kennen.
Ooh.
We knew that it was getting valued here. Remember in LCK, Snowflower is able to pick that one up, so it is a strong support. Kind of put SKT into the bin. So
Big
now
time.
it's going to be in Hoodie's favor here.
I mean, hypothetically, we have seen Camille support before, as
We have.
it can be thrown in the bottom lane. Snake, however, do get Cassidy picked up here. Icon, however, has counter pick potential. Let's see what he goes for.
Locked in a blind Cassidy. You've actually locked in a blind Cassidy. I've asked you to pick a strong mid laner for your Camille, and
Cassidy's strong.
I agree. Now that hover, you know what? They should hover it for the next 3 seconds just to just etch it into their mind what's about to happen to this Cassidy. Because the Cassiopeia is a very natural pick here, and Icon is such a strong Cassiopeia player as well that, yeah, Cassidy's going to have a very tough time in the mid lane. He's going to get pushed in. That is just the basics that he's going to recognize that he's never going to be able to trade into this lane, that he's going to have a tough time looking to farm up as well. He's probably going to be using his Null Sphere to do just that. And so suddenly, you're Snake. You get pushed in mid. If you're SOFM, you're going to be looking towards and maybe looking to support your Camille, who's going to have not so much a tough time early, but you want to prop it up because later on, Jax is going to scale harder. Jax has options to nullify the, I guess, damage or the engage that Camille can offer early on with just, of course, his Counter-Strike. So OMG has answers early game and answers into the late game.
I mean, one of the most received bans that Snake gets is Cassidy across multiple teams from the LPL. But that is when they throw to tie into the mid lane. He's played, the most games he's played on mid lane has been on Cassidy. However, Guoguo, he's only played 2 champions until this match, Vladimir and Orianna. So maybe not enough research coming out from OMG here. He might be a Cassidy player.
Yeah, not much you can research on Guoguo unless if you have any bit of solo queue video, solo queue tape. Got a static Snake fans. There's a lot of them. Get your... Okay, you know what? Sign is upside down. Don't tell the man. Don't do it.
Person on the right with the white shirt, flip your damn sign around. It's upside down and not good.
He has friends. They just haven't seen it as well. It's
They're
so
not real
embarrassing.
friends, Raz. They're not real friends.
Yeah, dump them
Yeah,
immediately.
you don't want friends like that. Say no.
Nope.
However, going into this game, Raz, again, OMG have got 2 blind... Sorry, they've got 2 solo lane counters.
Yep.
They got the Cassiopeia, and they've got Jackson to Camille. What the heck's going on? What does Snake have prepared? Is this all for the Kennen support?
So immediately, yeah, that's the first point of power that we have in Snake is going to be in the bottom lane. Kalista and Kennen should be stronger lanes here. Specifically, Kennen into Tahm Kench. He's going to be getting a lot of shurikens at his face, and he's not going to be able to do much about it. So I want to see Snake play through the bottom lane. And what we should have is double TP. So they're looking for that one play to send that Kassadin roller.
I mean,
Yep.
Tahm Kench does well later because he can pick up somebody when Kassadin jumps on them, Camille jumps on them, or Kennen gets thrown into the team as well. But as you mentioned, laning phase, Tahm Kench is good into picks like Thresh, who have one big ability that you have to stop, which, you know, hook, things like that. This time, though, Kennen and Kalista, they don't have that one big ability, Res.
Yeah.
They just poke you out of this lane.
They just throw a lot of nonsense at you. You wonder how many... I thought that Oki only had one spear. Only throwing one... He's throwing a million spears at me. A lot of shurikens in that. Yorl as well. So he's going to be relying on Grey Help to kind of regen a little bit of that HP. Hopefully, just kind of play it as passively as you possibly can. Because SOMLZ should be... He has the sustain off of his...
Got him.
Yep, there we go.
Got him back.
He has a sustain off his, I guess, his masteries. So he's going to be going towards the IE build. He's going to be going to much more crit. So he's going to be doing a lot of damage as the fights scale on. So that's when you're going to have a lot of tough time if you're OQ here.
It's very scary. Kennen support provides so much lockdown, especially when Kalista throws you into the team.
Yeah.
And Snake don't have a very tanky lineup, but Kalista, Kassadin, and Camille, if they're left untouched for a couple of seconds, will blow up your backline.
That's true.
But let's see how this laning phase goes. We expect OHQ and Hootie to dominate this, and already they push SMLZ and 5 away from the first creep line.
Yeah, it's just smart from SMLZ and 5, though, to play as patiently as they can, because that's what's incredibly necessary here. You look towards where the jungle matchup is happening. You recognize that Sejuani is going to be pathing towards the bottom side. It's interesting that she's actually gone for a full clear of her blue side jungle. Rek'Sai should be able to find that out fairly soon. And so once Sejuani gets to the bottom side of the map, you can start to see SMLZ and 5 having to play a little bit more patiently.
Doran's shield, however, being reintroduced into the meta has helped Kassadin out a lot. His spell shield already helps him against magic damage. And we managed to get full skank here coming out from Jericho. Flashes on top of him. Early flash away from Guoquo. Icon can't get the Twin Fangs down in time. That should have been a kill. He should have flashed after that.
Yeah, should have. It's one of those moments that if Icon was one level higher, had he had that one CS, he actually could have set it up a lot easier with the Miasma. So that's one of those moments that maybe Jericho could have communicated with Cassiopeia to see if he can, how close she was to 3. So it's a little unfortunate.
Now curious to see if Icon can use his 2 summoner spells left up, Flash and Exhaust.
It's getting awkward.
To try and get an advantage in that lane. Meanwhile, Exhaust being used by 5 in the bottom lane. SMLZ had other ideas. Now they're going for an all-in brawl. 5 incredibly low. SMLZ is going to take some damage in return. That was huge disconnect from OMG.
Yeah, there are literally 2 fights happening on the map at the same time. Jericho has been trying to push back on SOFM, who's been looking to take his blue for quite some time. Wasn't able to do that. And it looked like OQ and Hoodie were just trying to make this harder. Wait a minute.
That's why I was like, hello, Jericho. I want to fight you. Will you fight me? Stun's coming down. 5's going to come back up. SOFM in some trouble. We'll jump over the wall and get back to safety.
Sejuani could do a lot of burst damage with her Q. But then after that point, you're literally dealing with a Rek'Sai who has Qs constantly and has a red buff. So you recognize it. SOFM was like, all right, I did that. I'm out of here.
But this bottom lane is a disaster. 10 CS lead for OHQ. He's pushing waves into this turret. So you mentioned disconnect from SMLZ and 5 led to a big harass being thrown down by this bottom lane duo. Tahm Kench has no more potions. Still a couple left for Hootie though if he needs them. Top side map. We haven't seen this matchup yet. Xiang going up against Flandre. This is a very one-sided matchup. Jack should win this.
It's one of those moments that it is one-sided. It's not too bad in the laning phase, that is. It's just it cuts off Kalista's... Oh,
no, he's in trouble here. He did not get the hook shot. Forced the flash away. Xiang follows. He's going to die here. He's going to be able to pick up an early kill. Just jump onto his face.
Wow.
First blood picked up by Xiang. Flandre does have teleport though, and Xiang did use his earlier, which we were not able to spot.
Yeah, that's just really unfortunate though for Flandre, because as I was about to say, it's a big counter, but it's not so hard of a lane counter. Camille can still push in. He can still pressure, even though he can never look to go for trades, because of course Counter-Strike can be able to stop it. But here we go. Wogo is getting engaged on.
Yeah, he's in trouble here. 2 members of OMG, but SOFM.
SOFM
for this one. He wants to turn this around. Guoquo will get taken down, looking for a return. SOFM might have bitten off a bit more than he can chew though. Unfortunately for OMG, Icon low on mana. SOFM, he hasn't changed much. I haven't casted this guy in a long time, but he's still just really aggressive.
Yeah, same human being, same style, the style of me. It's never going to change. That's the best thing about SOFM. The best thing and the worst thing. Now, in that situation, you were so close to saving out Guoguo. It come to fruition.
Bottom side of the map, OMG stand their ground against the Kalista cannon lane. Making sure they trade back well, only 5 CS down. And SOFM, he's still here, right?
So he needs to watch out. His passive got proc. He's trying to hold
I got
this
just
wave.
6 as well. SOFM, what are you doing?
See, that's why I said he needed to watch out. They procced his passive purposely. And sure, you were trying to hold for Guoguo, but you just were holding for far too long, my friend.
Oh, bottom lane SMLC gets a good trade as well, but still, that is disrespectful from SOFM.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that's just one of those moments where he had good intentions. But
mean,
good intentions does not get you very far.
First time round, you know, he looked like the cool kid on the block with the, you know, the leather jacket, just sitting by the lockers.
That's true.
Second time round, he was being trampled by an entire football team. It's not a pretty sight for SOFM there.
Thought they were his friends.
No, they were not. But big play by OMG, capitalizing on that mistake. They're now 1,000 gold up. Seong has complete control top side of the map at the moment. He's picked up Ninja Tab. He's so early.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting. At the very least, Flandre, at the time, had the wave, but it should be pushing into Xiang's favor. So Xiang should have jungle pressure. He's already there.
Yeah, Jekko's top side of the map. Flandre does not have ultimate. Will separate the team and hook shot his way out. So good way to escape the gank by Flandre.
Yeah, Jekko probably didn't know if there was a ward in the area. They still had a control ward.
Yep.
He just went in immediately when the wave was definitely pushing in Xiang's favor. Could have played it a little bit patiently, but still. You get the ulti away from Flandre, so now you can continue to put this lane in Xiang's favor.
Xiang still has a single corrupting potion charge. Flandre, no more. This wave is going to be frozen. Xiang's teleport's coming up shortly. Flandre, curiously though, did not burn his after he got taken down for first blood by Xiang. So still holding on to his teleport, still trying to be as big of a team player as possible.
Yeah, that's true.
SOFM, however, moves towards top side map, picked up blue buff for himself, didn't give it to Guoguo.
That's interesting. I question that. Obviously, he wants the mana and experience for it. But Guoguo is already in a tough position.
Yeah.
He even gave the extra kill onto the Cassiopeia. It's already going to be a tough lane. It's going to be even tougher.
Yeah, Icon's even gone back and said, well, if I'm getting kills in the mid lane, I might as well get a Dark Seal. He's snowballing quite well. Has that tier picked up as well.
And the worst thing about it is that, of course, you mentioned the Dark Seal being a snowballing factor, but it's also just a factor Icon doesn't have to go back to base. He already had the Corrupting Potions as well as the Dark Seal, so he's going to be healing quite a bit. So you're in a position right now, Icon doesn't want to back away from this position. So blue buff is going to be coming up, so he's going to be able to get his own blue buff while continuing the pressure here. Snake has to do something.
Very respectful from Icon still, though. He was playing quite patiently until Tahm Kench arrived to keep him safe. But Snake aren't out of this just yet. Still only about 1,000 gold in OMG's favor, a little bit more.
Ooh.
Hello.
Wonder how clean that tongue is.
Not very. He spits out boots, Raz.
That's true. Where'd that boot come from?
No idea. He stole it from the shop, apparently.
Ah,
He's got one in his inventory, so he probably ate the other one.
that's true.
You need 2 on your feet. Not quite sure what they're thinking. Anyway, bottom side of the map, SMLZ and 5 doing just fine here. They're about 10 CS down, but we expected that. And in a very comfortable spot.
Yeah, so right now, even if you just look towards the pressure that's happening on the map here, in the bot side of the map, just if you ignore that Xiang even exists, okay, that's actually unfortunate.
Good damage. They forced the rocket jump out of SMLZ. He's got no potions left to use. Top side of the map. Flandre's doing fairly well in this matchup, and now SOFM's right behind the Jack. Xiang is in trouble. He can try and turn this around with the minions. Let's see what he does. Leap jumps away to a ward.
Yes, flash.
Ward gets placed down by SOFM. This should be an easy kill picked up by them.
Stalling for Rek'Sai.
There is the strike. Doesn't get the stun. Now Rek'Sai is here. They lock down Xiang. Good damage. Flashes away. Teleports are coming up to this top lane from Cassidy and trying to clean up this fight. Xiang out of mana, but we'll find out next time on Dragon Ball Z because there's a little bit of a delay here. Eventually, Xiang will actually get away. So good counterplay to break away from that gank.
Yeah, there was no filler or nothing. We got the resolution of that one pretty quickly. It was good for Xiang to stall for enough time for Jekko to come to his aid. Didn't turn into much because he missed that counter strike, but still was a good look.
Oh, SMLZ getting bullied, Raz, at the bottom lane.
It's getting tough. It's getting really tough right now for
We're having
OMG
fun.
here. I don't want to back away. That flash is
Oh,
still
no,
there.
SMLZ run! Taking so much damage, but Hootie has to be pulled out by OHU. Gets him back to safety. Very close to falling. risky play pays off. They burn all the summoners from the bottom lane duo.
And a TP from Xiang, so not even close, my friends. Not even close. Hoodie, you can see, getting onto the stage, second set for himself competitively, and he does not care. Doesn't give a damn. He's going to go for it. Going to flash in.
Almost got it, but that actually might lead to the natural turret in the bottom lane. Nowitzki's chucking spears into it. Quaqua's made his way down here as well, just to make sure his presence is felt.
I don't know about this one, Quaqua.
Now we're back up. Meanwhile, Icon's like, well, free food. We'll lock down OHQ. That's another interesting interaction. The Miasma against OHQ's Cloister.
Yeah.
This has allowed Jekko to take down Ripto by himself. He's got pressure top lane because Xiang teleported back to lane. And again, Flandre held on to teleport.
It's just too much pressure on the map. You can see Flanders trying his hardest to be that team player, but he's losing minions, he's losing waves, losing experience. He's in a position where he's just saying, I could help you with this TP, but there's never an opportunity for me to use it.
Oh, Flandre looking for the stun, doesn't get it. Good knockback coming out from him, but that's a flash forward. Jekko locks him down. Ultimate gets thrown out, and SOFM's here as well. Dodged out by Jekko, still taking down damage, and Xiang jumps into the back lines. That's a big bop coming out from his lamp.
Yep. That lamp is definitely some sort of metal. Yeah, it's on fire, all right. He's 2 kills now. This is not looking good for Snake. At least the counter gank was coming through. Well timed by SOFM, and it made it hard for Jekko. He really had to work for it. It turns into a trade, but that's still a kill for Jax, Fish. That's still gold going into his bank account.
Yep. An OMG, 2,000 gold up. 5, they're going to deliver Icon into the bottom lane. They tried to engage onto the Tristana. Exhaust popped, immediately going to flash away. Petrifying Gaze will slow them both down. Throws down the Miasma, stops him from jumping away as well. Good pick from OMG. They're snowballing a lead here, Raz.
I remember that one uninteresting story I talked about at the beginning of this when I was like, oh, 5 when he first came into the league with that Tom Kenshin. And he gets it again, and he's just as creative as he was back then. Sends the Snake Lady back to the bottom lane, and suddenly that advantage we were talking about with OQ and Hoodie pushing out this lane, they can't even get the tower because Cassio literally lives in this lane.
5 is just an incredibly solid support, Raz. I mean, a year ago when I casted this league, he was looking fantastic in every game we watched. Big initiator, great creative player. Just doesn't get the credit he deserves half the time. Meanwhile, SOFM trying to force this dive top lane again. Sounds like, I will fight both of you. Get out of my lane.
He doesn't even need a lamp. With his fists alone, he will punch you to death. He's going to do it.
He's trying to. Look, they're still trying to force this. Xiao standing his ground. He's more than happy. Meanwhile, Riptail has been thrown somewhere else. SOFM going to take some damage. Xiao holding on to his ultimate. Holding on to his E, sorry, to get that stun off. SOFM misses the ultimate. There's only 3 range minions left top lane.
That was a little unfortunate. Yeah, I mean, honestly, if you're Snake, that's just a little sad.
What? They lost mid lane out of turret. They lost an Infernal Dragon and bottom lane outer rats. They're still trying to go for this top lane turret.
They even lost their girl. That's just too hard to take if you're Snake at this point. They tried their hardest. That was just the least, like, that was the worst executed dive I've ever seen in my life, my friend. I've seen some bad dives. So it was one of those high-risk situations where, yeah, they lost it. Like, let's just say if you're going up against a great team, you essentially lost the game. Because you'll lose Infernal Dragon. The next one, sure, is Cloud. And you lose mid lane to her when Cassio already had so much pressure in that lane to begin with. Now she has 3 kills to her name, an extra wave she can push, and she can create that decision. She can go to the bottom lane, which is fairly uninteresting. There's no tower there anymore. And she can just go top lane and just spiral this Jax out of control.
I mean, this is why Snake is sitting in the bottom of the ladder. They picked up 4 map wins, Raz. 2 of them against Team WE, which they picked up a 2-1 victory.
Yep.
However, the other 2 were against IME. Bottom of their table as well. They still lost that game.
Yeah.
And the other one was against Newbie. Newbie eventually won that game 2-1 anyway. This is why Snake is currently bottom of the table. They're making these plays that just don't make sense.
Yeah, that's true. Here's the thing about this team, too, is that last split, when they found themselves, I guess historically when they found themselves with wins, because they were just a good team mechanically, and they could win based off that alone. Actually, before I get into story time, Icon.
They're going for a fine Icon. Petrifying Gates to the Cassidy, but good lockdown by SOFM. They get a pick for themselves. That goes over to Hoodie, but the rest of OMG is like, sure, you could kill our mid lane.
Yeah.
We'll take top lane.
Yeah, I don't care how many kills you get. You're losing actual tower and gold.
Meanwhile, Flandre wants to fight 5. Locks forward, gets the acquired taste, eats him up. SMLZ is like, I'll have a kill, please. Going to be able to jump over there eventually. Licky Tongue from 5 will pick up that kill. And that's, again, disrespectful from Flandre. Xiang will get locked down here, taking a lot of damage. Ignite is ticking, and a good pick again by Snake. They get mid lane out of for that. A little bit back and forth, a sloppy play here.
Yep. At the very least, Snake gets something for their trouble. It's interesting how this game has gone towards it. You already mentioned it. It's a little bit sloppy for OMG because they made that play topside. Sure, they got a kill, but they lost too much pressure mid lane. So that's just an situation where Xiang is a little bit too, I would say, greedy with how much of a lead that he had this game.
However, OMG 4,000 gold up.
That's
Sorry, 3,000 gold up. They have an Infernal Dragon as well, which is one of the, most people say, second most important objective to 20 minutes besides Rift Herald.
That's true. Yeah. Some teams, including OMG, actually, when they said in an interview that they would just go towards an Infernal Dragon if they were given the option between Rift Herald and Infernal. Fair to say that that was really early on in the split when Rift Herald just came out, so teams didn't know the optimal way to use it.
It does make sense for their comp too. Cassiopeia, Tristana, even Jax, a lot of them, all these champions scaling very well with extra AP and AD.
Yeah, and it's one of those, sure, the next one is a Cloud Dragon, but in that situation, they could have easily turned into, let's say, an Infernal or Earth Dragon, where they could still play towards this pressure, and they can back away and stack these dragons up. So you're getting into a situation, if you're OMG, where the decisions you're making are all proper. And this is a massive wave.
Yeah. OMG push a big minion wave bottom lane. SMLZ in 5 pick up an inner turret for themselves. Xiang still defending top lane outer by himself. That 3 people up there, Raz. Why is Kennen, Sejuani, and Cassiopeia in the top lane? None of them belong there. OMG just pushed down bottom lane looking for the inhibitor turret. They moved Deco there. They moved Icon there. They kill Flandre. That's a Super Mario jump coming out of SMLZ. Hootie now trying to get into this fight. Xiang teleports down as well. Counter-Strike being popped, jumps straight on top of the castle, and he needs to get out of that fight quickly. When inhibitor turret falls, OMG with the big plays. They're going to kill SOFM as well. He gets locked down, jumping further forward. Deco a little bit too deep, but 5 eats him up. And SMLZ snipes off the support in the backlines. This is an absolute disaster. Snake need to reset. They made a huge error. They can't make any more.
Yeah, they just keep making mistake after mistake. And OMG, they keep going further when they realize they have more space to walk through. It's getting a little bit difficult. Gogo's trying to get something out of this, but you can't do much, my friend.
You know it's a bad day, Raz, when a Tristana turns around and tries to fight a Kassadin with half mana left. It's a bad day.
It is a bad day.
Snake not looking good. They lose an inhibitor for that trade. And again, why was Kassadin, Sejuani, and Kennen top lane?
They were trying to set up a play, and they just did not have any vision in the opposite side of the jungle. They didn't respect the push happening there. They at least thought that OMG would have reset after that massive wave being pushed in. They even had Camille there to pick up the wave afterwards, if that was necessary. And then there's more people kept going towards that wave. They were like, wait a minute, I guess Snake is not going to back anytime soon. They have far too many members. One mistake led to another. That was just a... I would say it was a bad shot calling decision from Snake, but I don't even know if they made a call to begin with. They just bled out incredibly slowly, I guess quickly in that instance.
Now, the next Elemental Dragon's going to come up in 30 seconds. Baron, 1 minute away. OMG don't care. They're just pushing down turrets.
It's so easy if you have Tristana being able to blow those ones apart. So you already mentioned that the Dragon coming up soon, they could just kind of say, why would they care about that going onto this tower?
Tristana has 2 completed items, i.e. Static Shiv. This inhibitor is just going to fall. Okay. Does get a big flank, though. Icon gets locked down. They'll lose Xiang to kick the fight off. Icon's still looking for a big petrifying gaze. Doesn't go for it just yet. Now throws it out. Flandre in trouble. He's going to fall to the poison damage. They take down Sejuani as well. Snake got a big flank, but they don't have the gold lead to work with. Guaguo, though. Big jump in. SMLZ is looking for that kill. Trying to hit that rocket. Not enough. Hootie tries to jump to the back line as well. Squawquaw lives with a sliver of health. That's a 3-for-2 trade. Good flank from Snake. They still might lose this inhibitor turret, though.
Yeah, they still can't do much about this. That was as good as you can get in terms of flank situations. OMG did not recognize that was going to happen. Didn't see it coming.
Almost falling there.
Yeah, you got to be afraid of that one. You can just see it. 5 played that team fight so well, recognizing the flank was coming through. Saves Icon. Icon gets in his belly. And so he just plays it as well as he possibly could. He even saved Xiang after that. Yeah. So that was fun.
5 had a snake in his boot, which was also in his belly.
Yep.
Yeah, but Xiang died at the start of that fight. You expect Jax to be split pushing. But still, 4-on-5, Snake couldn't pick it up.
All right, so SOFM finds himself a really good plan. As, you know, you look towards 5, he's going to be able to save out the Cassiopeia in that one. And then you can see them kiting back. And suddenly, yeah, Snake realized that they cannot take this front attack. At the very least, they recognize that they can get this stun off of Icon. Beautiful Q coming out of Hoodie, and it creates that opportunity for them to be able to get on top of Cassiopeia. But that's still, they can't do much after that as well.
Baron buff is now up. Cloud Dragon up as well. Inhibitor turret open in the mid lane. Sorry, Inhibitor open. OMG are 7,000 gold up as well. They're looking to close out this game and pick up a 2-0 res. Snake, they've just made way too many errors in this game. All the way from draft, we criticized them. Blind pick Camille, blind pick Cassidy, and OMG have delivered. They punish Snake so far in this game. They get a Baron buff for themselves, 21 minutes in.
Yeah, they tried. I would say that Snake have tried their hardest. Also, if I'm going to go down.
Yep.
They tried their hardest to go for a snowball in composition and playing towards OQ and Hoodie's winning lane, but that's just far too much of an ask. That's just way too much to ask for.
Hoodie gets caught up as well, but now they're going to try and charge on towards OHQ. Instead, Seong jumps forward, gets a stun, takes a lot of damage. Inhibitor is the next objective for OMG with this Baron buff. Top lane Inhibitor still up with its turret, but they're dealing with super minions. Probably 20 minutes. You can see how much damage it's dealt to this Nexus. Fanjay can't split push effectively because of that.
Yeah, he is on clearing duty, and if he's on clearing duty, then yeah, you're going to slowly lose out on a lot. So they've actually sent Kalista to help him out in doing that. But if you have a buddy helping you out in the bottom lane, you literally have 2 people doing this. Then what's happening top lane?
And this is what we expected from OMG. They're the top of Group B. Snake sitting bottom of Group A, a single victory, an upset against Team WE. Only winning 4 maps so far this split.
Yep.
This is the type of victory that OMG won. Now they just have to finish it with class, in style, not making any more mistakes.
Gives you a bit of a, I guess, actually,
Flandre and SOFM chasing the Jax. It opens top lane pressure.
Yeah, but this reminds me of Game 1 when OMG did wait for their wave. This time around they played it patiently, although it is Snake that moved members to the opposite side of the map. So that's like one of those moments where you want to give them credit. But that Snake played a little weird. Here we go, though.
That's what I'm trying to force and engage. SMLZ will rocket jump away. Sion says, all right, I will destroy your Inhibitor while you fight my team. And they still come out ahead. They eat up SOFM. They kill him. Flandre wants to fight this one. Sion says, I'll take on your whole team with my lantern. Gets 1 kill, hops, flashes away, gets away to safety.
Oh, they're going for him.
They're going for kills. Your base is about to die. Why are you killing a top laner?
KDA,
Meanwhile,
my friend. KDA.
4 members of OMG with super minions, with Baron buff. They march towards the Nexus. They kill the Kassadin. And OMG, after a sloppy Game 1, pick up a great Game 2. Sub 25 minutes.
And the coach is going to be ecstatic about this one because he must have had a word with them after Game 1. Definitely rectified it. The draft was 10 times better, and the play was even better as well. They felt like you were playing around Cassio, and there was no way to deal with it. Snake, what option did they have? Kassadin was just very uninteractive because he tries to go towards the bottom lane, and then suddenly the Cassiopeia trying to roam down your roam down towards the bottom lane and stop any bit of pressure you're trying to get down. So right now, incredible play coming from 5, incredible play coming from Icon. OMG, great play.
But let's start with the draft, friends. I
Let's do it.
criticize OMG so much. Props to them. Destroyed any criticism around them. We gave them a lot of flack in Game 1 after 1 mistake, and we already said that's very harsh from us, but we expected a lot more from them given in that situation. However, cleaned it up. Second draft phase, so respectful. Snake, however, what the heck happened? Why are they picking Camille blind? They go for the Kassadin blind as well, and they get punished really hard for it.
And this is when I have to throw out the olive branch to Snake because they're in a really tough position so far into the split. They've been losing time and time again, and what do you do when you find losses and honestly you cannot find answers? They just go straight towards the comfort. Comfort in terms of style, sure, you don't have to time it, but it's still, you know how to play with 1-3-1, be it Kassadin and Camille. And Flandre has been really comfortable on the Camille regardless of what matchup he's going into, but then you're going into comfort picks. And comfort picks, my friend, will get demolished by counter picks. So OMG is still playing the game, and Snake are still trying to find out who they are, what their identity is, what can they actually play towards. And I think they'll need a little bit more time to do just that.
Certainly will. I mean, Snake, after this loss, drop even further on the ladder. They're now 1-7, tied up with Aimee. And it's a crushing blow to them. Cross-conference not looking good for Snake either.
And that's the thing with, like, we're going to have to take a recap and look at Group A because Snake and Aimee, teams that we are very comfortable, I would say, we've seen them into playoff gauntlets before. You've seen them in multiple playoff performances, multiple regional gauntlet runs. But they're starting to set a precedent, not so much precedent, but like a pace for themselves, where we're starting to see them on the bottom of the bracket so much more often. Last split as well.
I mean, last split, both Snake and Aimee were in the gauntlet run.
Yeah.
They played against each other. Aimee upset Team WE to go to Worlds. And now they're bottom of the table, 1-7 apiece.
Yeah, last season, you get a lot of different storylines. you get storylines where Snake was the team to beat going into gauntlet runs. That's just not the case anymore, right? This is a new reality where they are now 1-7. It's so hard to see this team cracking into the 4th spot, going into playoffs, because Dan Gaming, a new team into the LPL, I mean, Snake looking back at that and they see a mirrored self, I suppose, saying, "Oh, when we just got into the LPL, we had such an amazing showing, taking 2nd place in the regular season.
Yeah.
But now it's Snake that needs to draw it back. Obviously now challenging both mid lane, putting in Guoguo, challenging the support, putting in Hoodie, and they're just trying to find anything and hope that it's a working formula.
And unfortunately today it did not work out against OMG. They tried quite a few things for us.
Yeah.
The first game almost caught people by surprise.
That got me
Very
excited,
close.
yeah.
Tank Fiora, oof,
Yo.
somehow doing some work, but the last team fight Icon came out trumps and absolutely just destroyed them. OMG, however, now they're 7-1. You know, they've only dropped a game, and it was to EDG. I think they can take that and sit back and be like, okay, we've had not a great run since Rift Rivals. We dropped 4 games, only picked up a single victory there. Came back, lost to EDG, who look really strong at the moment.
Yep.
This is a good reset for them. They have to try and bounce off of this win.
Yeah, they definitely do, especially once they get out of cross-conference run. Now, of course, it's going to be SMLZ picking up the MVP. Props to him playing this one out very well. It was a little bit of a tough laning phase off of a few skirmishes, but he comes out ahead. And then, so we have to reset, I would suppose, because looking towards Group B, where OMG is the first place team, competition's getting a little more rough.
Yep.
Like RNG suddenly to get their act back together. Now they have Uzi back into their lineup. LGD, for instance, who honestly picking up wins, they're in a good position for themselves. They've been playing team fights out incredibly well. You're starting to get more defined team play, like Coco coming back into newbie. Like a lot of these teams are starting to be competitive. Early on in the split, were very rough around the edges. We're still trying to find what roster worked for them. So once OMG deals with the cross-conference competition, they dealt with Rift Rivals and learned quite a bit.
Yep.
They're going to have to go back into their own group and showcase that they are really the best team there.
And the reason why I say they have to bounce off this victory is because, you know, coming back against EDG, sure, difficult game, understandable, but they need to stay at the top. Their next match against Team WE, it's going to be a top-of-the-table clash.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really, really fun game to watch.
And if you people have seen the WE versus Jingdong set, then you think this is actually going to be very doable for OMG. But with that being said, WE is the best team in the league. Unlike they still have to once again prove it, or at least EDG has to prove that they're the best going up against WE, because the last time they faced WE got that victory. But going up against WE is a difficult task, especially when they have such close identities in terms of strong team fighters, and WE just looks like they're cleaner in terms of structure, in terms of vision setup. The OMG has to look towards this game as proper VODs, proper footage, and saying that, okay, once we do face WE, we can actually play like the Game 2 OMG, that we can use our early game advantage and just start barreling it through and play that patient gameplay.
And moving on to the side of Snake, is this swap coming in, bringing Guoguo in the mid lane as well as Hoodie, working out for them? Because, yeah, they looked confident as players, but this is the team they fielded against the top team from Group B. You have to think this is what they think their best squad is going to look like. Siyoung and Crystal, very well-known players, have played multiple splits in the LPL. Not debuting. Is this looking like an absolute disaster for them?
It depends on what their long-term goals are, because you're getting into a situation where Snake, they want to get to playoffs. Is that going to happen, though? Because if they want to get to playoffs, then you should shore up the lineup that works well for your team. Like, for instance, the Crystal lineup, the Zatai lineup. Sure, they've been losing But that's the most synergy you're going to get out of your lineup. That's the synergy that beat WE. That's the synergy that, quite honestly, you should look towards and try to tweak, as difficult as it may be. With this new lineup, with Guoguo in the mid lane, Hoodie in the support position, honestly, I see good things. They make good plays. But if this seems like a long-term goal, like they're looking past the playoffs, they're saying that we want to come into the next split and actually be that team that we were expecting ourselves to be going to the playoff bracket maybe of the next year. Like, I'm looking far in advance, but you kind of have to if you're Snake, because you're getting consistent bad performances from the same roster, and you need to change something up.
And, you know, moving back again. Ping pong era.
Yeah, we're going straight back and forth. I'm okay with that.
Going back to OMG, I think a big question we didn't really get to talk about because of how quickly we got into the first game was Jericho and World 6. Today we saw Jericho play both games, and a big question was, is he the weak link in OMG at the moment? We didn't get to see World 6 play. We expected him, you know, maybe to play one of the games here. They're very similar play styles, but their coach thinks otherwise.
That's true. They came into this thinking that World 6 had strong mechanics.
Yep.
Jericho had stronger, I would say, strategy, gameplay. That was the initial, I would say, reasoning for this change. But then now we're actually starting to see a little bit more Jericho, a little bit more World 6. World 6's last performance up against EDG, sure, he's going up against Clearlove, but was really poor. In fact, they lost a lot of their skirmishes, and a lot of that game was lost just because World 6 was so far behind. And so suddenly we were in a position before where World 6 was godsend for OMG. That a lot of them, their performances was based off of his success. We even saying that he's rivaling Condi last split as like one of the best junglers, let's say top 3, top 4. That's starting to not be the case, that he's starting to lose footing, and that Jericho seems to be that replacement, although he has still a ways to go.
You know, it seems like OMG's solution to everything is always, you know what, we're not doing well, bring in a Lee Sin one trick. We've got to get all the Lee Sin one tricks on this server, and we will win some games. Yeah, hats off to Jericho. He played all right in that match, had a couple of mistakes here and there, but if he was responsible for the shot calling, as what the coaches are trying to say, that looks really good for OMG, because the biggest criticism we had was they were not being respectful, and despite one thing. They did one thing wrong, Raz. It tilts me, that wave. But besides that, everything looked pretty good for OMG.
That's true. And quite honestly, you look to this set and you're going to say, well, OMG went up against a pretty, like, a sloppy Snake. You can't, like, so that one mistake could definitely turn into a win if you were going up against a WE who they have to face against. And there was a second mistake. There are a lot of mistakes that came through that one grand error. So, sure, you're going to look towards this as say OMG as a whole. We did really well today, but you do have to go into small, minuscule points of where members are because competition will pick up very soon.
But today's games in general kind of went as we expected. Today was top of the table against bottom of the table. It was David against Goliath. It almost looked like in a couple situations, Snake and Jindong Gaming were able to pick up some forms of victories here. Snake with the game 1, Jindong with the very early leads against EDG, but at the end of the day, it was the veterans that came out on top. EDG and OMG just look very strong in the current tournament. They are contenders for finalists here.
Yeah, that's true. OMG and EDG doing so well here. Honestly, even the EDG set, that's one of the sets that you're like, well, did they even get that much of an early game lead? That Xin Yi was just getting tracked at all times. But ultimately, we're going to look at the standings here, updated standings.
So nothing has changed so far, despite the fact that two teams on the bottom of the table, Snake and Jindong Gaming, drop a game, so they're now 1-7 and 2-8. Top of the table, however, EDG now 7-2, OMG 7-1, leading the pack in Group B, creating that buffer against RNG.
And that could actually be, honestly, what makes the difference here. EDG taking up that 2-0 victory versus OMG, then suddenly WE has to go up against OMG. If WE end up losing that set, which is going to be a tough set for WE, then that might be a tough run. EDG might be able to solidify first.
Certainly will, but tomorrow we have more LPL action. IMEI take on Sinan Gaming, as well as Newbie taking on Invictus Gaming for the second set of that day.
That's going to be pretty exciting, seeing Newbie go up against IG, seeing a strong jungler in Swift, bringing Coco back in, so we're going to see maybe action between Coco and Rookie.
It's going to be a much more even fight. It's two bottom of the table teams taking on one another, as well as two mid of the table teams clashing. So these are very even teams, very even footing. Should have a much closer games tomorrow, Raz.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see some good action, especially since IG definitely needs that win as they're trying to create ground versus Dan Gaming. Because remember, playoffs is coming up sooner or later, and that extra win, that extra pacing gauntlet means a lot.
So we also have to see how those two matches are going, but that's all the matches here today. And thank you so much, Raz, for joining us here tonight. Thank you guys so much for watching. On behalf of myself, Raz, the entire production crew, we'll see you guys tomorrow for more LPL action.